Section 34, Mosquitos, by William Faulkner. Section 34. 12 o'clock. When he reached her, she sat huddled in the road, crouching bonelessly upon herself, huddling her head in her crossed thin arms. He stood beside her, and presently he spoke her name. She rocked back and forth, then wrung her body in an ecstasy. "They hurt me! They hurt me!" she wailed, crouching again in that impossible spasm of agony. David knelt beside her and spoke her name again, and she sat up. "Look," she said wildly, "on my legs. Look, look," staring with a sort of fascination at a score of great gray specks hovering about her blood-flecked stockings, making no effort to brush them away. She raised her wild face again. "Do you see them? They are everywhere on me. My back, where I can't reach." She lay suddenly flat, writhing her back in the dust, clutching his hand. Then she sat up again, and against his knees she turned, wringing her body from the hips, trying to draw her bloody legs beneath her brief skirt. He held her while she writhed in his grasp, staring her wild, bloodless face up at him. "I must get in water," she panted. "I must get in water. Mud, anything. I'm dying, I tell you." Yes, I'll get you some water. You wait here." "Will you wait here? You'll get me some water. You will? You promise?" "Yes." "Yes," he repeated. "I'll get you some. You wait here." "You wait here, see?" he repeated idiotically. She bent again inward upon herself, moaning and writhing in the dust, and he plunged down the bank, stripping her shirt off, and dipped it into the foul, warm ditch. She had dragged her dress up about her shoulders, revealing her startling white bathing suit between her knickers and the satin band binding her breasts. "On my back," she moaned, bending forward again. "Quick, quick!" He laid the wet shirt on her back, and she caught the ends of it and drew it around her. And presently she leaned back against his knees with a long, shuddering sigh. "I want a drink. Can't I have a drink of water, David?" "Soon," he promised with despair. "You can have one soon as we get out of the swamp." She moaned again, a long, whimpering sound, lowering her head between her arms. They crouched together in the dusty road. The road went on, shimmering before them, endless, beneath bearded watching trees, crossing the implacable swamp with puerile bravado like a thin voice cursing in a cathedral. Needles of fire darted about them, about his bare shoulders and arms. After a while, she said, "Wet it again, please, David." He did so, and returned, scrambling up the steep, rank levee side. "Now bathe my face, David." She raised her face and closed her eyes, and he bathed her face and throat, and brushed her damp, coarse hair back from her brow. "Let's put the shirt on you," he suggested. "No!" She demurred against his arm without opening her eyes, drowsily. "They'll eat you alive without it." "They don't bother me like they do you. Come on, put it on." She demurred again, and he tried awkwardly to draw the shirt over her head. "I don't need it," he repeated. "No. Keep it, David. You ought to keep it. Besides, I'd rather have it underneath. Ooh, it feels so good. You're sure you don't need it?" She opened her eyes, watching him with that sober gravity of hers. He insisted, and she sat up and slipped her dress over her head. He helped her to don the shirt, then she slipped her dress on again. I wouldn't take it, only they hurt me so damn bad. I'll do something for you someday, David. I swear I will." "Sure," he repeated. "I don't need it." He rose, and she came to her feet in a single motion, before he could offer to help her. "I swear I wouldn't take it if they didn't hurt me so much, David," she persisted, putting her hand on his shoulder and raising her tanned, serious face. "Sure, I know. I'll pay you back somehow. Come on, let's get out of here." End of section 34. Section 35. Mosquitos, by William Faulkner. Section 35. 1 o'clock. Mrs. Wiseman and Miss Jameson drove Mrs. Maurier, moaning and wringing her hands, from the galley, and prepared lunch. Grapefruit again, disguised thinly. "We have so many of them," the hostess apologized helplessly, "and the steward gone. We are aground too, you see," she explained. "Oh, we can stand a little hardship, I guess," Fairchild reassured her jovially. "The race hasn't degenerated that far. In a book, now, it would be kind of terrible. If you forced characters in a book to eat as much grapefruit as we do, both the art boys and the humanitarians would stand on their hind legs and howl. But in real life, anything might happen. In actual life, people will do anything. It's only in books that people must function according to arbitrary rules of conduct and probability. It's only in books that events must never flout credulity." "That's true," Mrs. Wiseman agreed. "People's characters, when writers delineate them by revealing their likings and dislikings, always appear so perfect, so inevitably consistent. But in life, that's why literature is art and biology isn't," her brother interrupted. "A character in a book must be consistent in all things, while man is consistent in one thing only. He is consistently vain. It's his vanity alone which keeps his particles damp and adhering one to another, instead of like any other handful of dust, which any wind that passes can disseminate. In other words, he is consistently inconsistent," Mark Frost recapitulated. "I guess so," the Semitic man replied. "Whatever that means. But what were you saying, Eva?" "I was thinking of how book people, when you find them in real life, have such a perverse and disconcerting way of liking and disliking the wrong things. For instance, Dorothy here. Suppose you were drawing Dorothy's character in a novel, Dawson. Any writer would give her a liking for blue jewelry, white gold and platinum, and sapphires in dull silver. You know. Wouldn't you do that?" "Why, yes, so I would," Fairchild agreed with interest. "She would like blue things, sure enough. And then," the other continued, "music. You'd say she would like Grieg and those other cold, mad, northern people with ice water in their veins, wouldn't you?" "Yes," Fairchild agreed again, thinking immediately of Ibsen and the Peer Gynt legend, and remembering a sonnet of Siegfried Sassoon's about Sibelius that he had once read in a magazine. "That's what she would like." "Should like," Mrs. Wiseman corrected, "for the sake of aesthetic consistency. But I bet you are wrong. Isn't he Dorothy?" "Why, yes," Miss Jameson replied. "I always like Chopin." Mrs. Wiseman shrugged, a graceful, dark gesture. "And there you are. That's what makes art so discouraging. You come to expect anything associated with and dependent on the actions of man to be discouraging. But it always shocks me to learn that art also depends on population, on the herd instinct, just as manufacturing automobiles or stockings does." "Only they can't advertise art by means of women's legs yet," Mark Frost interrupted. "Don't be silly, Mark," Mrs. Wiseman said sharply. "That's exactly how art came to the attention of the 99 who don't produce it and so have any possible reason for buying it. Postcards and lithographs, barely esoteric enough to escape police persecution. Ask any man on the street what he understands by the word art. He'll tell you it means a picture. Won't he?" she appealed to Fairchild. "That's so," he agreed. "And it's a wrong impression. Art means anything consciously well done, to my notion. Living, or building a good lawnmower, or playing poker. I don't like this modern idea of restricting the word to painting, at all. The art of life, of a beautiful and complete existence of the soul," Mrs. Maurier put in. "Don't you think that is art's greatest function, Mr. Gordon?" "Of course you don't, child," Mrs. Wiseman told Fairchild, ignoring Mrs. Maurier. "As rabidly American as you are, you can't stand that, can you? And there's the seat of your bewilderment, Dawson. Your belief that the function of creating art depends on geography. It does. You can't grow corn without something to plant it in. But you don't plant corn in geography, you plant it in soil. It not only does not matter where that soil is, you could even move the soil from one place to another, around the world if you like, and it will still grow corn. You'd have a different kind of corn though, Russian corn or Latin or Anglo-Saxon corn. All corn is the same to the belly, the Semitic man said. Julius, exclaimed Mrs. Maurier, the soul's hunger, that is the true purpose of art. There are so many things to satisfy the grosser appetites. Don't you think so, Mr. Taliaferro? Yes. Mrs. Wiseman took her brother up. Dawson clings to his conviction for the old reason. It's good enough to live with and comfortable to die with, like a belief in immortality. Insurance against doubt or alarm. And laziness, her brother added. Mrs. Maurier exclaimed, Julius, again, clinging spiritually to one little spot of the earth's surface. So much of his labor is performed for him. Details of dress and habit and speech, which entail no hardship in the assimilation and which, piled one on another, become quite as imposing as any single startling stroke of originality, as trivialities in quantities will. Don't you agree? But then, I suppose, all poets in their hearts consider prose writers shirkers, don't they? Yes, his sister agreed. We do think they are lazy, just a little. Not mentally, but that they are not hearts, souls, her brother suggested. I hate that word, but it's the nearest thing. She met her brother's sad, quizzical eyes and exclaimed, Oh, Julius, I could kill you at times. He's laughing at me, Dawson. He's laughing at us both, Fairchild said. But let him have his fun, poor fellow. He chuckled and lit a cigarette. Let him laugh. I always did want to be one of those old-time eunuchs for one night. They must have just laughed themselves to death when those sultans and things would come visiting. Mr. Fairchild, whatever in the world, exclaimed Mrs. Maurier. It's a good thing there's someone to see something amusing in that process, the other rejoined. The husbands, the active participants, never seem to. That's a provision of nature's for racial survival, Fairchild said. If the husbands ever saw the comic aspect of it, but they never do, even when they have the opportunity, no matter how white and delicate the hand that decorates their brows. It's not the lovely ladies nor dashing strangers, the Semitic man said. It's the marriage ceremony that disfigures our foreheads. Fairchild grunted. Then he chuckled again. There'd sure be a decline in population if a man were twins and had to stand around and watch himself making love. Mr. Fairchild. Chopin, Mrs. Wiseman interrupted. Really, Dorothy, I'm disappointed in you. She shrugged again, flashing her hands. Mrs. Maurier said with relief, How much Chopin has meant to me in my sorrows. She looked about in tragic, confiding astonishment. No one will ever know. Surely, agreed Mrs. Wiseman. He always does. She turned to Miss Jameson. Just think how much better Dawson would have done you than God did. With all deference to Mrs. Maurier, so many people find comfort in Chopin. It's like having a pain that aspirin will cure, you know. I could have forgiven you even Verdi, but Chopin. Chopin, she repeated, then with happy inspiration. Snow rotten under a dead moon. Mark Frost sat staring at his hands on his lap beneath the edge of the table, moving his lips slightly. Fairchild said, What music do you like, Eva? Oh, Debussy, George Gershwin, Berlioz perhaps. Why not? Berlioz, repeated Miss Jameson, mimicking the other's tone. Swedenborg on a French holiday. Mark Frost stared at his hands on his lap, moving his lips slightly. Forget your notebook, Mark? Fairchild asked quizzically. It's very sad, the Semitic man said. Man gets along quite well until that unhappy day on which someone else discovers him thinking. After that, God help him. He doesn't dare leave home without a notebook. It's very sad. "Mark's not such an accomplished buccaneer as you and Dawson," his sister answered quickly. "At least he requires a notebook." "My dear girl," the Semitic man murmured in his lazy voice, "you flatter yourself." "So do I," Fairchild said. "I always—" "Whom?" the Semitic man asked. "Yourself or me?" "What?" said Fairchild, staring at him. "Nothing. Excuse me. You were saying—" "I was saying that I always carry my portfolio with me because it's the only comfortable thing I ever found to sit on." Talk, talk, talk. The utter and heartbreaking stupidity of words. It seemed endless, as though it might go on forever. Ideas, thoughts, became mere sounds to be bandied about until they were dead. Noon was oppressive as a hand, as the ceaseless blow of a brass hand. A brass blow, neither struck nor withheld. Brass, rushing wings that would not pass. The deck blistered with it. The rail was too hot to touch, and the patches of shadow about the deck were heavy and heat-soaked as sodden blankets. The water was an unbearable glitter. The forest was a bronze wall, cast at a fearful heat and not yet cooled, and no breeze was anywhere under the world's heaven. But the unbearable hiatus of noon passed at last, and the soundless brazen wings rushed westward. The deck was deserted as it had been on that first afternoon when he had caught her in mid-flight like a damp swallow, a swallow hard and passionate with flight, and it was as though he yet saw upon the deck the wet and simple prints of her naked feet, and he seemed to feel about him like an odor, that young, hard graveness of hers. No wonder she was gone out of it. She, who here was as a flame among stale ashes, a little tanned flame, who, gone, was as a pipe blown thinly and far away, as a remembered surf on a rocky coast at dawn. Strangle your heart, O Israel, winged with loneliness, feathered bitter with pride. Dust spun from their feet, swirling sluggish and lazy in the brooding, dreadful noon. Beside them, always and always, those eternal bearded trees, bearded and brooding, older and stiller than eternity. The road ran on like a hypnotism, a dull and endless progression from which there was no escape. After a while, he missed her from her position at his shoulder, and he stopped and looked back. She was kneeling beside the foul ditch. He watched her stupidly, then he suddenly realized what she was about, and he ran back to her, grasping her by the shoulder. "Here, you can't do that. That stuff is poison. You can't drink it. I can't help it. I've got to have some water. I've got to." She strained against his hands. "Please, David. Just one mouthful. Please, David. Please, David." He got his hands under her arms, but his feet slid in the rank, sloping grass, and he went up to his knees in thick, reluctant water. She twisted in his hands. "Please, oh please, just enough to wet my mouth. Look at my mouth." She raised her face. Her broad, pale lips were parched, rough. "Please, David." But he held her. "Put your feet in it, like mine. That'll help some," he said, through his own dry, harsh throat. "Here, let me take off your shoes." She sat whimpering like a dog while he removed her slippers. Then she slid her legs into the water and moaned with partial relief. The sunlight was beginning to slant at last, slanting westward like a rushing of unheard golden wings across the sky, though the somber twilight under the trees was unchanged. Somber and soundless, brooding and filled with the vicious darting of invisible fire. "I must have water," she said at last. "You'll have to find me some water, David." "Yes." He climbed heavily out of the hot ooze, out of the mud and slime. He bent and slid his hands under her arms. "Get up. We must go on." End of section 35. Section 36 of Mosquitos by William Faulkner. Day 3, 2 p.m. Jenny yawned frankly, then she did something to the front of her dress, drawing it away from her to peer down into her bosom. It seemed to be all right, and she settled her dress again with a preening motion, lifting her shoulders and smoothing it over her hips. She went upstairs, and presently she saw them sitting around like always. Mrs. Maurier wasn't there. She drifted over to the rail and laxed herself against it and stood there, placidly waiting until Mr. Taliaferro became aware of her presence. "I was washing these things in the water," she said, when he came to her like a tack to a magnet, volitionless and verbose. "Where?" He also stared overside. "That stuff there," she answered, looking forward to the group of chairs. "Why, that's just refuse from the galley," Mr. Taliaferro said with surprise. "Is it? It's kind of funny looking. There's some more of it down here a ways." Mr. Taliaferro followed her, intrigued and curious. She stopped and glanced back over her shoulder and beyond him. Mr. Taliaferro aped her but saw no living thing except Mark Frost on the edge of the group. The others were out of sight beyond the deckhouse. "It's farther on," Jenny said. Further along she stopped again, and again she looked forward. "Where?" Mr. Taliaferro asked. "Here." Jenny stared at the lake a moment. Then she examined the deck again. Mr. Taliaferro was thoroughly puzzled now, even a trifle alarmed. "It was right here, that funny thing I saw. I guess it's gone, though." "What was it you saw?" "Some kind of a funny thing," she answered with detachment. "The sun is hot here." Jenny moved away and went to where an angle of the deckhouse wall formed a shallow niche. Mr. Taliaferro followed her in amazement. Again Jenny peered around him, examining that part of the deck which was in sight and the immediate approaches to it. Then she became utterly static beside him, and without moving at all, she seemed to envelop him, giving him to think of himself surrounded, enclosed by the sweet cloudy fire of her thighs, as young girls can. Mr. Taliaferro saw her as through a blonde mist. A lightness was moving down his members, a lightness so exquisite as to be almost unbearable, while above it all he listened to the dry, interminable incoherence of his own voice. That unbearable lightness moved down his arms to his hands, and down his legs, reaching his feet at last, and Mr. Taliaferro fled. Jenny looked after him. She sighed. After a while, the white, dusty road left the swamp behind. It ran now through a country vaguely upland, sand and pines, and a crisp, thick undergrowth, sunburnt and sibilant. "We're out of it at last," she called back to him. Her pace quickened, and she called over her shoulder. "It can't be much further now. Come on, let's run a while." He shouted to her, but she thrided on, drawing away from him. He followed her splotched, flashing legs at a slower pace, steadily losing distance. Her legs twinkled on ahead in the shimmering, forgotten road. Heat wavered and shimmered above the road, and the sky was a metallic, intolerable bowl, and the tall pines in the windless afternoon exuded a thin, accelerating odor of resin and heat, casting sparse patches of shade upon the shimmering, endless ribbon of the road. Lizards scuttled in the dust before them, hissing abruptly amid the dusty, brittle undergrowth beside the road. The road went on, endless and shimmering ahead of them. He called to her again, but she trotted on, unheeding. Without faltering in her pace, she turned and ran from the road, and when he reached her, she leaned against a tree, panting. "I ran too much," she gasped through her pale, open mouth. "I feel funny. All gone." "Better hold me up," she said, staring at him. "No, let me lie down." She slumped against him. "My heart's going too fast. Feel how it's going?" He felt her heart leaping against his hand. "It's too fast, isn't it?" "What'll I do now?" she asked soberly. "Do something quick, David," she told him, staring at him, and he lowered her awkwardly and knelt beside her, supporting her head. She closed her eyes against the implacable sky, but opened them immediately and struggled to rise. No, I mustn't stay here. I want to get up again. Help me up." He did so, and had to hold her on her feet. "I must go on," she repeated. "Make me go on, David. I don't want to die here. Make me go on, I tell you." Her face was flushed. He could see blood pumping in her throat, and holding her so, he knew sharp and utter terror. "What must I do?" she was saying. "You ought to know. Don't you know what to do? I'm sick, I tell you. They give me hydrophobia or something." She closed her eyes and all her muscles relaxed at once, and she slipped to the ground, and he knelt beside her in terror and despair. "Raise my head a little," she muttered as he sat and drew her across his legs and raised her head against his breast, smoothing her damp hair from her forehead. "That's right." She opened her eyes. "Cheer up, David. I told you once about looking at me like that." And she closed her eyes again. End of section 36. Read by Bryce Cries. Section 37 of Mosquitos. Third day, 3 p.m. "If we were only afloat," Mrs. Maurier moaned for the 12th time. "They can't be further than Mandeville. I know they can't. What will Henry say to me?" "Why don't they start her up and try to get off again?" Fairchild asked. "Maybe the sand has settled or something by now," he added vaguely. "The captain says they can't, that we'll have to wait for the tug." "They sent for the tug yesterday and it hasn't come yet," she added it in a sort of stubborn astonishment. She rose and went to the rail and stared up the lake toward Mandeville. "You wouldn't think it'd take a tug to pull us off," Fairchild remarked. "She ain't such a big boat, you know. Seemed like any sort of boat would pull us off. I've seen little launches hauling bigger boats than this around. And a river tug can haul 6 or 8 of these steel barges upstream, too," Mrs. Maurier returned hopefully. "It really doesn't seem necessary to have a tug to move this yacht, does it? You'd think that sailors could think of some way, something with ropes and things," she added, also vaguely. "What would they stand on while they pulled the ropes?" Mark Frost wanted to know. "They couldn't pull from the shore. That isn't the way we want to go." "They might row out in the tender and anchor," the Semitic man offered as his might. "Why, yes," Mrs. Maurier agreed, brightening. "If they could just anchor the tender securely, they might, if there were something to pull a rope with. The men themselves. Do you suppose the sailors themselves could move a boat like this by hand?" "I've seen a single river tug not much bigger than a Ford hauling a whole string of loaded steel barges up the river," Fairchild repeated. He sat and stared from one to another of his companions, and a strange light came into his eyes. "Say," he said suddenly, "I bet that if all of us were to—" The Semitic man and Mark Frost groaned in simultaneous alarm, and Pete, sitting on the outskirts of the group, rose hastily and unostentatiously and headed for their companionway. He ducked into his room and stood listening. Yes, they were really going to try it. He could hear Fairchild's burly voice calling for all the men, and also 1 or 2 voices raised in protest, and above all of them the voice of the old woman in an indistinguishable, senseless excitement. "Jesus Christ," he whispered, clutching his hat. People descending the stairs alarmed him, and he sprang behind the open door. It was Fairchild and the fat Jew, but they passed his door and entered the room next to his, from which he heard immediately sounds of activity that culminated in a thin concussion of glass and glass. "My God, man," the fat Jew's voice, "what have you done? Do you really think we can move this boat?" "Nah, I just wanted to stir 'em up a little. Life's getting altogether too tame on this boat. Nothing's happened at all today. I did it principally to see Taliaferro and Mark Frost sweat some." Fairchild laughed. His laughter died into chuckles, heavily. "But I have seen a river tug no bigger than a Ford hauling a steel—" "Good Lord," the other man said again. "Finish your drink." "Oh, immaculate cherubim," he said, going on down the passage. Fairchild followed. Pete heard their feet on the stairs, then crossing the deck, he returned to the port. Yes, sir, they were going to try it, sure as hell. They were now embarking in the tender. He could hear them, thumping and banging around and talking. A thin shriek of momentary alarm. "Women, too. Damn to hell. I bet Jenny's with them," Pete whispered to himself. "And somebody that didn't want to go at all. Voices without. Alarms and excursions, etc. Come on, Mark, you've got to go. All the men will be needed. Hey, Mrs. Maurier?" "Yes, indeed. Indeed, yes. All the men must help." "Sure, all you brave, strong men have got to go. I'm a poet, not an oarsman. I can't." "So is Eva. Look at her. She's going." Shelley could row a boat. Yes, and remember what happened to him, too. I'm going to keep you all from drowning, Jenny. That's damned to hell, Pete whispered. Why, I'm going. Aw, come on, Mark. Earn your board and keep. Ooh, hold the boat still, Dawson. Come on, come on. Say, where's Pete? Pete. Pete. Feet on the deck. Pete, oh Pete. At the companionway. Pete. Jesus Christ, Pete whispered, making no sound. Never mind, Eva. We've got a boatload now. If anybody else comes, they'll have to walk. There's somebody missing yet. Who is it? Ah, we've got enough. Come on. But somebody ain't here. I don't guess he fell overboard while we were not looking, do you? Oh, come on and let's go. Shove off, you Taliaferro. A scream. Look out there, catch her. You all right, Jenny? Let's go then. Careful now. Ooh. Damn to hell, she's with him. Pete whispered again, trying to see through the port. More thumping, and presently the tender came jerkily and lethargically into sight, loaded to their gunwales like a nigger excursion. Yes, Jenny was in it, and Mrs. Wiseman and 5 men, including Mr. Taliaferro. Mrs. Marvier leaned over the rail above Pete's head, waving her handkerchief and shrieking at them as the tender drew uncertainly away, trailing a rope behind it. Almost everyone had an oar. The small boat bristled with oars, beating the water vainly, so that it resembled a tarantula with palsy and no knee joints. But they finally began to get the knack of it, and gradually the boat began to assume something like a definite direction. As Pete watched it, there came again feet on the stairs, and a voice said guardedly, "Ed." An indistinguishable response from the captain's room, and the voice added mysteriously, "Come up on deck a minute." Then the footsteps withdrew, accompanied. The tender evinced a maddening inclination to progress in any fashion save that for which it was built. Fairchild turned his head and glanced comprehensively about his small, congested island enclosed with an unrhythmic clashing of blades. The oars clashed against each other, jabbing and scuttering at the tortured water until the tender resembled an ancient, stiff-jointed horse in a state of mad, unreasoning alarm. "We've got too many rowers," Fairchild decided. Mark Frost drew in his oar immediately, striking the Semitic man across the knuckles with it. "No, not you," Fairchild said. "Julius, you quit. You ain't doing any good anyhow. You're the one that's holding us back. Gordon and Mark and Taliaferro and me." "I want to row," Mrs. Wiseman said. "Let me have Julius's oar. Ernest will have to help Jenny watch the rope." "Take mine," Mark Frost offered quickly, extending his oar and clashing it against someone else's. The boat rocked alarmingly. Jenny squealed. "Look out!" Fairchild exclaimed. "Do you want to have us all in the water?" "Julius, pass your oar along. That's it. Now you folks sit still back there. Damn it, Mark, if you hit anybody else with that thing, we'll throw you out. Shelley could swim too, you know." Mrs. Wiseman got fixed at last with her oar, and at last the tender became comparatively docile. Jenny and Mr. Taliaferro sat in the stern, paying out the line. Now Fairchild glanced about at his crew and gave the command, "Let's go." "Give way all," Mrs. Wiseman corrected with inspiration. They dipped their oars anew. Mark Frost drew his oar in once more, clashing it against Gordon's. "Let me get my handkerchief," he said. "My hands are tender." "That's what I want too," Mrs. Wiseman decided. "Give me your handkerchief, Ernest." Mark Frost released his oar, and it leapt quickly overboard. "Catch that paddle," Fairchild shouted. Mrs. Wiseman and Mr. Taliaferro both reached for it, and Gordon and the Semitic man trimmed the boat at the ultimate instant. It became stable presently, and Jenny closed her mouth upon her soundless scream. The oar swam away and stopped just beyond reach, raising and falling on the faint swells. "We'll have to row over and get it," Mrs. Wiseman said. So they did, but just before they reached it, the oar swam on again, slowly and maddeningly. The rowers clashed and churned. Mr. Taliaferro sat in a taut, diffident alarm. "I really think," he said, "we'd better return to the yacht. The ladies, you know." But they didn't heed him. "Now, Ernest," Mrs. Wiseman directed sharply, reach out and grab it. But it eluded them again, and Fairchild said, "Let's let the damn thing go. We've got enough left to row with anyway." But at that moment the oar, rocking sedately, swung slowly around and swam docilely up alongside. "Grab it, Mrs. Wiseman cried. "I really think," Mr. Taliaferro offered again. Mark Frost grabbed it, and it came meekly and unresistingly out of the water. "I've got it," he said, and as he spoke it leapt viciously at him and struck him upon the mouth. Then it became docile again. They got started again finally, and after a few false attempts, they acquired a vague sort of rhythm, though Mark Frost, favoring his hands, caught a crab at every stroke for a while, liberally wetting Mr. Taliaferro and Jenny where they sat tensely in the stern. Jenny's eyes were quite round, and her mouth was a small red O. A continuous soundless squeal. Mr. Taliaferro's expression was that of a haggard, anticipatory alarm. He said again, "I really think—" "I suspect we had better try to go another way," the Semitic man suggested without emphasis from the bows, "or we'll be aground ourselves." They all scuttered their oars upon the water, craning their necks. The shore was only a few yards away, and immediately, as though they had heard the Semitic man speak, needles of fire assailed the crew with fierce joy. They bent to their oars again, flapping their spare, frantic hands about their heads, and after a few minutes of violent commotion, the tender acquiesced and crept slowly and terrifically seaward again. But their presence was now known, the original scouting party was reinforced, and offing could not help them. "I really think," Mr. Taliaferro said, "for the lady's sake, that we'd better return." "So do I," Mark Frost abetted quickly. "Don't lose your nerve, Mark," Mrs. Wiseman told him. "Just a little more and we can take a nice long boat ride this afternoon." "I've had enough boat riding in the last half hour to do me a long time," the poet answered. "Let's go back. How about it, you fellows back there? How about it, Jenny? Don't you want to go back?" Jenny answered, "Yes, sir," in a small, frightened voice, clutching the seat with both hands. Her green dress was splotched and stained with water from Mark Frost's oar. Mrs. Wiseman released one hand and patted Jenny's knee. "Shut up, Mark. Jenny's all right. Aren't you, darling? It'll be such a good joke if we really were to get the yacht afloat. Look sharp, Ernest. Isn't that rope almost tight?" It was nearly taut, sliding into the water in a lovely slender arc and rising again to the bow of the yacht. Mrs. Maria stood at the rail, waving her handkerchief at intervals. On the farther wall sat three people in attitudes studiedly casual. These were the captain, the helmsman, and the deckhand. "Now," Fairchild said, "let's all get started at the same time. Taliaferro, you keep the rope straight, and Julius," he glanced over his shoulder, sweating, marshalling his crew. "They're net sure," he exclaimed in an annoyed tone. There it is again. They were nearly ashore a second time. Commotion and more sweat and a virulent, invisible fire, and after a while the tender acquiesced reluctantly, and again they attained the necessary offing. "Give way all," Mrs. Wiseman cried. They dug their oars anew. "Mine hurts my hands," Mark Frost complained. "Is it moving, Ernest?" The tender was off the yacht's quarter. The bows of the yacht pointed inshore of them. Mr. Taliaferro rose cautiously and knelt on the seat, putting his hand on Jenny's shoulder to steady himself. "Not yet," he replied. "Pull all you know, man," Fairchild panted, releasing one hand momentarily and batting it madly about his face. The crew pulled and sweated, goaded into madness with invisible needles of fire, clashing one another's fingers with their oars, and presently the tender acquired a motion reminiscent of the rocking horses of childhood. "The rope's becoming loose," Mr. Taliaferro called in a warning tone. "Pull," Fairchild urged them, gritting his teeth. Mark Frost groaned dismally and released one hand to fan it across his face. "It's still loose," Mr. Taliaferro said after a time. "She must be moving then," Fairchild panted. "Maybe it's because we aren't singing," Mrs. Wiseman suggested presently, resting on her oar. "Don't you know any deep-sea chanties, Dawson?" "Let Julius sing. He ain't doing anything," Fairchild answered. Pull, you devils. Mr. Taliaferro shrieked suddenly. She's moving! She's moving! They all ceased roaring to stare at the yacht. Sure enough, she was swinging slowly across their stern. She's moving! Mr. Taliaferro screamed again, waving his arms. Mrs. Maurier responded madly from the deck of the yacht with her handkerchief. Beyond her, the three men sat motionless and casual. "Why don't the fool start the engine?" Fairchild gasped. "Pull," he roared. They dipped their oars with new lice, flailing the water like mad. The yacht swung slowly. Soon she was pointing her prow seaward of them and continued to swing slowly around. "She's coming off! She's coming off!" Mr. Taliaferro chanted, in a thin falsetto, his voice breaking, fairly dancing up and down. Mrs. Maurier was shrieking also, waving her handkerchief. "She's coming off!" Mr. Taliaferro chanted, standing erect and clutching Jenny's shoulder. "Pull, pull." "All together," Fairchild gasped, and the crew repeated it, flailing the water. The yacht was almost broadside to them now. "She's coming," Mr. Taliaferro screamed in an ecstasy. "She's come." A faint, abrupt shock. The tender stopped immediately. They saw the sweet blonde entirety of Jenny's legs and the pink seat of her ribboned undergarment. As with a wild, despairing cry, Mr. Taliaferro plunged overboard, taking Jenny with him, and vanished beneath the waves. All but his buttocks, that is. They didn't quite vanish. And presently all of Mr. Taliaferro rose in 18 inches of water and stared in shocked amazement at the branch of a tree directly over his head. Jenny, yet prone in the water, was an indistinguishable turmoil of blondness and green crepe and fright. She rose, slipped and fell again. Then the Semitic man stepped into the water and picked her up bodily and set her in the boat, where she sat and gazed at them with abject, beseeching eyes, strangling. Only Mrs. Wiseman had presence of mind to thump her between the shoulders, and after a dreadful trance-like interval, during which they sat clutching their oars and gazing at her while she beseeched them with her eyes, she caught her breath, wailing. Mrs. Wiseman mothered her, holding her draggled, unhappy wetness while Jenny wept dreadfully. He scared me so bad," Jenny gasped after a time, shuddering and crying again, utterly abject, making no effort to hide her face. Mrs. Wiseman made meaningless, comforting sounds, holding Jenny in her arms. She borrowed a handkerchief and wiped Jenny's streaming face. Mr. Taliaferro stood in the lake and dripped disconsolately, peering his harried face across Mrs. Wiseman's shoulder. The others sat motionless, holding their oars. Jenny raised her little wet hands futilely about her face. Then she remarked her hand, and she held it before her face, gazing at it. On it was a thinly spreading crimson stain that grew as she watched it, and Jenny wept again with utter and hopeless misery. "Oh, you've cut your poor hand, Dawson," Mrs. Wiseman said. "You are the most consummate idiot unleashed. You take us right back to that yacht. Don't try to row back. We'll never get there. Can't you pull us back with the rope?" They could, and Mrs. Wiseman helped Jenny into the bows, and the men took their places again. Mr. Taliaferro flitted about in the water with his despairing face. "Jump in," Fairchild told him. "We ain't going to maroon you." They pulled the tender back to the yacht with chastened expedition. Mrs. Maurier met them at the rail, shrieking with alarm and astonishment. Pete was beside her. The sailors had discreetly vanished. "What is it? What is it?" Mrs. Maurier chanted, mooning her round alarmed face above them. They brought the tender alongside and held it steady while Mrs. Wiseman helped Jenny across the thwarts and to the rail. Mr. Taliaferro flitted about in a harried distraction, but Jenny shrank from him. "You scared me so bad," she repeated. Pete leaned over the rail, reaching his hands while Mr. Taliaferro flitted above his victim. The tender rocked, scraping against the hull of the yacht. Pete caught Jenny's hands. "Hold the boat still, you old fool," he told Mr. Taliaferro fiercely. His legs were completely numb beneath her weight, but he would not move. He swished the broken branch about her, and at intervals he whipped it across his own back. Her face wasn't so flushed, and he laid his hand again above her heart. At his touch she opened her eyes. "Hello, David. I dreamed about water. Where have you been all these years?" She closed her eyes again. "I feel better," she said after a while. And then, "What time is it?" He looked at the sun and guessed. "We must go on," she said. "Help me up." She sat up and a million red ants scurried through the arteries of his legs. She stood dizzy and swaying, holding to him. "Gee, I'm not worth a damn. Next time you elope, you'd better make her stand a physical examination, David. Do you hear? But we must go on. Come on, make me walk." She took a few unsteady steps and clutched him again, closing her eyes. "It's easy as H if I ever get out of this alive." She stopped again. "What must we do?" she asked. "I'll carry you a ways," he said. "Can you? I mean, aren't you too tired?" "I'll carry you a ways until we get somewhere," he repeated. "I guess you'll have to, but if you were me, I'd leave you flat. That's what I'd do." He squatted before her and reached back and slid his hands under her knees, and as he straightened up, she leaned forward onto his back and put her arms around his neck, clasping the broken branch against his chest. He rose slowly, hitching her legs further around his hips as the constriction of her skirt lessened. "You're awful nice to me, David," she murmured against his neck, limp upon his back. Mrs. Wiseman washed and bound Jenny's hand interestingly. Then she scrubbed Jenny's little soft worm-like fingers and cleaned her fingernails while Jenny, naked, dried Rosaline the cabined hair. Underthings were not difficult, and stockings were simple also. But Jenny's feet were short rather than small, and shoes were a problem, though Jenny insisted that Mrs. Wiseman's shoes were quite comfortable. But she was clothed at last, and Mrs. Wiseman gathered up the two wet garments gingerly and went to lean her hip against the bunk. The dress Jenny now wore belonged to their girl Patricia, and Jenny stood before the mirror, bulging it divinely, examining herself in the mirror, smoothing the dress over her hips with a slow preening motion. "I had no idea there was that much difference between them," the other thought. "It's far more exciting than a bathing suit." "Jenny," she said, "I think, really, Darling, you simply must not go where men can see you like that. For Mrs. Morriday's sake, you know, she's having enough trouble as it is, without any rioting." "Don't it look all right?" "It feels all right," Jenny answered, trying to see as much of herself as possible in the 12-inch glass. "I don't doubt it. You must be able to feel every stitch in it. But we'll have to get something else for you to wear. Slip it off, darling." Jenny obeyed. "It feels all right to me," she repeated. "It don't feel funny." "It doesn't look funny, not at all. On the contrary, in fact. That's the trouble with it," the other answered, delving busily into her bag. "Always thought I had the kind of figure that could wear anything," Jenny persisted, holding the dress regretfully in her hands. "You have," the other told her. "Exactly that kind. Terribly like that. Simple and inevitable. Devastating." "Devastating," Jenny repeated with interest. "There was a kind of funny little man at Mandeville that day." She turned to the mirror again, trying to see as much of herself as possible. "I've been told I've a figure like Dorothy McHale's, only not too thin. And I think a little flesh is becoming to a girl, don't you?" "Devastating," the other agreed again. She rose and held a dark-colored dress between her hands. "You look worse than ever in this, terrible as a young widow." She went to Jenny and held the dress against her, contemplative. Then, still holding the dress between her hands, she put her arms around Jenny. "A little flesh is worse than a little dynamite, Jenny," she said soberly, looking at Jenny with her dark, sad eyes. "Does your hand still hurt?" "It's all right now." Jenny craned her neck, peering downward along her flank. "It's a little long, ain't it?" "Yours will dry soon." She raised Jenny's face and kissed her on the mouth. "Slip it on and we'll hang your things in the sun." End of section 37. Read by Bryce Cries, Ohio. Section 38 of Mosquitos. Third day, 4 p.m. He strode on in the dust, along the endless shimmering road between pines like fixed explosions on the afternoon. The afternoon was an endless, unbearable brightness. Their shapeless merged shadow moved on. 2 steps more and he would tread upon it and through it as he did dispersed shadows of pines, but it moved on just ahead of him between the faded, forgotten ruts, keeping its distance effortlessly in the uneven dust. The dust was fine as powder and unbroken, only an occasional hoofprint, a fading ghost of a forgotten passage. Above the metallic, implacable sky resting upon his bowed neck and her lax, damp weight upon his back, and her cheek against his neck, rubbing monotonously against it. Thin fire darted upon him constantly. He strode on. The dusty road swam into his vision, passed beneath his feet, and so behind like an endless ribbon. He found that his mouth was open, drooling, though no moisture came, and his gums took a thin, dry texture like cigarette paper. He closed his mouth, trying to moisten his gums. Trees without tops passed him, marched up abreast of him, topless, and fell behind. The rank roadside grass approached and became monstrous and separate, blade by blade. Lizards hissed in it sibilantly ere it faded behind him. Thin, unseen fire darted upon him, but he didn't even feel it, for in his shoulders and arms there was no longer any sensation at all, save that of relaxed weight upon his back, and the brass sky resting upon his neck, and her moist cheek rubbing against his neck monotonously. He found that his mouth was open again, and he closed it. "That's far enough," she said, presently rousing. "Let me down." There emerged shadow blended at intervals with the shadows of the tall, topless trees, but beyond the shadow of the trees their blended shadow appeared again, 2 paces ahead of him, and the road went on ahead of him, shimmering and blistering and whiter than salt. "Put me down, David," she repeated. "No," he said between his dry, rough teeth, above the remote, imperturbable tramping of his heart. "Not tired." His heart made a remote sound. Each beat seemed to be somewhere in his head, just behind his eyes. Each beat was a red tide that temporarily obscured his vision. But it always ended. Then another dull surge blinded him for a moment. But remote, like a tramping of soldiers in red uniforms, stepping endlessly across the door of a room where he crouched trying to look out the door. It was a dull, heavy sound, like a steamer's engines, and he found that he was thinking of water, of a blue monotony of seas. It was a red sound just back of his eyes. The road came on, an endless blistering ribbon between worn ruts where nothing had passed for a long time. The sea makes a swishing sound in your ears. Regular, swish, swish. Not against your eyes, though, not against the backs of your eyes. The shadow came out of a blotch of larger shadows cast by trees that had no top. 2 steps more. No, 3 steps now. 3 steps. Getting to be afternoon, getting to be later than it was once. 3 step, then. All right, man walks on his hind legs. A man can take 3 steps. A monkey can take 3 steps. But there is water in a monkey's cage, in a pan. 3 steps. All right. 1, 2, 3. Gone, gone, gone. It's a red sound. Not behind your eyes. See, 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 see. You're in a cave. You're in a cave of dark sound. The sound of the sea is outside the cave. See, 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 see. Now when they keep stepping in front of the door, there was another sound in his ears now, a faint, annoying sound, and the weight on his back was shifting of its own volition, thrusting him downward toward the blistering, blanched dust in which he walked. Took 3 steps. A man can take 3 steps, and he staggered, trying to shift his numb arms and get a new grip. His mouth was open again, and when he tried to shut it, it made a dry, hissing sound. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. "Let me down, I tell you," she repeated, thrusting herself backward. "Look, there's a signboard. Let me down. I tell you I can walk now." She thrust herself away from him, twisting her legs from his grasp and forcing him down, and he stumbled and went to his knees. Her feet touched the ground, and still astride of his body, she braced herself and held him partially up by his shoulders. He stopped at last, on all fours like a beast, his head hanging between his shoulders, and kneeling beside him in the dust, she slid her hand under his forehead to lessen the tension on his neck, and raised her eyes to the signboard. Mandeville, 14 miles, and a crude finger pointing in the direction from which they had come. The front of her dress was damp, blotched darkly with his sweat. After the women had hovered Jenny's draggled helplessness below decks, Fairchild removed his hat and mopped his face, looking about upon his fatuous Frankenstein with a sort of childlike astonishment. Then his gaze came to rest on Mr. Taliaferro's haggard, damp despair, and he laughed and laughed. Laugh you may, the Semitic man told him, but much more of this sort of humor and you'll be doing your laughing ashore. I think now if Taliaferro'd start an active protest with you as its immediate object, that we'd all be inclined to support him. Mr. Taliaferro dripped forlornly in utter and hopeless dejection. The Semitic man looked at him, then he too looked about at the others and upon the now peaceful scene of their recent activities. One certainly pays a price for art, he murmured. One really does. Taliaferro's the only one who has suffered any actual damage, Fairchild protested, and I'm just going to buy him off now. Come on, Taliaferro, we can fix you up. That won't be sufficient, the Semitic man said, still ominous. The rest of us have been assailed enough in our vanities to rise from principle. Well then, if I have to, I'll buy you all off, Fairchild answered. He led the way toward the stairs, but he halted again and looked back at them. Where's Gordon? He asked. Nobody knew. Well, no matter. He knows where to come. He went on. After all, he said, there are compensations for art, ain't there? The Semitic man admitted that there were, though, he added, it's a high price to pay for whiskey. He descended in his turn. Yes, we really must get something out of it. We spend enough time on it and suffer enough moral and mental turmoil because of it. Sure, Fairchild agreed. The ones that produce it get a lot from it. They get the boon of keeping their time pretty well filled. And that's a whole lot to expect in this world, he said profoundly, fumbling at his door. It opened at last, and he said, Oh, here you are. Say, you just missed it. Major Ayers, his neglected tumbler beside him and clutching a book, came up for air when they entered, festooned yet with a kind of affable bewilderment. Missed what? He repeated. They all began to tell him about it at once, producing Mr. Taliaferro as evidence from where he lurked unhappily in their midst for Major Ayers' inspection and commiseration. And still telling him about it, they found seats while Fairchild again assumed the ritual of his hidden suitcase. Major Ayers already had the chair, but the Semitic man attempted the book anyway. What have you got there? He asked. Major Ayers' hearty bewilderment descended upon him again. I was passing the time, he explained quickly. He stared at the book. It's quite strange, he said. Then he added, I mean the way they get their books up nowadays. I like the way they get their books up. Jolly with colors, you know. But he considered a moment. I rather lost the habit of reading at Sandhurst, he explained in a burst of confidence, and then on active service constantly. War is bad, the Semitic man agreed. What were you reading? I rather lost the habit of reading at Sandhurst, Major Ayers explained again. He raised the book again. Fairchild opened a fresh bottle. Somebody'll have to dig up some more glasses. Mark, see if you can slip back to the kitchen and get one or two more. Let's see the book, he said, reaching his hand. The Semitic man forestalled him. You go ahead and give us some whiskey. I'd rather forget my grief that way just now. But look, Fairchild insisted. The other fended him off. Give us some whiskey, I tell you, he repeated. Here's Mark with the glasses. What we need in this country is protection from artists. They even want to annoy us with each other's stuff. Go ahead, Fairchild replied equably. Have your joke. You know my opinion of smartness. He passed glasses among them. He can't mean that, the Semitic man said, just because New Republic gives him hell. But the Dial once bought a story of him, Mark Frost said with hollow envy. And what a fate for a man in all the lusty pride of his Ohio Valley masculinity. Immolation in a home for old young ladies of either sex. That atmosphere was too rare for him, eh, Dawson? Fairchild laughed. Well, I ain't much of an alpinist. What do you want to be in there for, Mark? It would suit Mark exactly, the Semitic man said. That vague, polite fury of the intellect in which they function. What I can't see is how Mark has managed to stay out of it. But then if you'll look close enough, you'll find an occasional grain of truth in these remarks, which Mark and I make, and which you consider merely smart. But you utter things not quite clever enough to be untrue, and while we are marveling at your profundity, you lose courage and flatly contradict yourself the next moment. Why? Only that tactless and well-meaning God of yours alone knows why anyone should worry enough about the temporary meaning or construction of words to contradict himself consciously or to feel annoyed when he has done it unconsciously is beyond me. Well, it is a kind of sterility, words, Fairchild admitted. You begin to substitute words for things and deeds, like the withered cuckold husband that took the Decameron to bed with him every night, and pretty soon the thing or the deed becomes just a kind of shadow of a certain sound you make by shaping your mouth a certain way. But you have a confusion too. I don't claim that words have life in themselves, but words brought into a happy conjunction produce something that lives, just as soil and climate and an acorn in proper conjunction will produce a tree. Words are like acorns, you know. Every one of them won't make a tree, but if you just have enough of them, you're bound to get a tree sooner or later. If you just talk long enough, you're bound to say the right thing someday. Is that what you mean? The Semitic man asked. Let me show you what I mean. Fairchild reached again for the book. For heaven's sake, the other exclaimed, let us have one drink in peace. We'll admit your contention if that's what you want. Isn't that what you say, Major? No, really, Major Ayers protested. I enjoyed the book, though I rather lost the habit of reading at Sand. I like the book myself, Mark Frost said. My only criticism is that it got published. You can't avoid that, Fairchild told him. It's inevitable. It happens to everyone who will take the risk of writing down 1,000 coherent consecutive words. And sooner than that, the Semitic man added, if you've murdered your husband or won a golf championship. Yes, Fairchild agreed. Cold print. Your stuff looks so different in cold print. It lends a kind of impersonal authority even to stupidity. That's backward, the other said. Stupidity lends a kind of impersonal authority even to cold print. Fairchild stared at him. Say, what did you just tell me about contradicting myself? I can't afford to, the other answered. I never authenticate mine. He drained his glass. But as for art and artists, I prefer artists. I don't even object to paying my pro rata to feed them, so long as I'm not compelled to listen to them. It seems to me, Fairchild rejoined, that you spend a lot of time listening to them for a man who professes to dislike it and who don't have to. That's because I'd have to listen to somebody, artist or shoe clerk, and the artist is more entertaining because he knows less about what he's trying to do, and besides, I talk a little myself. I wonder what became of Gordon. End of section 38, read by Bryce Cries, Ohio. Section 39 of Mosquitos, by William Faulkner. Third day, 5 p.m. Evening came, sad as horns among the trees. The road had dropped downward again into the swamp where, amid rank, impenetrable jungle, dark streams wallowed aimless and obscene, and against the hidden flame of the west, huge trees brooded bearded and ancient as prophets out of Genesis. David lay at full length at the roadside. He had lain there a long time, but at last he sat up and looked about for her. She stood beside a cypress, up to her knees in thick water, her arms crossed against the tree trunk and her face hidden in her arms, utterly motionless. About them a moist green twilight filled with unseen fire. David, her voice was muffled by her arms, and after it there was no sound in this vacant, timeless twilight of trees. He sat beside the road, and presently she spoke again. It's a mess, David. I didn't know it was going to be like this. He made a harsh, awkward sound, as though it were someone else's voice he was trying to speak with. Hush, she said. It's my fault. I got you into this. I'm sorry, David. These trees were thicker, huger, more ancient than any yet, amid their brooding twilight of their beards. What must we do now, David? After a while she raised her head and looked at him and repeated the question. He answered slowly, Whatever you want to do. She said, Come here, David. And he got slowly to his feet and stepped into the black, thick water and went to her and for a while she looked at him soberly without moving. Then she turned from the tree and came nearer, and they stood in the foul black water embracing. Suddenly she clasped him fiercely. "Can't you do something about it? Can't you make it different? Must it be like this?" "What do you want me to do?" he asked slowly in that voice which was not his. She loosed her arms, and he repeated as though prompted, "You do whatever you want to do. I'm damn sorry, David, for getting you into this. Josh is right. I'm just a fool." She writhed her body beneath her dress, whimpering again. "They hurt me so damn bad," she moaned. "We must get out of this," he said. "You tell me what you want me to do." "It will be all right if I do what I think is best?" she asked quickly, staring at him with her grave, opaque eyes. "You swear it will?" "Yes," he answered, with utter weariness. "You do whatever you want to do." She became at once passive, a submissive docility in his embrace, but he stood holding her loosely, not even looking at her. As abruptly her passiveness faded, and she said, "You're all right, David. I'd like to do something for you, pay you back some way." She looked at him again and found that he was looking at her. "David? Why, David, don't feel that way about it." But he continued to look at her with his quiet, utter yearning. "David, I'm sorry. What can I do about it? Tell me. I'll do it. Anything, just anything." "It's all right," he said. "But it isn't. I want to make it up to you some way for getting you into this." His head was averted. He seemed to be listening. Then the sound came again across the afternoon, among the patriarchal trees, a faint, fretful sound. "There's a boat," he said. "We are close to the lake." "Yes," he agreed. "I heard it a while ago. I think it's coming in near here." She moved, and he released her. She listened again, touching his shoulder lightly. "Yes, it's coming this way. You better take your shirt again. Turn your back, please, David." End of section 39, read by Bryce Cries, Ohio. Section 40 of Mosquitos by William Faulkner. Third day, 6 p.m. "Sure, I know where your boat is. Seen your hove to when I come along. In mighty shallow water, too. Ain't more than 3 miles down the lake," the man told them, setting a galvanized pail of water on the edge of the veranda. His house stood on piles driven into the moist earth at the edge of the jungle. Before it, a dark, broad stream was seemingly without any movement at all between rigid palisades of trees. The man stood on the veranda and watched her while she poured dippers full of heavenly water on her head. The water ran through her hair and dripped down her face, sopping her dress, while the man stood and watched her. His blue collarless shirt was fastened at the throat by a brass collar button. His sweat-stained suspenders drew his faded cotton trousers snugly over his paunch. His loose jowls moved rhythmically, and he spat brownly on the earth at their feet, barely averting his head. "You folks been wandering around in the swamp all day?" he asked, staring at her with his pale, heavy eyes, roving his gaze slowly up her muddy stockings and her stained dress. "What do you want to go back for now? Feller got enough, huh?" He spat again and made a heavy sound of disparagement and disgust. "Ain't no such thing as enough. Get a real man next time." He looked at David and asked him a question using an unprintable verb. Anger, automatic and despite his weariness, fired him slowly, but she forestalled him. "Let's get back to the boat first," she said to him. She looked at the man again, meeting his pale, heavy stare. "How much?" she asked briskly. $5. He glanced at David again. "In advance." David put his hand to his waist. "With my money," she said quickly, watching him as he dug into his watch pocket and extracted a single bill neatly folded. No, with mine," she insisted peremptorily, staying his hand. "Where's mine?" she asked, and he drew from his trousers her crumpled mass of notes, and she took it. The man accepted the bill and spat again. He descended heavily from the porch and led the way down to the water where his launch was moored. They got in, and he cast off and thrust the boat away from the shore and bent heavily over the engine. "Yes, sir, that's the way with these town fellers. No guts. Next time come over to this side and get you a real man. I can get off most any day." And I won't be home yet home by sundown neither, he added, looking back over his shoulder. Shut your mouth, she told him sharply. Make him shut up, David. The man paused, staring at her with his pale, sleepy eyes. Now look-a-here, he began heavily. Shut up and start your flivver, she repeated. You've got your money, so let's go if we are going. Well, that's all right, too. I like 'em to have a little get up and get to 'em. He stared at her with his lazy, drooping eyes, chewing rhythmically. Then he called her a name. David rose from his seat, but she restrained him with one hand, and she cursed the man fluently and glibly. Now get started, she finished. If he opens his head again, David, just knock him right out of the boat. The man snarled his yellow teeth at them. Then he bent again over the engine. Its fretful clamor rose soon, and the boat slid away, circling, cutting the black, motionless water. Ahead soon there was a glint of space beyond the trees, a glint of water, and soon they had passed from the bronze nave of the river onto the lake beneath the rushing, soundless wings of sunset and a dying glory of day under the cooling brass bowl of the sky. The Nausicaa was more like a rosy gull than ever in the sunset, squatting sedately upon the darkening indigo of the water against the black, metallic trees. The man shut off his fussy engine, and the launch slid up alongside, and the man caught the rail and held his boat stationary, watching her muddy legs as she climbed aboard the yacht. No one was in sight. They stood at the rail and looked downward upon his thick backside while he spun the flywheel again. The engine caught at last, then the launch circled away from the yacht and headed again into the sunset, while the fussy engine desecrated the calm of water and sky and trees. Soon the boat was only a speck in the fading path of the sunset. David, she said, when it had gone. She turned and put her firm, tanned hand on his breast, and he turned his head also and looked at her with his beast-like longing. It's all right, he said after a time. She put her arms around him again, sexless and hard, drawing his cheek down to her sober, moist kiss. This time he didn't move his head. I'm sorry, David. It's all right, he repeated. She laid her hands flat on his chest, and he released her. For a time they gazed at each other. Then she left him and crossed the deck and descended the companionway without looking back, and so left him and the evening from which the sun had gone suddenly, and into which night was as suddenly come, and across which the fretful thin sound of the launch came yet faintly along the dreaming water, beneath the tarnished sky where stars were already pricking like a hushed magical blooming of flowers. She found the others at dinner in the saloon, since what breeze there was still offshore, and the saloon was screened. They greeted her with various surprise, but she ignored them and her aunt's round, suffused face, going haughtily to her place. Patricia, Mrs. Maurier said at last, where have you been? Walking, Venise snapped. In her hand she carried a small crumpled mass, and she put this on the table, separating the notes and smoothing them into 3 flat sheaves. Patricia, said Mrs. Maurier again. I owe you $6, she told Miss Jameson, putting one of the sheaves beside her plate. You only had $1, she informed Mrs. Wiseman, passing a single note across the table to her. I'll pay you the rest of yours when we get home, she told her aunt, reaching across Mr. Talleyrand's shoulder with the 3rd sheaf. She met her aunt's apoplectic face again. I brought your steward back, too, so you haven't got anything to kick about. Patricia, Mrs. Maurier said. She said jokingly, Mr. Gordon, didn't he come back with you? He wasn't with me. What would I want to take him along for? I already had one man. Mrs. Maurier's face became dreadful, and as the blood died swooning in her heart, she had again that brief vision of floating inert buttocks, later to wash ashore with that inopportune and terrible implacability of the drowned. Patricia, she said dreadfully. Oh, haul in your sheet, Denise interrupted wearily. You're jibbing. Gosh, I'm hungry. She sat down and met her brother's cold gaze. And you too, Josh, she added, taking a piece of bread. The nephew glanced briefly at his aunt's wrung face. You ought to beat hell out of her, he said calmly, going on with his dinner. End of section 40, read by Bryce Cries, Ohio. Section 41 of Mosquitos by William Faulkner. Third day, 9 p.m. But I saw him about 4 o'clock, Fairchild argued. He was in the boat with us. Didn't you see him, Major? But that's so, you were not with us. You saw him, Mark, didn't you? He was in the boat when we started, I remember that, but I don't remember seeing him after Ernest fell out. Well, I do. I know I saw him on deck after we got back, but I can't remember seeing him in the boat after Jenny and Taliaferro. He's all right, though. He'll show up soon. He ain't the sort to get drowned. Don't be too sure of that, Major Ayers said. There are no women missing, you know. Fairchild laughed his burly, appreciative laugh. Then he met Major Ayers' glassy, solemn stare and ceased. Then he laughed once more, somewhat after the manner of one feeling his way into a dark room, and ceased again, turning on Major Ayers his trustful, baffled expression. Major Ayers said, "This place to which these young people went today?" "Mandeville," the Semitic man supplied. "What sort of place is it?" They told him. "Ah, yes. They have facilities for that sort of thing, eh?" "Well, not more than usual," the Semitic man answered, and Fairchild said, still watching Major Ayers with a sort of cautious bafflement, "Not any more than you can carry along with you. We Americans always carry our facilities with us. It's living high-tension, go-getting lives like we do in this country, you see." Major Ayers glared at him politely. "Somewhat like the continent," he suggested after a time. "Not exactly," the Semitic man said. "In America you often find an H encased." Fairchild and Major Ayers stared at the Semitic man. "As well as a cast and chased," Mark Frost put in. Fairchild and Major Ayers now stared at him, watching him while he lit a fresh cigarette from the stub of his present one, and left his chair and went to lie at full length on the deck. "Why not?" the Semitic man took him up. "Love itself is stone blind." "It has to be," Mark Frost answered. Major Ayers stared from one to the other for a while. He said, "This Mandeville now. It is a convention, eh? A local convention?" "Convention," Fairchild repeated. "I mean like our Gretna Green. You ask a lady there and immediately there's an understanding. Saves unnecessary explanations and all that." "I thought Gretna Green was a place for these to go to get marriage licenses in a hurry," Fairchild said suspiciously. "It was once," Major Ayers agreed. "But during the Great Fire all the registrars and parsons' homes were destroyed. And in those days communication was so poor that word didn't get about until a fortnight or so later. In the meantime, quite a few young people had gone there in all sincerity, you know, and were forced to return the next day without benefit of clergy. Of course, young ladies durst not tell until matters were remedied, which during those unsettled times might be any time up to a month or so. But by that time, of course, the police had heard of it. London police always hear of things in time, you know. And so, when you go to Gretna Green now, you get a policeman," the Semitic man said. "You've Yokohama in mind," Major Ayers answered as gravely. "Of course, they are native policemen," he added. "Like whitebait," the Semitic man suggested. "Or sardines," Mark Frost corrected. "Or sardines," Major Ayers agreed suavely. He sucked violently at his cold pipe while Fairchild stared at him with intrigued bewilderment. "But this young lady, the one who popped off with the steward, and came back the same day, is this customary with your young girls? I ask for information," he added quickly. "Our young girls don't do that, you know. With us only decayed countesses do that, cut off to Italy with chauffeurs and second footmen, and they never return before nightfall. But our young girls—" "Art," the Semitic man explained succinctly. Mark Frost elaborated. "In Europe, being an artist is a form of behavior. In America, it's an excuse for a form of behavior." "Yes, but I say," Major Ayers mused again, sucking violently at his cold pipe. "Then, she's not the one who did that tweaky little book, is she? The syphilis book?" "No, that was Julius's sister, the one named Eva," Fairchild said. "This one that eloped and came back ain't an artist at all. It's just the artistic atmosphere of the boat, I guess. Oh, said Major Ayres. Strange, he remarked. He rose and thumped his pipe against his palm. Then he blew through the stem and put it in his pocket. I think I shall go below and have a whiskey. Who will come along? I guess I won't right now, Fairchild decided. The Semitic man said later on. Major Ayres turned to the prone poet. And you, old thing? Bring it up to us, Mark Frost suggested. But Fairchild vetoed this. The Semitic man supported him, and Major Ayres departed. I wish I had a drink, Mark Frost said. Go down and have one, then, Fairchild told him. The poet groaned. The Semitic man lighted his cigar again, and Fairchild spoke from his tentative bewilderment. That was interesting about Gretna Green, wasn't it? I didn't know about that. Never read it anywhere, I mean. But I guess there's lots of grand things in the annals of all people that never get into the history books. The Semitic man chuckled. Fairchild tried to see his face in the obscurity. Then he said, Englishmen are funny folks, always kidding you at the wrong time. Things just on the verge of probability, and just when you have made up your mind to take it one way, you find they meant it the other. He mused a while in the darkness. It was kind of nice, wasn't it? Young people, young men and girls, caught in that strange hushed magic of sex and the mystery of intimate clothing and functions and all, and of lying side by side in the darkness, telling each other things. That's the charm of virginity, telling each other things. Virginity don't make any difference as far as the body's concerned. Young people running away together in a flurry of secrecy and caution and desire, and getting there to find. Again he turned his kind, baffled face toward his friend. He continued after a while. Of course the girls would be persuaded after they'd come that far, wouldn't they? You know, strange surroundings, a strange room like an island in an uncharted sea full of monsters like landlords and strangers and such. The sheer business of getting their bodies from place to place and feeding 'em and caring for 'em. And your young man thwarted and lustful and probably fearful that you'd change your mind and back out altogether, in a strange room all secret and locked and far away from familiar things. And you young and soft and nice to look at and knowing it too. Of course they'd be persuaded, and of course when they got back home they wouldn't tell, not until another parson turned up and everything was all regular again. And maybe not then. Maybe they'd whisper to a friend someday after they'd been married long enough to prefer talking to other women to talking to their husbands while they were discussing the things women talk about. But they wouldn't tell the young, unmarried ones, though. And if they, even a year later, ever got wind of another one being seen going there or coming away, they are such practical creatures, you know. Only men hold to conventions for moral reasons. Or from habit, the Semitic man added. Yes, Fairchild agreed. I wonder what became of Gordon. Jenny remarked his legs tweeded. How can he stand them heavy clothes in this weather, she thought, with placid wonder. Calling him soundlessly as he passed, his purposeful stride faltered and he came over beside her. Enjoying the evening, eh? He suggested affably, glaring down at her in the darkness. Inside her borrowed clothes she was rife as whipped cream, blonde and perishable as an expensive pastry. Kind of, she admitted. Major Ayres leaned his elbow on the rail. I was on my way below, he told her. Yes, sir, Jenny agreed, passive in the darkness, like an erotic lightning bug projecting that sense of himself, surrounded and closed by the sweet, cloudy fire of her thighs, as young girls will. Major Ayres looked down at her vague, soft head. Then he jerked his head sharply, glaring about. Enjoying the evening, eh? He asked again. Yes, sir, Jenny repeated. She bloomed like a cloying, heavy flower. Major Ayres moved restively. Again he jerked his head as if he had heard his name spoken. Then he looked at Jenny again. Are you a native of New Orleans? Yes, sir. Esplanade. I beg pardon? Esplanade, where I live in New Orleans, she explained. It's a street, she added after a while. Oh, Major Ayres murmured. Do you like living there? I don't know. I always lived there. After a time, she added. It's not far. Not far, eh? No, sir. She stood motionless beside him, and for the third time Major Ayres jerked his head quickly, as though someone were trying to attract his attention. "I was on my way below," he repeated. Jenny waited a while, then she murmured, "It's a fine night for courting." "Courting?" Major Ayres repeated. "With dates." Major Ayres stared down upon her hushed, soft hair. "When boys come to see you," she explained. "When you go out with the boys." "Go out with the boys," Major Ayres repeated. "To Mandeville, perhaps?" "Sometimes," she agreed. "I've been there." "Do you go often?" "Why, sometimes," she repeated. "With boys, eh? With men, too, hey?" "Yes, sir," Jenny answered with mild surprise. "I don't guess anybody would just go there by herself." Major Ayres calculated heavily. Jenny stood docile and rife, projecting her little enticing aura, doing her best. "I say," he whispered presently, "suppose we pop down there tomorrow, you and I." "Tomorrow," Jenny repeated with soft astonishment. "Tonight, then," he amended. "What do you say?" "Tonight? Can we get there tonight? It's kind of late, ain't it? How will we get there?" "Like those people who went off this morning did. There's a tram or bus, isn't there? Or a train at the nearest village?" "I don't know. They came back in a boat." "Oh, a boat." Major Ayres considered a moment. "Well, no matter. We'll wait until tomorrow, then. We'll go tomorrow, eh?" "Yes, sir," Jenny repeated tirelessly, passive and rife, projecting her emanation. Once more Major Ayres looked about him. Then he moved his hand from the rail, and as Jenny, seeing the movement, turned to him with a slow unreluctance, he chucked her under the chin. "Right then," he said briskly, moving away. "Tomorrow it is." Jenny gazed after him in passive astonishment, and he turned and came back to her, and giving her an intimate, inviting glare, he chucked her again under her soft, surprised chin. Then he departed permanently. Jenny gazed after his tweed-clad dissolving shape, watching him out of sight. "He sure is a foreigner," she told herself. She sighed. End of section 41, read by Bryce Cries. Section 43 of Mosquitos by William Faulkner. Third day, 11 p.m. Mark Frost had roused and with a ghostly epigram had taken himself off to bed. Later the Semitic man rose and departed, leaving him with a cigar, and Fairchild sat with his stocking feet on the rail, puffing at the unfamiliar weed. He could see the whole deck in the pallid moonlight, and presently he remarked someone sitting near the after rail. How long this person had been there Fairchild could not have told, but he was there now, alone and quite motionless, and there was something about his attitude that unleashed Fairchild's curiosity, and at last he rose from his chair. It was David, the steward. He sat on a coiled rope, and he held something in his hands between his knees. When Fairchild stopped beside him, David raised his head slowly into the moonlight and gazed at the older man, making no effort to conceal that which he held. Fairchild leaned nearer to see. It was a slipper, a single slipper, cracked and stained with dried mud and disreputable, yet seeming still to hold in its mute shape something of that hard and sexless graveness of hers. After a while David looked away, gazing again out across the dark water and its path of shifting silver, holding the slipper between his hands, and without speaking, Fairchild turned and went quietly away. End of section 43, read by Bryce Cries, Ohio. Section 44 of Mosquitos by William Faulkner. The fourth day, 7 o'clock. Fairchild waked and lay for a while luxuriously on his back. After a time he turned on his side to doze again, and when he turned he noticed the square of paper lying on the floor, as though it had been thrust under the door. He lay watching it for a while, and then he came fully awake, and he rose and crossed the room and picked it up. "Dear Mr. Fairchild, I am leaving the boat today. I have got a better job. I have got 2 days coming to me. I will not claim it. I am leaving the boat before the trip is over. Tell Mrs. Moore I have got a better job. Ask her she will pay you $5. Of it you loaned me yours truly, David West." He reread the note, brooding over it. Then he folded it and put it in the pocket of his pajama jacket, and poured himself a drink. The Semitic man in his berth snored, profound, defenseless on his back. Fairchild sat again in his berth, his drink untasted beside him, and he unfolded the note and read it through again, remembering youth, thinking of age and slackening flesh like an old thin sorrow everywhere in the world. End of section 44. Section 45 of Mosquitos. The fourth day, 8 o'clock. Now don't you worry at all, they reassured Mrs. Maurier. We can do just as we did yesterday. It will be more fun than ever that way. Dorothy and I can open cans and warm things. We can get along just as well without a steward as with one, can't we, Dorothy? It will be like a picnic. Miss Jameson agreed. Of course the men will have to help too, she added, looking at Pete with her pale, humorless eyes. Mrs. Maurier submitted, dogging them with her moaning fatuousness, while Mrs. Wiseman and Miss Jameson and the niece opened cans and heated things, smearing dreadfully about the galley with grease and juices and blood from the niece's thumb, opening, at Mark Frost's instigation, a can labeled beans, which turned out to be green string beans. But they got coffee made at last, and breakfast was finally not very late. As they had said, it was like a picnic, though there were no hands, as the Semitic man pointed out just before he was ejected from the kitchen. We'll open a can of them for you, his sister offered briskly. Besides, there was still plenty of grapefruit at breakfast. Fairchild. But I saw him after we got back to the yacht. I know I did. Mark. No, he wasn't in the boat when we came back. I remember now. I never saw him after we changed places, just after Jenny and Ernest fell out. Julius. That's so. Was he in the boat with us at all? Does anybody remember seeing him in the boat at all? Fairchild. Sure he was. Don't you remember how Mark kept hitting him with his oar? I tell you I saw. Mark. He was in the boat at first, but after Jenny and Fairchild. Sure he was. Don't you remember seeing him after we came back, Eva? Eva. I don't know. My back was toward all of you while we were rowing. And after Ernest threw Jenny out, I don't remember who was there and who wasn't. Fairchild. Taliaferro was facing us. Didn't you see him, Taliaferro? And Jenny ought to remember. Don't you remember seeing him, Jenny? Mr. Taliaferro. I was washing the rope, you know. Fairchild. How about you, Jenny? Don't you remember? Eva. Now don't you bother Jenny about it. How could she be expected to remember anything about it? How could anybody be expected to remember anything about such an idiotic... Fairchild. Well, I do. Don't you all remember him going below with us after we got back? Mrs. Maurier, wringing her hands. Doesn't someone remember something about it? It's terrible. I don't know what to do. You people don't seem to realize what a position it puts me in, with such a dreadful thing hanging over me. You people have nothing to lose, but I live here. I have a certain... And now a thing like this... Fairchild. He ain't drowned. He'll turn up soon. You watch what I say. The niece. And if he is drowned, we'll find him all right. The water isn't very deep between here and the shore. Her aunt gazed at her dreadfully. The nephew. Besides, the dead body always floats after 48 hours. All we have to do is wait right here until tomorrow morning. Chances are he'll be bumping alongside, ready to be hauled back on board. Mrs. Maurier screamed. Her scream shuddered and died among her chins, and she gazed about at her party in abject despair. Fairchild. He ain't drowned. I tell you I saw. The niece. Sure. Cheer up, Aunt Pat. We'll get him back, even if he is. It's not like losing him altogether, you know. And if you send his body back, maybe his folks won't even claim your boat or anything. Eva. Shut up, you children. Fairchild. But I tell you I saw. End of section 45. Section 46 of Mosquitos. Fourth day, 9 o'clock. Forward, Jenny, the niece, her brother, come temporarily out of his scientific shell, and Pete stood in a group. Pete in his straw hat, and the nephew with his lean young body, and the two girls in their little scanty dresses, and awkward with a sort of terrible grace. So flagrantly young they were that it served as a barrier between them and the others, causing even Mr. Taliaferro to lurk nearby without the courage to join them. These young girls, Fairchild said. He watched the group, watched the niece and Jenny as they clung to the rail and swung aimlessly back and forth, pivoting on their heels in his sheer wantonness of young muscles. They scare me, he admitted. Not as a possible or probable chastity, you know. Chastity ain't a bodiless illusion multiplied by a lack of opportunity, Mark Frost said. What? He asked, looking at the poet. Well, maybe so. He resumed his own tenuous thought. Maybe we all have different ideas of sex, like all races do. Maybe us three sitting here are racially unrelated to each other as regards sex, like a Frenchman, an Anglo-Saxon, and a Mongol, for instance. Sex, said the Semitic man, to an Italian is something like a firecracker at a children's party. To a Frenchman, a business the relaxation from which is making money. To an Englishman, it is a nuisance. To an American, a horse race. Now, which are you? Fairchild laughed. He watched the group forward a while. They're strange sexless shapes, you know, he went on. We, you and I, grew up expecting something beneath a woman's dress, something satisfying in the way of breasts and hips and such. But now... Do you remember the pictures you used to get in packages of cigarettes, or that you saw in magazines and barbershops? Anna held and Eva Tanguay with shapes like elegant parlor lamp chimneys. Where are they now? Now on the street, what do you see? Creatures with the uncomplex awkwardness of calves or colts, with two little knobs for breasts and indicated buttocks that, except for their soft look, might well belong to a boy of 15. Not satisfying anymore, just exciting and monotonous, and mostly monotonous. Where, he continued, are the soft, bulging, rabbit-like things women used to have inside their clothes? Gone, with a poor Indian and 10-cent beer and cambric drawers. But still, they're kind of nice, these young girls. Kind of like a thin, monotonous flute music or something. Shrill and stupid, the Semitic man agreed. He, too, gazed at the group forward for a time. Who was the fool who said that our clothing, our custom in dress, does not affect the shape of our bodies and our behavior? Not stupid, the other objected. Women are never stupid. Their mental equipment is too sublimely sufficient to do what little directing their bodies require. And when your mentality is sufficient to your bodily needs, where there is such a perfect mating of capability and necessity, there can't be any stupidity. When women have more intelligence than that, they become nuisances sooner or later. All they need is enough intelligence to move and eat and observe the cardinal precautions of existence, and recognize the current mode and time to standardize themselves, Mark Frost put in. Well, yes, and I don't object to that either, Fairchild said. As a purely lay brother to the human race, I mean. After all, they are merely articulated genital organs with a kind of aptitude for spending whatever money you have. So when they get themselves up to look exactly like all the other ones, you can give all your attention to their bodies. What about the exceptions? Mark Frost asked. The ones that don't paint or bob their hair. Poor things, Fairchild answered. And the Semitic man said, Perhaps there is heaven after all. You believe they have souls then? Fairchild asked. Certainly. If they are not born with them, it's a poor creature indeed who can't get one from some man by the time she's 11 years old. That's right, Fairchild agreed. He watched the group forward for a time. Then he rose. I think I'll go over and hear what they're talking about. Mrs. Wiseman came up and borrowed a cigarette of Mark Frost, and they watched Fairchild's burly retreating back. The Semitic man said, There's a man of undoubted talent, despite his fumbling bewilderment in the presence of sophisticated emotions. Despite his lack of self-assurance, you mean? Mark Frost corrected. No, it isn't that, Mrs. Wiseman put in. You mean the same thing that Julius does, that having been born an American of a provincial Midwestern lower middle-class family, he has inherited all the lower middle class's awe of education with a capital E, an awe which the very fact of his difficulty in getting to college and staying there has increased. Yes, her brother agreed. And the reaction which sheer accumulated years and human experience has brought about in him has swung him to the opposite extreme without destroying that ingrained awe or offering him anything to replace it with at all. His writing seems fumbling, not because life is unclear to him, but because of his innate, humorless belief that, though it bewilder him at times, life at bottom is sound and admirable and fine. And because hovering over this American scene into which he has been thrust, the ghosts of the Emersons and Lowells and other exemplifiers of education with a capital E who, seated on chairs in handsomely carpeted parlors and surrounded by an atmosphere of half-caste and security, dominated American letters in its most healthy American phase, without heat or vulgarity, simper yet in a sort of ubiquitous machoism, a sort of puerile bravado and flaunting while he fears, he explained. But, his sister said, for a man like Dawson there is no better American tradition than theirs, if he but knew it. They may have sat among their objects, transcribing their Greek and Latin and holding correspondences across the Atlantic, but they still found time to put out of their New England ports with the Word of God in one hand and a belaying pin in the other, and all sails drawing aloft. And whatever they fell foul of was American. And it was American, and is yet. Yes, her brother agreed again, but he lacks what they had at command among their shelves of discreet books and their dearth of heat and vulgarity, a standard of literature that is international. No, not a standard exactly, a belief, a conviction that his talent need not be restricted to delineating things which his conscious mind assures him are American reactions. Freedom, suggested Mark Frost hollowly. No, no one needs freedom. We cannot bear it. He need only let himself go, let himself forget all this fetish of culture and education, which is upbringing, and the ghosts of those whom circumstance permitted to reside longer at college than himself, and whom, despite himself, he regards with awe, assure him that he lacks. For by getting himself and his own bewilderment and inhibitions out of the way, by describing, in a manner that even translation cannot injure, as Balzac did, American life as American life is, it will become eternal and timeless despite him. Life everywhere is the same, you know. Manners of living, it may be different. Are they not different between adjoining villages? Family names, profits on a single field or orchard, work influences. But man's old compulsions, duty and inclination, the axis and the circumference of his squirrel cage, they do not change. Details don't matter. Details only entertain us, and nothing that merely entertains us can matter, because the things that entertain us are purely speculative. Prospective pleasures which we probably will not achieve. The other things only surprise us, and he who has stood the surprise of birth can stand anything. End of section 46. Section 47 of Mosquitos, by William Faulkner. Fourth day, 10 o'clock. Gabriel's pants, the nephew said, raising his head. I've already told you once what I'm making, haven't I? He had repaired to his retreat in the lee of the wheelhouse, where he would be less liable to interruption. Or so he thought. Jenny stood beside his chair and looked at him placidly. I wasn't going to ask you again, she replied without rancor. I just happened to be walking by here. Then she examined the visible deck space with a brief, comprehensive glance. This is a fine place for courting, she remarked. Is, huh? The nephew said. What's the matter with Pete? His knife ceased and he raised his head again. Jenny answered something vaguely. She moved her head again and stood without exactly looking at him, placid and rife, giving him to think of himself surrounded and enclosed by the sweet cloudy fire of her thighs, as young girls do. The nephew laid his pipe and his knife aside. Where am I going to sit? Jenny asked. So he moved over in his canvas chair, making room, and she came with slow unreluctance and squirmed into the sagging chair. It's a kind of tight fit, she remarked. Presently the nephew raised his head. You don't put much pep into your petting, he remarked. So Jenny placidly put more pep into it. After a time the nephew raised his head and gazed out over the water. Gabriel's pants, he murmured in a tone of hushed detachment, stroking his hand slowly over the placid points of Jenny's thighs. Gabriel's pants. After a while he raised his head. Say, he said abruptly, where's Pete? Back yonder somewheres, Jenny answered. I saw him just before you stopped me. The nephew craned his neck, looking aft along the deck. Then he uncraned it, and after a while he raised his head. I guess that's enough, he said. He pushed at Jenny's blonde abandon. Get up now. I got my work to do. Beat it now. Give me time to, Jenny said placidly, struggling out of the chair. It was a kind of tight fit, but she stood erect finally, smoothing at her clothes. The nephew resumed his tools, and so after a while Jenny went away. End of section 47. Section 48 of Mosquitos, by William Faulkner. 4th A, 11 a.m. It was a thin volume bound in dark blue boards and a narrow orange arabesque of esoteric design, unbroken across front and back near the top, and the title, in orange, Satirical in Starlight. Now here, said Fairchild, flattening a page under his hand, his heavy horn-rimmed spectacles riding his blobby, benign face jauntily, is the Major's syphilis poem. After all, poetry has accomplished something when it causes a man like the Major to mull over it for a while. Poets lack business judgment. Now if I... Perhaps that's what makes one a poet, the Semitic man suggested. Being able to sustain a fine obliviousness of the world and its compulsions. You're thinking of oyster fishermen, Mrs. Weissman said. Being a successful poet is being just glittering and obscure and imminent enough in your public life to excuse whatever you might do privately. If I were a poet, Fairchild attempted. That's right, the Semitic man said. Nowadays, the gentle art has attained that state of perfection where you don't have to know anything about literature at all to be a poet. And the time is coming when you won't even have to write to be one. But that day hasn't quite arrived yet. You still have to write something occasionally. Not very often, of course, but still occasionally. And if it's obscure enough, everyone is satisfied. Then you have vindicated yourself and are immediately forgotten, and are again at perfect liberty to dine with whoever will invite you. But listen, repeated Fairchild. If I were a poet, you know what I'd do? You'd capture an unattached but ardent wealthy female. Or lacking that, some other and more fortunate poet would divide a weekend or so with you. There seems to be a noblesse oblige among them, the other answered. Gentlemen poets, that is, yet. No, said Fairchild, indefatigable. I'd intersperse my book with photographs and art studies on ineffable morons in bathing suits or clutching imitation lace window curtains across thermals. That's what I'd do. That would damn it is art, Mark Frost objected. You're confusing art with studio life, Mark, Mrs. Weissman told him. She forestalled him and accepted a cigarette. I'm all out myself. Sorry, thanks. Why not? Mark Frost responded. If studio life costs you enough, it becomes art. You have to have a good reason to give it to your people back home in Ohio or Indiana or somewhere. But everybody wasn't born in the Ohio Valley, thank God, the Semitic man said. Fairchild stared at him, kind and puzzled, a trifle belligerent. I speak for those of us who read books instead of write them, he explained. It's bad enough to grow into the conviction after you reach the age of discretion that you are to spend the rest of your life writing books, but to have your very infancy darkened by the possibility that you may have to write the great American novel. Oh, Fairchild said. Well, maybe you are like me, and prefer a live poet to the writings of any man. Make it a dead poet, and I'll agree. Well, he settled his spectacles. Listen to this. Mark Frost groaned, rising, and departed. Fairchild read implacably. On rose and peach their droppings bled. Love a sacrifice has lain. Beneath his hand his mouth is slain. Beneath his hand his mouth is dead. No, wait. He skipped back up the page. Mrs. Weissman listened restively, her brother with his customary quizzical phlegm. The raven bleak and Philomel amid the bleeding trees were fixed. His hoarse cry and hers were mixed, and through the dark their droppings fell. Upon the red erupted rose, upon the broken branch of peach, blurred with scented mouths that each to another sing and close. He read the entire poem through. What do you make of it? He asked. Mostly words, the Semitic man answered promptly. A sort of cocktail of words. I imagine you get quite a jolt from it if your taste is educated to cocktails. Well, why not? Mrs. Weissman said with a fierce protectiveness. Only fools require ideas and verbs. Perhaps so, her brother admitted. But there's no nourishment in electricity, as you poets nowadays seem to believe. Well, what would you have them write about, then? she demanded. There's only one possible subject to write anything about. What is there worth the effort and despair of writing about, except love and death? That's the feminine of it. You'd better let art alone and stick to artists, as is your nature. But women have done some good things, Fairchild objected. I've read. They bear geniuses. But do you think they care anything about the pictures and music their children produce? That they have any other emotion than a fierce tolerance of the vagaries of the child? Do you think Shakespeare's mother was any prouder of him than, say, Tom o' Bedlam's? Certainly she was, Mrs. Weissman said. Shakespeare made money. He made a bad choice for comparison, Fairchild said. All artists are kind of insane. Don't you think so? Yes, Mrs. Weissman. Yes, she snapped. Almost as insane as the ones that sit around and talk about them. Well, Fairchild stared again at the page under his hand. He said slowly, it's a kind of dark thing. It's kind of like somebody brings you to a dark door. Will you enter that room or not? But the old fellows got you in the room first, the Semitic man said. Then they asked you if you wanted to go out or not. I don't know. There are rooms, dark rooms, that they didn't know anything about at all. Freud and these other discovered them just in time to supply our shelterless literati with free sleeping quarters. But you and Eva just agreed that subject, substance, doesn't signify in verse, that the best poetry is just words. Yes, infatuation with words, Fairchild agreed. That's when you hammer out good poetry, great poetry, a kind of singing rhythm in the world that you get into without knowing it, like a swimmer gets into a current. Words. I had it once. Shut up, Dawson, Mrs. Weissman said. Julius can afford to be a fool. Words, repeated Fairchild. But it's gone out of me now. That first infatuation, I mean. That sheer infatuation with and marveling over the beauty and power of words. That has gone out of me. Used up, I guess. So I can't write poetry anymore. It takes me too long to say things now. We all wrote poetry when we were young, the Semitic man said. Some of us even put it down on paper, but all of us wrote it. Yes, repeated Fairchild, turning slowly onward through the volume. Listen, O spring, O wanton, O cruel, bearing to the curved and hungry hand of March your white, unsubtle thighs. And listen, he turned onward. Mrs. Weissman was gazing aft, where Jenny and Mr. Taliaferro had come into view and now leaned together upon the rail. The Semitic man listened with weary courtesy. Above unsapped convolvuli of hills, April a bee sipping perplexed with pleasure. It's a kind of childlike faith in the efficacy of words, you see, a kind of belief that circumstance somehow will invest the veriest platitude with magic. And darn it, it does happen at times. Let it be historically or grammatically incorrect or physically impossible. Let it even be trite. There comes a time when it will be invested with a something not of this life, this world at all. It's a kind of fire, you know. He fumbled himself among words, staring at them, at the Semitic man's sad, quizzical eyes and Mrs. Weissman's averted face. Somebody, some drug clerk or something, has shredded the tender. And do you know what I believe? I believe that he's always writing it for some woman. That he fondly believes he's stealing a march on some brute bigger or richer or handsomer than he is. I believe that every word a writing man writes is put down with the ultimate intention of impressing some woman that probably don't care anything at all for literature, as is the nature of women. Well, maybe she ain't always a flesh and blood creature. She may be only the symbol of a desire, but she is feminine. Fame is only a byproduct. Do you remember the old boys never even bothered to sign their things? But I don't know. I suppose nobody ever knows a man's reasons for what he does. You can only generalize from results. He very seldom knows his reasons himself, the other said. By the time he has recovered from his astonishment at the unforeseen result he got, he has forgotten what reason he once believed he had. But how can you generalize from a poem? What result does a poem have? You say that substance doesn't matter, has no proper place in a poem. You have, the Semitic man continued with curious speculation, the strangest habit of contradicting yourself, of fumbling around and then turning tail and beating your listener to the refutation. But God knows there is plenty of room for speculation in modern verse. Fumbling, too, though the poets themselves do most of this. Don't you agree, Eva? His sister answered. What? Turning upon him her dark, preoccupied gaze. He repeated the question. Fairchild interrupted in full career. The trouble with modern verse is that to comprehend it, you must have recently passed through an emotional experience identical with that through which the poet himself has recently passed. The poetry of modern poets is like a pair of shoes that only those whose feet are shaped like the cobbler's feet can wear, while the old boys turned out shoes that anybody who can walk at all can wear. Like overshoes, the other suggested. Like overshoes, Fairchild agreed. But then, I ain't disparaging. Perhaps the few that the shoes fit can go a lot further than the whole herd of people shod alike go. Interesting anyway, the Semitic man said, to reduce the spiritual progress of the race to terms of an emotional migration, aesthetic Israelites crossing unwedded a pink sea of dullness and security. What about it, Eva? Mrs. Weissman, thinking of Jenny's soft body, came out of her dream. I think you are both not only silly but dull. She rose. I want to bum another cigarette, Dawson. He gave her one, and a match, and she left them. Fairchild turned a few pages. It's kind of difficult for me to reconcile her with this book, he said slowly. Does it strike you that way? Not so much that she wrote this, the other answered, but that she wrote anything at all. That anybody should. But there's no puzzle about the book itself. Not to me, that is. But you, straying trustfully about this park of dark and rootless trees, which Dr. Ellis and your Germans have recently thrown open to the public, you'll always be a babe in that wood, you know. Bewildered and slightly annoyed, restive, like Escher Bodypal's stallion when his master mounted him. Emotional bisexuality, Fairchild said. Yes, but you are trying to reconcile the book and the author. A book is the writer's secret life, the dark twin of a man. You can't reconcile them. And with you, when the inevitable clash comes, the author's actual self is the one that goes down. For you are of those for whom fact and fallacy gain verisimilitude by being in cold print. Perhaps so, Fairchild said, with detachment, brooding again on a page. Listen. Lips that of thy weary all seem weariest, seem wearier for the curled and pallid sly, still riddle of thy secret face, and thy sick despair of its own ill obsessed. Lay not too hard thy boy's hand to protest, that smiling leaves thy tired mouth reconcile, for swearing so keeps thee but ill beguiled, with secret joy of thine own woman's breast. Weary thy mouth with smiling, canst thou bride thyself with thee in thine own kissing slake, thy virgin's waking doth itself deride, with sleep's sharp absence coming so awake, and near thy mouth thy twinned heart's grief doth hide, for there's no rest between, it cannot break. Hermaphroditus, he read. That's what it's about. It's a kind of dark perversion. Like a fire that don't need any fuel, that lives on its own heat. I mean, all modern verse is a kind of perversion. Like the day for healthy poetry is over and done with, that modern people were not born to write poetry anymore. Other things I grant, but not poetry. Kind of like men nowadays are not masculine and lusty enough to tamper with something that borders so close to the unnatural, a kind of sterile race. Women too masculine to conceive, men too feminine to beget. He closed the book and removed his spectacles slowly. You and me, sitting here, right now, this is one of the most insidious things poetry has to combat. General education has made it too easy for everybody to have an opinion on it. On everything else, too. The only people who should be allowed an opinion on poetry should be poets, but as it is. But then all artists have to suffer it, though. Oblivion and scorn and indignation and, what is worse, the adulation of fools. And, added the Semitic man, what is still worse, talk. End of section 48. Section 49 of Mosquitos by William Faulkner. Fourth day, 12 o'clock. He must get rather tired of bothering about it, Fairchild suggested as they descended toward lunch. There was an offshore breeze and the saloon was screened. And besides, it was near the galley. Why don't you leave it in your stateroom? Major Ayres is pretty trustworthy, I guess. It'll be all right, Pete replied. I've got used to it. I'd miss it, see? Yes, the other agreed. New one, eh? I've had it a while. Pete removed it, and Fairchild remarked its wanton gay band and the heavy plating of the straw. I like a Panama myself, he murmured. A soft hat. This must have cost $5 or $6, didn't it? Yeah, Pete agreed. But I guess I can look out for it. It's a nice hat, the Semitic man said. Not everybody can wear a stiff straw hat, but it rather suits the shape of Pete's face, don't you think? Yes, that's so, Fairchild agreed. Pete has a kind of humorless, reckless face that a stiff hat just suits. A man with a humorless face should never wear a stiff straw hat. But then, only a humorless man would dare buy one. Pete preceded them into the saloon. The man's intent was kindly, anyway. Funny old bird. Easy. Easy. Somebody's gutting. Anybody's. Fairchild spoke to him again with a kind of tactful persistence. Look here, this is a good place to leave it while you eat. You hadn't seen this place, I reckon. Slip it under here, see? It'll be safe as a church under here until you want it again. Look, Julius, this place was made for a stiff straw hat, wasn't it? This place was a collapsible serving table of 2 shelves that led shallowly into the bulkhead. It operated by a spring, and anything placed on the lower shelf would be inviolate until someone came along and lowered the shelves again. It don't bother me any, Pete said. All right, the other answered, but you might as well leave it here. It's a grand place to leave a hat. Lots better than the places in theaters. I kind of wish I had a hat to leave there, don't you, Julius? I can hold it all right, Pete said again. Sure, agreed Fairchild readily, but just try to. Pete did so, and the other 2 washed with interest. It just fits, don't it? Why not leave it there just for a trial? I guess not. I guess I'll hold on to it, Pete decided. He took his hat again, and when he had taken his seat, he slid it into its usual place between the chairback and himself. Mrs. Mallory was chanting. Sit down, people, in an apologetic, hopeless tone. You must excuse things. I had hoped to have lunch on deck, but with the wind blowing from the shore, they found out where we are and that we are good to eat, so it doesn't make any difference where the wind blows from, Mrs. Weissman said, businesslike with her tray. And with the steward filling and things so unsettled, the hostess resumed in an antistrophe, roving her unhappy gaze, and Mr. Gordon. Oh, he's all right, Fairchild said, heavily helpful, taking his seat. He'll show up all right. Don't be a fool, Aunt Pat, the niece added. What would he want to get drowned for? I'm so unlucky, Mrs. Mallory boned. Things happen to me, you see, she explained, haunted with that vision of a pale implacability of water and sodden pants, and a red beard straying amid the slanting green regions of the sea in a dreadful simulation of life. Aw, shucks, the niece protested. Ugly like he is, and so full of himself, he's got too many good reasons for getting drowned. It's the ones that don't have any excuse for it that get drowned, run down by taxis and things. But you can never tell what people will do, Mrs. Mallory rejoined, becoming profound through the sheer disintegration of comfortable things. People will do anything. Well, if he's drowned, I guess he wanted to be, the niece said bloodlessly. He certainly can't expect us to fool around here waiting for him. I've never heard of anybody fading out without leaving a note of some kind. Did you, Jenny? Jenny sat in a soft anticipatory dread. Did he get drowned? She asked. One day at Mandeville, I saw... Into Jenny's heavenly eyes there welled momentarily a selfless emotion, temporarily pure and clean. Mrs. Wiseman looked at her, compelling her with her eyes. She said, I'll forget about Gordon for a while. If he's drowned, which I don't believe, he's drowned. If he isn't, he'll show up again, just as Dawson says. That's what I say, the niece supported her quickly. Only he'd better show up soon if he wants to go back with us. We've got to get back home. You have? Her aunt said with a heavy, astonished irony. How are you going, pray? Perhaps her brother will make us a boat with his saw, Mark Frost suggested. That's an idea, Fairchild agreed. Say, Josh, haven't you got a tool of some sort that'll get us off again? The nephew regarded Fairchild solemnly. Whittle it off, he said. Lend you my knife if you bring it back right away. He resumed his meal. Well, we've got to get back, his sister repeated. You folks can stay around here if you want to, but me and Josh have got to get back to New Orleans. Going by Mandeville? Mark Frost asked. But the tug should be here any time, Mrs. Mallory insisted, reverting again to her hopeless amaze. The niece gave Mark Frost a grave, speculative stare. You're smart, aren't you? I've got to be, Mark Frost answered equably, or I'd... After work, huh? Takes a smart man to sponge off of Aunt Pat, don't it? Patricia, her aunt exclaimed. Well, we've got to get back. We've got to get ready to go up to New Haven next month. Her brother came again out of his dream. We have? he repeated heavily. I'm going too, she answered quickly. Hank said I could. Look here, her brother said. Are you going to follow me around all your life? I'm going to Yale, she repeated stubbornly. Hank said I could go. Hank, Fairchild repeated, watching the niece with interest. It's what she calls her father, her aunt explained. Patricia, well, you can't go, her brother answered violently. Damn if I'm going to have you tagging around behind me forever. I can't move for you. You ought to be a bill collector. I don't care, I'm going, she repeated stubbornly. Her aunt said vanly. Theodore. Well, I can't do anything for her, he complained bitterly. I can't move for her. And now she's talking about going. She worried Hank until he had to say she could go. God knows, I'd have said that too. I wouldn't want her around me all the time. Shut your goddamn mouth, his sister told him. Mrs. Mallory chanted. Patricia, Patricia, I'm going, I'm going, I'm going. What do you do up there? Fairchild asked. The niece whirled, viciously belligerent. Then she said, What did you say? I mean, what'll you do to pass the time while he's at classes and things? Are you going to take some work too? Oh, I'll just go around with balloon pants to nightclubs and things. I won't bother him. I won't hardly see him. He's such a damn crumb. Like hell you will, her brother interrupted. You're not going, I tell you. Yes, I am. Hank said I could go. He said I could. Well, you won't ever see me. I'm not going to have you tagging around after me up there. Are you the only one in the world that's going up there next year? Are you the only one that'll be there? I'm not going up there to waste my time hanging around the entrance to Dwight or Osborne Hall just to see you. You won't catch me sitting on the rail of the green with freshmen. I'm going to places that maybe you'll get into in 3 years, if you don't bust out or something. Don't you worry about me. Who was it? She rushed on. Got invited up for prom week last year. Only Hank wouldn't let me go. Who was it saw the game last fall while you were perched up on the top row with a bunch of newspaper reporters in the rain? You didn't go up for prom week. Because Hank wouldn't let me. But I'll be there next year and you can haul out the family sock on it. Oh, shut up for a while, her brother said wearily. Maybe some of these ladies want to talk some. End of section 49. Section 50 of Mosquitos. Fourth day, 2 o'clock. In there was the tug, squatting at her cables, breaking the southern horizon with an effect of abrupt magic. Like a stereopticon slide flashed on the screen while you had turned your head for a moment. Look at that boat, said Mark Frost, approaching. Mrs. Maurier, directly behind him, shrieked. It's the tug. She turned and screamed down the companionway. It's the tug. The tug has come. The others all chanted, The tug! The tug! Major Ayres exclaimed dramatically and opportunely. Ha! Gone away. It has come at last, Mrs. Maurier shrieked. It came while we were at lunch. Has anyone... She roved her eyes about. The captain. Has he been notified? Mr. Taliaferro? Surely, Mr. Taliaferro agreed with polite alacrity, mounting the stairs and disintegrating his members with expedition. I'll summon the captain. So he rushed forward, and the others came on deck and stared at the tug, and a gentle breeze blew offshore, and they slapped intermittently at their exposed surfaces. Mr. Taliaferro shouted, Captain! Oh, Captain! About the deck. He screamed it into the empty wheelhouse and returned. He must be asleep, he told them. We are off at last, Mrs. Maurier intoned. We can get off at last. The tug has come. I sent for it days and days ago, but we can get off now. But the captain? Where's the captain? He shouldn't be asleep this time. Of all times for the captain to be asleep. Mr. Taliaferro. But Gordon, Mark Frost said, how about... Miss Jameson clutched his arm. Let's get off first, she said. I called him, Mr. Taliaferro reminded them. He must be asleep in his room. He must be asleep, Mrs. Maurier repeated. Will some gentleman... Mr. Taliaferro took his cue. I'll go, he said. If you will be so kind. Mrs. Maurier screamed after him. She stared again at the tug. He should have been here, so we could be all ready to start, she said fretfully. She waved her handkerchief at the tug. It ignored her. We might be getting everything ready, though, Fairchild suggested. We ought to have everything ready when they pull us off. That's so, Mark Frost agreed. We'd better run down and pack, hadn't we? "Ah, we ain't going back home yet. We've just started the cruise." "Are we, folks?" They all looked at the hostess. She roved her stricken eyes, but she said at last, bravely, "Why, no. No, of course not, if you don't want to." "But the captain, we ought to be ready," she repeated. "Well, let's get ready," Mrs. Wiseman said. "Nobody knows anything about boats except Fairchild," Mark Frost said. Mr. Taliaferro returned, barren. "Me?" Fairchild repeated. "Taliaferro's been across the whole ocean. And there's Major Ayres. All Britishers cut their teeth on anchor chains and marlin spikes, and draw their toys with lubbers' lines," Mrs. Wiseman chanted. "It's almost a poem. Finish it, someone." Mr. Taliaferro made a sound of alarm. "No, really, Mrs. Maurier turned to Fairchild. "Will you assume charge until the captain appears, Mr. Fairchild?" "Mr. Fairchild," Mr. Taliaferro parroted. "Mr. Fairchild is temporary captain, people. The captain doesn't seem to be on board," he whispered to Mrs. Maurier. Fairchild glanced about with a sort of ludicrous helplessness. "What am I supposed to do?" he asked. "Jump overboard with a shovel and shovel the sand away?" "A man who has reiterated his superiority as much as you have for the last week should never be at a loss for what to do," Mrs. Wiseman told him. "We ladies have already thought of that. You are the one to think of something else." "Well, I've already thought of not jumping overboard and shoveling her off," Fairchild answered. "But that don't seem to help much, does it? You ought to coil ropes or something like that," Miss Jameson suggested. "That's what they were always doing on all the ships I ever read about." "All right," Fairchild agreed equably. "We'll coil ropes then. Where are the ropes?" "That's your trouble," Mrs. Wiseman said. "You're captain now." "Well, we'll find some ropes and coil them." He addressed Mrs. Maurier. "We have your permission to coil ropes?" "No, really," said Mrs. Maurier in her helpless, astonished voice. "Isn't there something we can do? Can't we signal to them with a sheet? They may not know that this is the right boat." "Oh, they know, I guess. Anyway, we'll coil ropes and be ready for them. Come on here, you men." He named over his depleted watch and herded it forward. He herded it down to his cabin and nourished it with stimulants. "We may coil the right rope, at that," the Semitic man suggested. "Major Ayres ought to know something about boats. It should be in his British blood." Major Ayres didn't think so. "American boats have amphibious traits that are lacking in ours," he explained. "Half the voyage on land, you know," he explained tediously. "Sure," Fairchild agreed. He brought his watch above again and forward, where instinct told him the rope should be. "I wonder where the captain is. Surely he ain't drowned, do you reckon?" "I guess not," the Semitic man answered. "He gets paid for this." There comes a boat. The boat came from the tug, and soon it came alongside and the captain came over the rail. A stranger followed him, and they went below without haste, leaving Mrs. Maurier's words like vain, unmated birds in the air. "Let's get ready, then," Fairchild ordered his crew. "Let's tie a rope to something." So they tied a rope to something, knotting it intricately. Then Major Ayres discovered that they had tied it to a winch handle, which fitted loosely into a socket, and which would probably come out quite easily once a strain came onto the rope. So they untied it and found something attached firmly to the deck. And they tied the rope to this. And after a while the captain and the stranger, clutching a short, evil pipe, came back on deck and stood and watched them. "We've got the right rope," Fairchild told his watch in an undertone. And they knotted the rope intricately and straightened up. "How's that, Cap?" Fairchild asked. "All right," the captain answered. "Can we trouble you for a match?" Fairchild gave them a match. The stranger fired his pipe, and they got into the tender and departed. They hadn't got far when the one called Walter came out and called them, and they put about and returned for him. Then they went back to the tug. Fairchild's watch had ceased work, and gazed after the tender. After a time, Fairchild said, "He said that was the right rope, so I guess we can quit." So they did, and went aft to where the ladies were, and presently the tender came bobbing back across the water. It came alongside again, and a Negro, sweating gently and regularly, held it steady while the one called Walter and yet another stranger got aboard, bringing a rope that trailed away into the water behind them. Everyone watched with interest while Walter and his companion made the line fast in the bows, after having removed Fairchild's rope. Then Walter and his friend went below. "Say," Fairchild said suddenly, "do you reckon they've found our whiskey?" "I guess not," the Semitic man assured him. "I hope not," he amended. Then they all returned in a body to stare down into the tender, where the Negro sat without self-consciousness, eating of a large grayish object. While they watched the Negro, Walter and his companion returned, and the stranger bawled at the tug through his hands. A reply at last, and the other end of the line, which they had recently brought aboard the yacht and made fast, slid down from the deck of the tug and plopped heavily into the water. And Walter and his companion drew it aboard the yacht and coiled it down, wet and dripping. Then they elbowed themselves to the rail, cast the rope into the tender, and got in themselves, and the Negro stowed his strange edible object temporarily away and rowed back to the tug. "You guessed wrong again," Mark Frost said with sepulchral irony. He bent and scratched his ankles. "Try another rope." "You wait," Fairchild retorted. "Wait 10 minutes, then talk. We'll be under full steam in 10 minutes. Where did that boat come from?" The boat was a skiff, come when and from where they knew not, and beneath the drowsy afternoon there came faintly from somewhere up the lake the fretful sound of a motorboat engine. The skiff drew alongside, manned by a malaria-ridden man wearing a woman's dilapidated hat of black straw that lent him a vaguely bereaved air. "Where's the drownded feller?" he asked, grasping the rail. "We don't know," Fairchild answered. "We missed him somewhere between here and the shore." He extended his arm. The newcomer followed his gesture sadly. "Any reward?" "Reward?" repeated Fairchild. "Reward?" Mrs. Maurier chimed in breathlessly. "Yes, there is a reward. I offer a reward." "How much?" "You find him first," the Semitic man put in. "There'll be a reward, all right." The man clung yet to the rail. "Have you drug for him yet?" "No, we just started hunting," Fairchild answered. "You go on and look around, and we'll get our boat and come out and help you. There'll be a reward." The man pushed his skiff clear and engaged his oars. The sound of the motorboat grew clearer steadily. Soon it came into view, with 2 men in it, and changed its course and bore down on the skiff. The fussy little engine ceased its racket, and it slid up to the skiff, pushing a dying ripple under its stem. The 2 boats clung together for a time, then they parted, and at a short distance from each other they moved slowly onward while their occupants prodded at the lake bottom with their oars. "Look at them," the Semitic man said. "Just like buzzards. Probably be a dozen boats out there in the next hour. How do you suppose they learned about it?" "Lord knows," Fairchild answered. "Let's get our crew and go out and help look. We'd better get the tug's men." They shouted in turn for a while, and presently one came to the rail of the tug and gazed apathetically at them, and went away. And after a while the small boat came away from the tug and crossed to them. A consultation, assisted by all hands, while the man from the tug moved unhurriedly about the business of making fast another and dirtier rope to the Nausicaa's bows. Then he and Walter went back to the tug, paying out the line behind them, while Mrs. Maurier's insistence wasted itself upon the somnolent afternoon. The guests looked at one another helplessly. Then Fairchild said with determination, "Come on, we'll go in our boat." He chose his men, and they gathered all the available oars and prepared to embark. "Here comes the tug's boat again," Mark Frost said. "They forgot and tied one end of that rope to something," Mrs. Wiseman said viciously. The boat came alongside without haste, and it and the yacht's tender lay rubbing noses, and Walter's companion asked, without interest, "Where's the feller y'all drownded?" "I'll go along in their boat and show 'em," Fairchild decided. Mark Frost got back aboard the yacht with alacrity. Fairchild stopped him. "You folks come on behind us in this boat. The more to hunt, the better." Mark Frost groaned and acquiesced. The others took their places, and under Fairchild's direction the 2 tenders retraced the course of yesterday. The first 2 boats were some distance ahead, moving slowly, and the tenders separated also, and the searchers pulled along, prodding with their oars at the lake floor. And such is the influence of action on the mind that soon even Fairchild's burly optimism became hushed and uncertain before the imminence of the unknown, and he, too, was accepting the possible for the probable, unaware. The sun was hazed, as though wearied of its own implacable heat, and the water, that water which might hold, soon to be revealed, the mute evidence of ultimate flouting of all man's strife, lapped and plopped at the mechanical fragilities that supported them. A small sound, monotonous and without rancor. It could well wait. They pulled slowly on. Soon the 4 boats, fan-wise, had traversed the course, and they turned and quartered back and forth again, slowly and in silence. Afternoon drew on, drowsing and somnolent. Yacht and tug lay motionless in a blinding shimmer of water and sun. Again, the course of yesterday was covered foot by foot, patiently and silently and in vain, and the 4 boats, as without volition, drew nearer each other, drifting closer together as sheep huddle, while water lapped and plopped beneath their hulls, sinister and untroubled by waiting. Soon the motorboat drifted up and scraped lightly along the hull in which Fairchild sat, and he raised his head, blinking against the glare. After a while, he said, "Are you a ghost, or am I?" "I was about to ask you that," Gordon, sitting in the motorboat, replied. They sat and stared at each other. The other boats came up, and presently the one called Walter spoke. "Is this all you wanted out here?" he asked in a tone of polite disgust, breaking the spell. "Or do you want to row around some more?" Fairchild went immoderately into hysterical laughter. End of Section 50. Section 51 of Mosquitos. 4th day, 4 o'clock. The malarial man had attached his skiff to the fat man's motorboat, and they had puttered away in a morose dejection, rewardless. The tug had whistled a final derisive blast, showed them her squat, unpretty stern, where the Negro leaned, eating again of his grayish object, and, as dirty a pair of heels as it would ever be their luck to see, and sailed away. The Nausicaa was free once more, and she sped quickly onward, gaining offing, and the final sharp concussion of flesh and flesh died away beneath the afternoon. Mrs. Maurier had gazed at him, raised her hands in a fluttering, cringing gesture, and cut him dead. "But I saw you on the boat right after we came back," Fairchild repeated with a sort of stubborn wonder. He opened a fresh bottle. "You couldn't have," Gordon answered surely. "I got out of the boat in the middle of Taliaferro's excitement." He waved away the proffered glass. The Semitic man said triumphantly, "I told you so," and Fairchild essayed again, stubbornly, "But I saw." "If you say that again," the Semitic man told him, "I'll kill you." He addressed Gordon. "And you thought Dawson was drowned?" "Yes, the man who brought me back. I stumbled on his house this morning. He had already heard of it, some way. It must have spread all up and down the lake. He didn't remember the name exactly, and when I named over the party and said Dawson Fairchild, he agreed. Dawson and Gordon, you see. And so I thought—" Fairchild began to laugh again. He laughed steadily, trying to say something. And so he comes back and spends." Again that hysterical note came into his laughter, and his hands trembled, clinking the bottle against the glass and sloshing a spoonful of the liquor onto the floor. "And spends. He comes back, you know, and spends half a day looking for his own bababad." The Semitic man rose and took the bottle and glass from him and half led, half thrust him into his bunk. "You sit down and drink this." Fairchild drank the whiskey obediently. The Semitic man turned to Gordon again. "What made you come back? Not just because you heard Dawson was drowned, was it?" Gordon stood against the wall, mud-stained and silent. He raised his head and stared at them, and through them, with his harsh, uncomfortable stare. Fairchild touched the Semitic man's knee warningly. "That's neither here nor there," he said. "The question is, shall we or shall we not get drunk? I kind of think we've got to, myself." "Yes," the other agreed. "It looks like it's up to us. Gordon ought to celebrate his resurrection anyway." "No," Gordon answered. "I don't want any." The Semitic man protested, but again Fairchild gripped him silent, and when Gordon turned toward the door, he rose and followed him into the passage. "She came back too, you know," he said. Gordon looked down at the shorter man with his lean, bearded face, his lonely hawk's face arrogant with shyness and pride. "I know it," he answered. "Your name is like a little golden bell hung in my heart. The man who brought me back was the same one who brought them back yesterday." He was? Said Fairchild. He's doing a land office business with deserters, ain't he? Yes, Gordon answered. And he went on down the passage with a singing lightness in his heart, a bright silver joy like wings. The deck was deserted, as on that other afternoon. But he waited patiently in the hushed happiness of his dream, and his arrogant, bitter heart was young as any yet, as forgetful of yesterday and tomorrow. And soon, as though in answer to it, she came bare-legged and molded by the wind of motion, and a grave surprise ebbed, and she thrust him a hard, tanned hand. "So you ran away," she said. "And so did you," he answered after an interval filled with a thing all silver and clean and fine. "That's right. We're sure the herring's on this boat, aren't we?" "Herrings? Guts, you know," she explained. She looked at him gravely from behind the coarse, dark bang of her hair. "But you came back," she accused. "And so did you," he reminded her from amid his soundless silver wings. 5 o'clock. "Though we're moving again at last," Mrs. Maurier repeated at intervals, with a detached air, listening to a sound somehow vaguely convivial that welled at intervals up the companionway. Presently Mrs. Wiseman remarked the hostess's preoccupied air, and she too ceased, hearkening. "Not again," she said with foreboding. "I'm afraid so," the other answered unhappily. Mr. Taliaferro hearkened also. "Perhaps I'd better—" Mrs. Maurier fixed him with her eye, and Mrs. Wiseman said, "Poor fellows, they have had to stand a great deal in the last few days." "Boys will be boys," Mr. Taliaferro added with a docile regret, listening with yearning to that vaguely convivial sound. Mrs. Maurier listened to it, coldly detached and speculative. She said, "But we are moving again, anyway." End of section 51. Section 52 of Mosquitos. 4th day. 6 o'clock. The sun was setting across the scudding water. The water was shot goldenly with it, as was the gleaming mahogany and brass elegance of the yacht, and the silver wings in his heart were touched with pink and gold while he stood and looked downward upon the coarse crown of her head, and at her body's grave and sexless replica of his own attitude against the rail, an unconscious aping both comical and heart-shaking. "Do you know," he asked, what Cyrano said once? "Once there was a king who possessed all things. All things were his, power and glory and wealth and splendor and ease. And so he sat at dusk in his marble court filled with the sound of water and of birds and surrounded by the fixed gesturing of palms, looking out across the hushed, fading domes of his city and beyond, to the dreaming lilac barriers of his world." "No, what?" she asked. But he only looked down upon her with his cavernous, uncomfortable eyes. "What did he say?" she repeated. And then, "Was he in love with her?" "I think so." Yes, he was in love with her. She couldn't leave him either. Couldn't go away from him at all. She couldn't? What had he done to her? Locked her up? Maybe she didn't want to, he suggested. Huh. And then, she was an awful goof then. Was he fool enough to believe she didn't want to? He didn't take any chances. He had her locked up. In a book. In a book? She repeated. Then she comprehended. Oh, that's what you've done, isn't it? With that marble girl without any arms and legs you made. Hadn't you rather have a live one? Say, you haven't got any sweetheart or anything, have you? No, he answered. How did you know? You look so bad. Shabby. But that's the reason. No woman is going to waste time on a man that's satisfied with a piece of wood or something. You ought to get out of yourself. You'll either bust all of a sudden someday or just dry up. How old are you? 36, he told her. She said, Gabriel's pants. 36 years old and living in a hole with a piece of rock like a dog with a dry bone? Gabriel's pants. Why don't you get rid of it? But he only stared down at her. Give it to me, won't you? No. I'll buy it from you then. No. Give you, she looked at him with sober detachment, give you $17 for it, cash. No. She looked at him with a sort of patient exasperation. Well, what are you going to do with it? Have you got any reason for keeping it? You didn't steal it, did you? Don't tell me you haven't got any use for $17 living like you do. I bet you haven't got $5 to your name right now. Bet you came on this party to save food. I'll give you $20, 17 in cash." He continued to gaze at her as though he had not heard. And the king spoke to a slave crouching at his feet. "Halim, Lord, I possess all things, do I not? Thou art the son of morning, Lord. Then listen, Halim, I have a desire." 25, she said, shaking his arm. "No." "No, no, no, no," she hammered both brown fists on the rail. "You make me so damn mad. Can't you say anything except no? You... She glared at him with her angry tanned face and her grave opaque eyes and used that phrase Jenny had traded her. He took her by the elbows and she became taut, still watching his face. He could feel the small hard muscles in her arms. "What are you going to do?" she asked. He raised her from the floor and she began to struggle. But he carried her implacably across the deck and sat on a deck chair and turned her face downward across his knees. She clawed and kicked in a silent fury, but he held her, and she ceased to struggle and set her teeth into his leg through the gritty cloth of his trousers and clung like a raging puppy while he drew her skirt tight across her thighs and spanked her good. "I meant it," she cried, raging and tearless, when he had dragged her teeth loose and set her upright on his lap. There was a small wet oval on his trousering. "I meant it," she repeated, taut and raging. "I know you meant it. That's why I spanked you, not because you said it. What you said doesn't mean anything because you've got the genders backward. I spanked you because you meant it, whether you knew what to say or not." Suddenly she became lax and wept, and he held her against his breast. But she ceased crying as abruptly and lay quiet while he moved his hand over her face, slowly and firmly, but lightly. It is like a thing heard, not as a music of brass and plucked strings is heard in a pallid voluption of dancing girls among the strings. Nay, Halim, it is no pale virgin from Tal with painted fingernails and honey and myrrh cunningly beneath her tongue. Nor is it a scent as of myrrh and roses to soften and make to flow like water the pith in a man's bones. Nor yet, stay, Halim. Once I was, is not this a true thing? It is dawn in the high cold hills. Dawn is like a wind in the clean hills, and on the wind comes the thin piping of shepherds, and the smell of dawn and of almond trees on the wind. Is not that a true thing? Aye, Lord, I told thee that. I was there. Are you a petter as well as a he-man? She asked, becoming taut again and rolling upward her exposed eye. His hand moved slowly along her cheekbone and jaw, pausing, tracing a muscle, moving on. Then hark thee, Halim, I desire a thing that, had I not been at all, becoming aware of it, I would awake. That dead, remembering it, I would cling to this world, though it be as a beggar in a tattered robe. Yea, rather that would I than a king among kings amid the soft and scented sounds of paradise. Find me this, O Halim. Say, she said curiously, no longer alarmed, what are you doing that for? Learning your face. Learning my face? Are you going to make me in marble? She asked quickly, raising herself. Can you do a marble of my head? Yes. Can I have it? She thrust herself away, watching his face. Make 2 of them then, she suggested. And then, if you won't do that, give me the other one, the one you've got, and I'll pose for this one without charging you anything. How about that? Maybe. I'd rather do that than have this one. Have you learned my face good? She moved again, quickly returning to her former position. She turned her face up. Learn it good. Now, this Halim was an old man, so old that he had forgotten much. He had held this king on his first pony, walking patiently beside him through the streets and paths. He had stood between the young prince and all those forms of sudden and complete annihilation which the young prince had engendered after the ingenious fashion of boys. He had got himself between the young prince and the inevitable parental admonishment which these entailed. And he sat with his gray hands on his thin knees and his gray head bent above his hands, while dusk came across the simple, immaculate domes of the city and into the court, stilling the sound of birds, so that the lilac silence of the court was teased only by the plashing of water. and on among the grave restlessness of the palms. After a while, Halim spoke. "Ah, Lord, in the Georgian hills I loved this maid myself when I was a lad, but that was long ago, and she is dead." She lay still against his breast while sunset died like brass horns across the water. She said again, without moving, "You're a funny man. I wonder if I could sculpt. Suppose I learned your face." "Well, don't then. I'd just as soon lie still. You're a lot more comfortable to lie on than you look." "Only I think you'd be getting tired now. I'm no hummingbird." "Aren't you tired of holding me?" she persisted. He moved his head at last and looked at her again with his cavernous, uncomfortable eyes, and she tried to do something with her eyes, assuming at the same time an attitude, a kind of leering invitation so palpably theatrical and false that it but served to emphasize that grave, hard sexlessness of hers. "What are you trying to do?" he asked quietly. "Vamp me?" She said, "Shucks." She sat up, then squirmed off his lap and to her feet. "So you won't give it to me? You just won't?" "No," he told her soberly. She turned away, but presently she stopped again and looked back at him. "Give you $25 for it." "No." She said shucks again, and she went on her brown, silent feet, and was gone. "Your name is like a little golden bell hung in my heart, and when I think of you—" The Nausicaa sped on. It was twilight abruptly. Soon, a star. End of section 52. Section 53 of Mosquitos. Fourth day, 7 o'clock. The place did appear impregnable, but then he had got used to feeling it behind him in his chair, where he knew nothing was going to happen to it. Besides, to change now, after so many days, would be like hedging on a bat. Still, to let those two old bums kick at him about it. He paused in the door of the saloon. The others were seated and well into their dinner, but before 4 vacant places that bland eternal grapefruit, sinister and bland as taxes. Some of them hadn't arrived. He'd have time to run back to his room and leave it. And let one of them drunkards throw it out the window for a joke? Mrs. Wiseman, carrying a tray, said briskly, "Gang way, Pete," and he crowded against the wall for her to pass, and then the niece turned her head and saw him. "Belly up," she said, and he heard a further trampling drawing near. He hesitated a second. Then he thrust his hat into the little cubbyhole between the 2 shelves. He'd risk it tonight, anyway. He could still sort of keep an eye on it. He took a seat. Fairchild's watch surged in, a hearty joviality that presently died into startled consternation when it saw the grapefruit. "My God," said Fairchild in a hushed tone. "Sit down, Dawson," Mrs. Wiseman ordered sharply. "We've had about all that sort of humor this voyage will stand." "That's what I think," he agreed readily. "That's what Julius and Major Ayres and me think at every meal. And yet, when we come to the table, what do we see?" "My first is an Indian princess," said Mark Frost in a hollow, lilting tone. "But it's a little early to play charades yet, isn't it?" Major Ayres said. "Eh?" looking from Mark Frost to Fairchild. Then he ventured, "It's grapefruit, isn't it?" "But we have so many of them," Mrs. Maurier explained. "You were supposed to never tire of them." "That's it," said Fairchild solemnly. "Major Ayres guessed it the first time. I wasn't certain what it was myself. But you can't fool Major Ayres. You can't fool a man that's traveled as much as he has with just a grapefruit. I guess you've shot lots of grapefruit in China and India, haven't you, Major?" "Dawson, sit down," Mrs. Wiseman repeated. "Make them sit down, Julius, or go out to the kitchen if they just want to stand around and talk." Fairchild sat down quickly. "Never mind," he said. "We can stand it if the ladies can. The human body can stand anything," he added owlishly. "He can get drunk and stay up and dance all night and consume crate after crate of Mrs. Wiseman leaned across his shoulder and swept his grapefruit away. "Here," he exclaimed. "They don't want 'em," she told Miss Jameson across the table. "Get his, too." So they reft Major Ayres of his also, and Mrs. Wiseman clashed the plates viciously onto her tray. In passing behind Mrs. Maurier, she struck the collapsible serving table with her hip and said, "Damn, pausing to release the catch and slam it back into the bulkhead. Pete's hat slid onto the floor, and she thrust it against the wall with her toe. "Yes, sir," Fairchild repeated. "The human body can stand lots of things. But if I have to eat another grapefruit— Say, Julius, I was examining my back today, and do you know my skin is getting dry and rough, with a kind of yellowish cast. If it keeps on, first thing I know I won't any more dare undress in public than Al Jack—" Mark Frost made a sound of sharp alarm. "Look out, people," he exclaimed, rising. "I'm going to get out of here." "Son would take off his shoes in public," Fairchild continued unperturbed. Mrs. Wiseman returned, and she stood with her hands on her hips, regarding Fairchild's unkempt head with disgust. Mrs. Maurier gazed helplessly at him. "Everyone's finished," Mrs. Wiseman said. "Come on, let's go on deck." "No," Mrs. Maurier protested. She said firmly, "Mr. Fairchild." "Go on," the niece urged him. "What about Al Jackson?" "Shut up, Pat," Mrs. Wiseman commanded. "Come on, you all. Let 'em stay here and drivel to each other. Let's lock 'em in here. What do you say?" Mrs. Maurier asserted herself. She rose. "Mr. Fairchild, I simply will not have— If you continue in this behavior, I shall leave the room. Don't you see how trying, how difficult? Beneath the beseeching helplessness of her eyes, her various chins began to quiver a little. "How difficult?" Mrs. Wiseman touched her arm. "Come, it's useless to argue with them now. Come, dear." She drew Mrs. Maurier's chair aside, and the old woman took a step and stopped abruptly, clutching the other's arm. "I've stepped on something," she said, peering blindly. Pete rose with a mad, inarticulate cry. "Old man Jackson," Fairchild continued, "claims to be a lineal descendant of Old Hickory, a fine old Southern family with all a fine old Southern family's pride. Al has a lot of that pride himself. That's why he won't take off his shoes in company. I'll tell you the reason later. Well, old man Jackson was a bookkeeper or something, drawing a small salary with a big family to support, and he wanted to better himself with a minimum of labor, like a descendant of any fine old Southern family naturally would. And so he thought up the idea of taking up some of this Louisiana swampland and raising sheep on it. He'd noticed how much ranker vegetation grows on trees in swampy land, so he figured that wool ought to grow the same rank way on a sheep raised in a swamp. So he threw up his bookkeeping job and took up a few hundred acres of Chafuncta River swamp and stocked it with sheep, using the money his wife's uncle, a member of an old aristocratic Tennessee moonshining family, had left him. But his sheep started right in to get themselves drowned, so he made life belts for them out of some small wooden kegs that had been part of the heritage from that Tennessee uncle, so that when the sheep strayed off into the deep water, they would float until the current washed them back to land again. This worked all right, but still his sheep kept on disappearing. The ewes and lambs did, that is. Then he found that the alligators were— "Yes," murmured Major Ayres, "Old Hickory. Getting them. So he made some imitation ram's horns out of wood and fastened a pair to each ewe and to every lamb when it was born. And that reduced his losses by alligators to a minimum scarcely worth notice. The ram's flesh seemed to be too rank even for alligators. After a time, the life belts wore out. But the sheep had learned to swim pretty well by then, so old man Jackson decided it wasn't worthwhile to put any more life belts on them. The fact is, the sheep had got to like the water. The first crop of lambs would only come out on the water at feeding time, and when the first shearing time came around, he and his boys had to round up the sheep with boats. By the next shearing time, those sheep wouldn't even come out of the water to be fed. So he and his boys would go out in boats and set floating tubs of feed around in the bayous for them. This crop of lambs could dive too. They never saw one of them on land at all. They'd only see their heads swimming across the bogs and sloughs. Finally, another shearing time came around. Old man Jackson tried to catch one of them, but the sheep could swim faster than he and his boys could row, and the young ones dived under the water and got away. So they finally had to borrow a motorboat. And when they finally tired one of those sheep down and caught it and took it out of the water, they found that only the top of its back had any wool on it. The rest of its body was scaled like a fish. And when they finally caught one of the spring lambs on an alligator hook, they found that its tail had broadened out and flattened like a beaver's, and that it had no legs at all. They didn't hardly know what it was at first. "I say," murmured Major Ayres. "Yes, sir, completely atrophied away. Time passed, and they never saw the next crop of lambs at all. The food they set out, the birds ate, and when the next shearing time came, they couldn't even catch one with the motorboat. They hadn't even seen one in 3 weeks. They knew they were still there, though, because they would occasionally hear them baaing at night, way back in the swamp. They caught one occasionally on a trot line of shark hooks baited with ears of corn, but not many. Well, sir, the more Old Man Jackson thought about that swamp full of sheep, the madder he got. He'd stamp around the house and swear he'd catch them if he had to buy a motorboat that would run 50 miles an hour, and a diving suit for himself and every one of his boys. He had one boy named Claude, Al's brother, you know. Claude was kind of wild, hell after women, a gambler and a drunkard, a kind of handsome, humorless fellow with lots of dash. And finally, Claude made a trade with his father to have half of every sheep he could catch, and he got to work right away. He never bothered with boats or trot lines. He just took off his clothes and went right into the water and grappled for them. "Grappled for 'em," Major Ayres repeated. "Sure. Run one down and hem him up under the bank and drag him out with his bare hands. That was Claude all over. And then they found that this year's lambs didn't have any wool on them at all, and that its flesh was the best fish eating in Louisiana, being partly corn-fed, that way giving it a good flavor, you see. So that's where Old Man Jackson quit the sheep business and went to fish ranching on a large scale. He knew he had a snap as long as Claude could catch him, so he made arrangements with the New Orleans markets right away, and they began to get rich." "By Jove," Major Ayres said tensely, his mind taking fire. Claude liked the work. It was an adventurous kind of life that just suited him, so he quit everything and gave all his time to it. He quit drinking and gambling and running around at night, and there was a marked decrease in vice in that neighborhood, and the young girls pined for him at the local dances and sat on their front porches of a Sunday evening in vain. Pretty soon he could outswim the old sheep, and having to dive so much after the young ones, he got to where he could stay underwater longer and longer at a time. Sometimes he'd stay under for half an hour or more, and pretty soon he got to where he'd stay in the water all day, only coming out to eat and sleep, and then they noticed that Claude's skin was beginning to look funny and that he walked kind of peculiar, like his knees were stiff or something. Soon after that he quit coming out of the water at all, even to eat, so they'd bring his dinner down to the water and leave it, and after a while he'd swim up and get it. Sometimes they wouldn't see Claude for days, but he was still catching those sheep, herding them into a pen Old Man Jackson had built in a shallow bayou and fenced off with hog wire, and his half of the money was growing in the bank. Occasionally half-eaten pieces of sheep would float ashore, and Old Man Jackson decided alligators were getting him again. But he couldn't put horns on him now because no one but Claude could catch him, and he hadn't seen Claude in some time. It had been a couple of weeks since anybody had seen Claude, when one day there was a big commotion in the sheep pen. Old Man Jackson and a couple of his other boys ran down there, and when they got there they could see the sheep jumping out of the water every which way, trying to get on land again. And after a while a big alligator rushed out from among them, and Old Man Jackson knew what had scared the sheep. And then, right behind the alligator, he saw Claude. Claude's eyes had kind of shifted around to the side of his head, and his mouth had spread back a good way, and his teeth had got longer. And then Old Man Jackson knew what had scared that alligator. But that was the last they ever saw of Claude. Pretty soon after that, though, there was a shark scare at the bathing beaches along the Gulf Coast. It seemed to be a lone shark that kept annoying women bathers, especially blondes, and they knew it was Claude Jackson. He was always hell after blondes. Fairchild ceased. The niece squealed and jumped up and came to him, patting his back. Jenny's round, ineffable eyes were upon him, utterly without thought. The Semitic man was slumped in his chair. He may have slept. Major Ayres stared at Fairchild a long time. At last he said, "But why does the alligator, one, wear Congress boots?" Fairchild mused a moment. Then he said dramatically, "He's got webbed feet." "Yes," Major Ayres agreed. He mused in turn. "But this chap that got rich..." The niece squealed again. She sat beside Fairchild and regarded him with admiration. Go on, she said. About the one that stole the money, you know. Fairchild looked at her kindly. Into the silence there came a thin, saccharine strain. There's the Victrola, he said. Let's go up and start a dance. The one who stole the money, she insisted. Please. She put her hand on his shoulder. Some other time, he promised, rising. Let's go up and dance now. The Semitic man yet slumped in his chair, and Fairchild shook him. Wake up, Julius. I'm safe now. The Semitic man opened his eyes, and Major Ayres said, How much did they gain with their fish wrenching? Not as much as they would have with a patent, nice-tasting laxative. All Americans don't eat fish, you know. Come on, let's go up and hold that dance they've been worrying us about every night. End of section 53. And so he thought up the idea of taking up some of this Louisiana swampland and raising sheep on it. Section 54 of Mosquitos. Fourth day, 9 o'clock. Say, the niece said as she and Jenny mounted to the deck. Remember that thing we traded for the other night? The one you let me use for the one I let you use? I guess so, Jenny answered. I remember trading. Have you used it yet? I never can think of it, Jenny confessed. I never can remember what it was you told me. Besides, I've got another one now. You have? Who told it to you? The pop-eyed man, that Englishman. Major Ayres? Uh-huh. Last night we was talking and he kept on saying for us to go to Mandeville today. He kept on saying it. And so this morning he acted like he thought I meant we was going. He acted like he was mad. What was it he said? Jenny told her. A mixture of pidgin English and Hindustani that Major Ayres must have picked up along the Singapore waterfront, or mayhap at some devious and doubtful place in the Straits. But after Jenny had repeated it, it didn't sound like anything at all. What? The niece asked. Jenny said it again. It don't sound like anything, to me, the niece said. Is that the way he said it? That's what it sounded like to me, Jenny replied. The niece said curiously, Men sure do swear at you a lot. They're always cursing you. What do you do to them anyway? I don't do anything to them, Jenny answered. I'm just talking to them. Well, they sure do. Say, you can have that one back you loaned me. Have you used it on anybody? Jenny asked with interest. I tried it on that red-headed Gordon. That drowned man. What did he say? He beat me. The niece rubbed herself with a tanned, retrospective hand. He just beat hell out of me, she said. Gee, said Jenny. 10 o'clock. Fairchild gathered his watch, nourished it, and brought it on deck again. The ladies hailed its appearance with doubtful pleasure. Mr. Taliaferro and Jenny were dancing, and the niece and Pete with his damaged hat were performing together with a skillful and sexless abandon that was almost professional, while the rest of the party watched them. Whee! Fairchild squealed, watching the niece and Pete with growing childish admiration. At the moment they faced each other at a short distance, their bodies rigid as far as the waist. But below this they were as amazing jointless toys, and their legs seemed to fly in every direction at once until their knees seemed to touch the floor. Then they caught hands and whirled sharply together without a break in that dizzy staccato of heels. Say, Major, look there. Look there, Julius. Come on, I believe I can do that. He led his men to the assault. The Victrola ran down at the moment. He directed the Semitic man to attend to it, and went at once to where Pete and the niece stood. Say, you folks are regular professionals. Pete, let me have her this time, will you? I want her to show me how you do that. Will you show me? Pete won't mind. All right, the niece agreed. I'll show you. I owe you something for that yarn at dinner tonight. She put her hand on Pete's arm. Don't go off, Pete. I'll show him and then he can practice on the others. Don't you go off. You are all right. You might take Jenny for a while. She must be tired. He's been leaning on her for a half hour. Come on, Dawson. Watch me now. She had no bones at all. Major Ayres and the Semitic man had partners, though more sedately. Major Ayres galloped around in a heavy dragoonish manner. When that record was over, Miss Jameson was panting. She offered to sit out the next one, but Fairchild overruled her. He believed he had the knack of it. "We'll put the old girl's dance over in style," he told them. Major Ayres, inflamed by Fairchild's example, offered for the niece himself. Mr. Taliaferro, reft of Jenny, acquired Mrs. Wiseman. The Semitic man was cajoling the hostess. "We'll put her dance over for her," Fairchild chanted. They were off. Gordon had come up from somewhere, and he stood in shadow, watching. "Come on, Gordon," Fairchild shouted to him. "Grab one." When the music ceased, Gordon cut in on Major Ayres. The niece looked up in surprise, and Major Ayres departed in Jenny's direction. "I didn't know you danced," she said. "Why not?" Gordon asked. "You just don't look like you did. And you told Aunt Pat you couldn't dance." "I can't," he answered, staring down at her. "Bitter," he said slowly. "That's what you are. New, like bark when the sap is rising. Will you give it to me?" He was silent. She couldn't see his face distinctly, only the bearded shape of his tall head. "Why won't you give it to me?" Still no answer, and his head was as ugly as bronze against the sky. Fairchild started the Victrola again. A saxophone was a wailing obscenity, and she raised her arms. "Come on." When that one was finished, Fairchild's watch rushed below again, and presently Mr. Taliaferro saw his chance and followed surreptitiously. Fairchild and Major Ayres were ecstatically voluble. The small room fairly moiled with sound. Then they rushed back on deck. "Watch your step, Taliaferro," Fairchild cautioned him as they ascended. "She's got her eye on you. Have you danced with her yet?" Mr. Taliaferro had not. "Better kind of breathe away from her when you do." He led his men to the assault. The ladies demurred, but Fairchild was everywhere, cajoling, threatening, keeping life in the party. Putting the old girl's dance over. Mrs. Maurier was trying to catch Mr. Taliaferro's eye. The niece had peremptorily commandeered Pete again, and again Gordon stood in his shadow, haughty and aloof. They were off. End of section 54. Section 55 of Mosquitos. Fourth day. 11 o'clock. "I say," said Mr. Taliaferro, popping briskly and cautiously into the room, accepting his glass. "We'd better slub a bit, hadn't we?" "What for?" asked the Semitic man, and Fairchild said, "Oh, it's all right. She expects it of us. Somebody's got to be the hoi polloi, you know. Besides, we want to make this cruise memorable in the annals of deep water. Hey, Major, Taliaferro'd better go easy, though." "Oh, we'll look out for Taliaferro," the Semitic man said. "No damned fear," Major Ayres assured him. "Have a go, eh?" They all had a go. Then they rushed back on deck. "What do you do in New Orleans, Pete?" Miss Jameson asked intensely. "One thing and another," Pete answered cautiously. "I'm in business with my brother," he added. "You have lots of friends, I imagine. Girls would all like to dance with you. You are one of the best dancers I ever saw. Almost a professional. I like dancing." "Yeah," Pete agreed. He was restive, I guess. "I wonder if you and I couldn't get together some evening and dance again. I don't go to nightclubs much, because none of the men I know dance very well. But I'd enjoy it, with you." "I guess so," Pete answered. "Well, I'll give you my phone number and address, and you can call me soon, will you? You might come out to dinner, and we'll go out afterward, you know." "Sure," Pete answered uncomfortably. He removed his hat and examined the crown. Then he slanted it once more across his dark, reckless head. Miss Jameson said, "Do you ever make dates ahead of time, Pete?" "Nah," he answered quickly. "I wouldn't have a date over a day old. I just call 'em up and take 'em out and bring 'em back in time to go to work next day. I wouldn't have one I had to wait until tomorrow on." "Neither do I. So I tell you what, let's break the rule one time and make a date for the first night we are ashore. What do you say? You come out to dinner at my house, and we'll go out later to dance. I've got a car." Well, you see, we'll just do that," Miss Jameson continued remorselessly. "We won't forget that. It's a promise, isn't it?" Pete rose. I guess I'd better not promise. Something might turn up, so we couldn't make it, I guess." She sat quietly, looking at him. Maybe it'll be better to wait and fix it up when we get back. I might have to be out of town or something that day, see? Maybe we better wait and see how things shape up." Still, she said nothing, and presently she removed her patient, humorless eyes and looked out across the darkling water, and Pete stood uncomfortably with his goading urge to keep on saying something. "I guess we better wait and see later, see?" Her head was turned away, so he departed unostentatiously. He paused again and looked back at her. She gazed still out over the water, an uncomplaining abjectness of passivity, quiet in her shadowed chair. As he embraced her, Jenny removed his hat slanted viciously upon his reckless head and examined the broken crown with a recurrence of soft astonishment. And still holding the hat in her hand, she came to him in a flowing, enveloping movement, without seeming to move at all. Their faces merged, and Jenny was immediately utterly boneless, seeming to suspend her merging rifeness by her soft mouth. Then she opened her mouth against his. After a while, Pete raised his head. Jenny's face was a passive, drowsing blur, rich, ineffably rich, in the dark. And Pete got out his unfresh handkerchief and wiped her mouth, quite gently. "Got over it without leaving a scar, didn't you?" he said. Without volition, they swung in a world unseen and warm as water, unseen and rife and beautiful, strange and hushed and grave beneath that waning moon of decay and death. "Give your old man a kiss, kid." The niece entered her aunt's room without knocking. Miss Morier raised her astonished, shrieking face and dragged a garment shapelessly across her recently uncorseted breast, as women do. When she had partially recovered from the shock, she ran heavily to the door and locked it. "It's just me," the niece said. "Say, Aunt Pat." Her aunt gasped. Her breast and chins billowed unconfined. "Why don't you knock? You should never enter a room like that. Doesn't Henry ever—" "Sure he does," the niece interrupted. "All the time. Say, Aunt Pat, Pete thinks you ought to pay him for his hat. For stepping on it, you know." Her aunt stared at her. "What?" "You stepped through Pete's hat. He and Jenny think you ought to pay for it, or offer to anyway. I expect if you'd offer to, he wouldn't take it." "Thinks I ought to Miss Morier's face faded into a shocked, soundless amazement. "Yes, they think so. I mentioned it because I promised them I would. You don't have to unless you want to, you know." "Thinks I ought to Again Miss Morier's voice failed her, and her amazement became a chaotic thing that filled her round-faced interestingly. Then it froze into something definite, a coldly determined displeasure, and she recovered her voice. "I have lodged and fed these people for a week," she said without humor. "I do not feel that I am called upon to clothe them also." "Well, I just mentioned it because I promised," the niece repeated soothingly. Mrs. Morier, Jenny, and the niece had disappeared, to Mr. Taliaferro's mixed relief. They still had two left, however. They took turnabout with them. Major Ayres, Fairchild, and the Semitic man rushed below again. Mr. Taliaferro followed openly this time, and a trifle erratically. "How's it coming along?" Fairchild asked, poising the bottle. Mr. Taliaferro made a wet, deprecating sound, glancing at the other two. They regarded him with kindly interest. "Oh, they're all right," Fairchild reassured him. "They are all as anxious to see you put over as I am." He set the bottle down well within reach and gulped at his glass. "I tell you what, it's boldness that does the trick with women, ain't it, Major?" "Right you are. Boldness. Dash in, take 'em by storm." "Sure, that's what you want to do. Have another drink." He filled Mr. Taliaferro's glass. "That's my plan, exactly. Boldness, boldness, boldness." Mr. Taliaferro stared at the other glassily. He tried to wink. "Didn't you see me dancing with her?" "Yes, but that ain't bold enough. If I were you, if I were doing it, I'd turn the trick tonight. Now. Say, Julius, you know what I'd do? I'd go right to her room, walk right in. He's been dancing with her and talking to her. Ground already broken, you see. I bet she's in there right now, waiting for him, hoping he is bold enough to come in to her. He'll feel pretty cheap tomorrow when he finds he missed his chance, won't he? You never have but one chance with a woman, you know. If you fail her then, she's done with you. The next man that comes along gets her without a struggle. It ain't the man a woman cares for that reaps the harvest of passion, It's the next man that comes along after she's lost the other one. I'd sure hate to think I'd been doing work for somebody else to get the benefit of. Wouldn't you? Mr. Taliaferro stared at him. He swallowed twice. But just suppose, that she isn't expecting me. Oh, sure. Of course, you've got to take that risk. It would take a bold man, anyway, to walk right in her room, walk right in without knocking and go straight to the bed. But how many women would resist? I wouldn't, if I were a woman. If you were her, Taliaferro, would you resist? I've found, he went on, that boldness gets pretty near anything in this world, especially women. But it takes a bold man. Say, I bet Major Hares would do it. Right you are. I'd walk in, by Jove. I say I think I shall, anyway. Which one is it? Not the old one. All right. That is, if Taliaferro don't want to do it. He has first shot, He's done all the heavy preparatory work. But it takes a bold man. Oh, Taliaferro's bold as any man, the Semitic man said. But really, Mr. Taliaferro repeated, suppose she isn't expecting me. Suppose she were to call out. No. Yes, Taliaferro ain't bold enough. We'd better let Major Ayres go, after all. No necessity for disappointing the girl, at least. Besides, Mr. Taliaferro added quickly, she is in a room with someone else. No, she ain't. She's in a room to herself now. That one at the end of the hall. That's Mrs. Maurier's room, Mr. Taliaferro said, staring at him. No, she changed. That room has a broken screen, so she changed. Julius and I were helping her move this afternoon, weren't we, Julius? That's how I happen to know Jenny's in there now. But really, Mr. Taliaferro swallowed again. Are you sure that's her room? This is a serious matter, Have another drink, Fairchild said. End of section 55. Section 56 of Mosquitos. Fourth day, part 10. 12 o'clock. The deck was deserted. Fairchild and Major Ayres halted and gazed about in pained astonishment. The Victrola was hooded and mute, smugly inscrutable. They held a hurried council, then they set forth to beat up stragglers. There were no stragglers. Put on a record, Fairchild suggested at last. Maybe that'll get 'em up here. They must have thought we'd gone to bed. The Semitic man started the Victrola again, and again Major Ayres and Fairchild combed the deck in vain. The moon had risen. Its bony erstwhile disk was thumbed into the sky like a coin after too much handling. Mrs. Maurier rooted out the captain, and together they repaired to Fairchild's room. Find it all, she directed. Every single one. The captain found it all. Now, open that window. She gave the captain further directions when they had finished, and she returned to her room and sat again on the edge of her bed. Moonlight came into the room level as a lance through the port, like a marble pencil shattering and filling the room with a thin silver dust as of marble. It has come at last, she whispered, aware of her body, heavy and soft with years. I should feel happy, she told herself. But her limbs felt chill and strange to her, and within her a terrible thing was swelling. A thing terrible and poisonous, and released like water that has been dammed too long. It was as though there were waking within her comfortable, long, familiar body, a thing that abode there dormant, and which she had harbored, unaware. She sat on the edge of her bed, feeling her strange, chill limbs, while that swelling thing within her unfolded like an intricate poisonous flower, an intricate, slow convolvulus of petals that grew and faded, died, and were replaced by other petals, huger and more implacable. Her limbs were strange and cold. They were trembling. That dark flower of laughter, that secret, hideous flower grew and grew until that entire world, which was herself, was become a slow, implacable swirling of hysteria that rose in her throat and shook it as though with a myriad small hands, while from overhead there came a thin, saccharine strain, spaced off by a heavy thumping of feet, where Fairchild was teaching Major Ayres the Charleston. And soon another sound, and the Nausicaa trembled and pulsed, girding herself with motion. Mr. Taliaferro stood in the bows, letting the wind blow upon his face amid his hair. The worn moon had risen, and she spread her boneless hand upon the ceaseless water, and the cold, remote stars swung overhead, cold and remote and incurious. What cared they for the haggard despair in his face, for the hushed despair in his heart? They had seen too much of human moiling and indecision and astonishments to be concerned over the fact that Mr. Taliaferro had got himself engaged to marry again. Soon, a sound, and the Nausicaa trembled and pulsed, girding herself with motion. Suddenly Fairchild stopped, raising his hand for silence. "What's that?" he asked. "What's what?" responded Major Ayres, pausing also and staring at him. "I thought I heard something fall into the water." He crossed to the rail and leaned over it. Major Ayres followed him, and they listened. But the dark, restless water was untroubled by any foreign sound. The night was calm, islanding the worn, bland disk of the moon. Stuart, throwing out grapefruit, Major Ayres suggested at last. They turned away. "Hope so," Fairchild said. "Start her up again, Julius." And soon another sound, and the Nausicaa trembled and pulsed, girding herself with motion. End of section 56, read by Sandra. Near Montreal, 2023. Section 57 of Mosquitos. Epilogue, Part 1. Lake water had done strange things to Jenny's little green dress. It was rough-dried and draggled, and it had kind of sagged here and drawn up there. The skirt and the back, for instance, because now between the gracious miniature ballooning of its hem and the tops of her dingy stockings, you saw pink flesh. But she was ineffably unaware of this as she stood on Canal Street waiting for her car to come along, watching Pete's damaged hat slanting away amid the traffic, clutching the dime he had given her for car fare in her little soiled hand. Soon her car came along, and she got in it and gave the conductor her dime and received change, and put 7 cents in the machine, while men, unshaven men and coatless men and old men and spruce young men and men that smelled of toilet water and bay rum and sweat and men that smelled of just sweat, watched her with the moist abjectness of hounds. Then she went on up the aisle, rife, placidly unreluctant, and then the car jolted forward, and she sat partly upon a fat man in a derby and a newspaper, who looked up at her and then hunched over to the window and dived again into his newspaper with his derby on. The car hummed and spurted and jolted and stopped and jolted and hummed and spurted between crouching walls and old iron lovely as dingy lace, and shrieking children from South Europe once removed and wild and soft as animals and cheerful with filth, and old rich food smells rich enough to fatten the flesh through the lungs, and women screaming from adjacent door to door in bright, dirty shawls. Her 3 pennies had got warm and moist in her hand, so she changed them to the other hand and dried her palm on her thigh. Soon it was a broader street at right angles, a weary green spaciousness of late August foliage and civilization again in the shape of a filling station, and she descended and passed between houses possessing once and long ago individuality, reserve, but now become somehow vaguely and dingily identical, reaching at last an iron gate through which she went, and on up a shallow, narrow concrete walk, bordered on either side by beds in which flowers for some reason never seemed to grow well, and so on across the veranda and into the house. Her father was on the night force, and he now sat in his sock feet and with his galluses down at his supper of mackerel — it is Friday — and fried potatoes and coffee and an early afternoon edition. He wiped his mustache with 2 sweeps of the back of his hand. "Where you been?" Jenny entered the room, removing her hat. She dropped it to the floor and came up in a flanking movement. "On a boat ride," she answered. Her father drew his feet under his chair to rise, and his face suffused slowly with relief and anger. "And you think you can go off like that, without a word to nobody, and then just walk back into this house?" But Jenny captured him, and she squirmed onto his rising lap, and, though he tried to defend himself, kissed him through his mackerelish mustache. and held him speechless, so while she delved amid that vague Pinnish region which was her mind, after a while she remembered it. "Haul up your sheet," she said. "You're jibbing." End of section 57. Section 58 of Mosquitos. Epilogue, Part 2. Pete was the baby. He was too young to have been aware of it, of course, but that electric sign with the family name on it had marked a climacteric, the phoenix-like rise of the family fortunes from the dun ashes of respectability and a small restaurant catering to Italian working people, to the final and ultimate Americanization of the family, since this fortune, like most American ones, was built on the flouting of a statutory impediment. Prior to 1919, you entered a dingy room fecund with the rich, heavy odor of Italian cooking. You sat, surrounded by Italian faces and frank Italian eating sounds, at oilcloth of the cheerful red and white check and cunningly stained, impermeated with food, where you were presently supplied with more food. Perhaps old Lady Ginata herself came bustling out with soup and one thumb in a thick platter and a brisk word for you. Or by Joe, anyway, bare-armed and skillful and taciturn, while Mr. Ginata himself, in his stained apron, stood talking to a table of his intimates. Perhaps, if you lingered long enough over your banana or overripe, oft-handled grapes, you would see Pete in his ragged corduroy knickers and faded clean shirt, with his curling shock of hair and his queer golden eyes, 12 years old and beautiful as only an Italian lad can be. But now all of this was changed. Where was once a dingy, food-laden room, wooden-floored and not too clean, was now a tiled space cleared and waxed for dancing, and enclosed on one side by mirrors and on the other by a row of booths, containing each a table and 2 chairs and lighted each by a discreet table lamp of that surreptitious and unmistakable shade of pink, and curtained each with heavy maroon rep. And where you once got food, good and Italian and cheap, you now paid so much for it that you were not required to eat it at all. And platters of spaghetti and roasted whole fowls, borne not by Joe, bare-armed and skillful and taciturn, but by dinner-coated waiters with faces ironed and older than sin, platters which served as stage properties for the oldest and weariest comedy in the world, were served you and later removed by the waiters with a sort of clairvoyant ubiquity, and returned to the kitchen, practically intact. And from the kitchen, there came no longer any odor of cooking at all. Joe's idea, it was. Joe, 25 and more American than any of them, had seen the writing on the wall, had argued, prevailed, and proven himself right. Mr. Ginata had not stood prosperity. He was afraid of the new floor, to begin with. It was too slick, dangerous for a man of his age and bulk, and to look out of his kitchen, that kitchen into which he no longer dared bring his stained apron, upon a room once crowded with his friends and noisy and cheerful with eating and smells of food. But all that was changed now. The very waiters themselves he did not know, and the food they bore back and forth was not food. And the noise was now a turgid pandemonium of saxophones and drums, and riding above it like distracted birds, a shrill and metallic laughter of women, ceaseless and without joy, and the smells a blending of tobacco and alcohol and unchaste scent. And from the kitchen there came no longer any odor of cooking at all. Even his range was gone, replaced by an oil stove. So he died, fairly full of years and with more money to his name in the bank than most Italian princes have. Mrs. Ginata had the flu at the same time. It had settled in her ears, and as time passed, she became quite deaf. And because of the fact that her old friends now went elsewhere to dine, and the people who came now arrived quite late, after she was in bed mostly, and her old man was dead, and her sons were such Americans now, busy and rich and taciturn, and because the strange waiters frightened her a little, the old lady had got out of the habit of talking at all. She prepared food for her sons on the new stove of which she was afraid. But they were in and out so much it was hard to anticipate their meal times. And her eyes being no longer good enough for sewing, she spent her time puttering about their living quarters overhead, or in a corner of the kitchen where she would be out of the way, preparing vegetables and such, things that didn't require keenness of sight or attention. The room itself she would not enter, though from her accustomed corner in the kitchen she could on occasion watch the boneless sophistication of the saxophone player and the drummer's flapping elbows, and years ago she had heard the noise they made. But that was long ago, and she had forgotten it. And now she accepted their antics as she accepted the other changes, associating no sound with them at all. Joe had several automobiles now, big noticeable ones, and he used to try to persuade her to ride in them. But she refused stubbornly always, though it was a matter of neighborhood comment, how good the Giannata boys were to the old lady. But Joe, with his shrewd taciturn face and his thinning hair and his shirt of heavy striped silk smoothly taut across his tight embryonic paunch, Joe, standing with his head waiter at the desk, paused in his occupation to glance down that room with its every modern fixture, its tiled floor and lights and mirrors, with commendable pride. With the quiet joy of ownership, his gaze followed its mere diminishing tunnel, and passed on to the discreetly curtained entrance beneath that electric sign, that ultimate accolade of Americanization, flashing his name in golden letters in rain or mist, or against the remote insane stars themselves, and to his brother slanting his damaged hat defiantly, turning in beneath it. Joe held his sheaf of banknotes in one hand and his poised, wetted finger over it and watched Pete traverse the mirrored length of the room. "Where in hell you been?" he demanded. "To the country," Pete answered shortly. "Anything to eat?" "Eat, hell," his brother exclaimed. "Here I've had to pay a man 2 days just because you were off helling around somewheres, and now you come in talking about something to eat. Here." He put aside his sheaf of money, and from a drawer he took a pack of small slips of paper and ran through them. The head waiter counted money undisturbed, methodically. "I promised this stuff to her by noon. You get busy and run it out there. Here's the address, and no more foolishness, see? Eat, hell." But Pete had brushed past the other without even pausing. His brother followed him. "You get right at it, you hear?" He raised his voice. "You think you can walk out of here and stay as long as you want, huh? You think you can come strolling back after a week, huh? You think you own this place?" The old lady was waiting inside the kitchen. She didn't hardly talk at all anymore, only made sounds, wet sounds of satisfaction and alarm, and she saw her older son's face, and she made those sounds now, looking from one to the other but not offering to touch them. Pete entered the room, and his brother stopped at the door, and the old lady shuffled across to the stove and fetched Pete a plate of warmed-over spaghetti and fish and set it before him at a zinc-covered table. His brother stood in the door and glared at him. "Get up from there now, like I told you. Come on, you can eat when you get back." But the old lady bustled around, getting between them with the stubborn barrier of her deafness, and her alarmed sounds rose again, then fell, and became a sort of meaningless crooning while she kept herself between them, pushing Pete's plate nearer, patting his knife and fork into his hands. "Look out," Pete said at last, pushing her hands away. Joe glared from the door, but he humored her, as he always did. "Make it snappy," he said gruffly, turning away. When he had gone, the old lady returned to her chair and her discarded bowl of vegetables. Pete ate hungrily. Sounds came back to him, a broom and indistinguishable words. And then the street door opened and closed, and above a swift tapping of heels he heard a woman's voice. It spoke to his brother at the desk. But the brittle staccato came on without stopping, and as Pete raised his head, the girl entered on her high, cheap heels and an unbelievable length of pale stocking severed sharply by her skimpy dark frock. Within the small bright bell of her hat, her painted passionate face, and her tawdry shrillness was jointless and poised as a thin tree. "Where you been?" she asked. "Off with some women." He resumed his meal. "More than one?" she asked quickly, watching him. "Yeah, 5 or 6. Reason it took me so long." "Oh," she said. "You're some little papa, ain't you?" He continued to eat, and she came over beside him. What you so glum about? Somebody take your candy away from you?" She removed his hat. "Say, look at your hat." She stared at it, then laid it on the table, and sliding her hand into his thickly curling hair, she tugged his face up and his queer golden eyes. "Wipe your mouth off," she said, but she kissed him anyway and raised her head again. "You better wipe it off now, sure enough," she said with contemplation. She released his hair. "Well, I gotta go," and she turned, but paused again at the old lady's chair and screamed at her in Italian. The old lady looked up, nodding her head, then bent over her beans again. Pete finished his meal. He could still hear her shrill voice from the other room, and he lit a cigarette and strolled out. The old lady hadn't been watching him, but as soon as he was gone, she got up and removed the plate and washed it and put it away, and then sat down again and picked up her bowl. "Ready to go, huh?" His brother looked up from the desk. "Here's the address. Snap it up now. I told her I'd have it out there by noon." The bulk of Joe's business was outside, like this. He had a name for reliability of which he was proud. "Take the Studebaker," he added. "That old hack?" Pete paused, protesting. "I'll take your Chrysler." "Damn if you will," his brother rejoined, heating again. "Get on now. Take that Studebaker like I told you," he said violently. "If you don't like it, buy one of your own." "Ah, shut up." Pete turned away. With one of the booths, beyond a partly drawn curtain, he saw her facing the mirror, renewing the paint on her mouth. Beside her stood one of the waiters in his shirt sleeves, holding him up. She made a swift signal with her hand to his reflection in the glass. He slanted his hat again, without replying. She was an old hack, beside the fawn and nickel splendor of the new Chrysler. But she would go, and she'd carry 6 or 7 cases comfortably. The 4 cases he now had were just peas in a matchbox. He followed the traffic to Canal Street, crossed it, and fell into the line, waiting to turn on St. Charles. The line inched forward, stopped, inched forward again when the bell rang. The policeman at the curb held the line again, and Pete sat watching the swarming, darting newsboys, and the loafers and shoppers and promenaders, and little colt-like girls with their monotonous blonde legs. The bell rang, but the cops still held them. Pete leaned out, jazzing his idling engine. Come on, you blue-bellied bastard," he called. "Let's go." At last the cop lowered his glove, and Pete whipped skillfully into St. Charles, and presently the street widened and became an avenue picketed with palms, and settling onto his spine and slanting his damaged straw hat to a swaggering slant on his dark, reckless head, he began to overhaul the slow ones, passing them up. End of section 58. Section 59 of Mosquitos. Epilogue. Parts 3 and 4. Fairchild's splitting head ultimately roused him, and he lay for some time submerged in the dull, throbbing misery of his body before he discovered that the boat was stationary again, and, after an effort of unparalleled stoicism, that it was 11 o'clock. No sound anywhere. Yet there was something in the atmosphere of his surroundings, something different. But trying to decide what it was only made his head pound the worse, so he gave it up and lay back again. The Semitic man slumbered in his berth. After a while, Fairchild groaned, and rose and wavered, blundering across the cabin, and drank deeply of water. Then he saw land through the port, a road, and a weathered board wall, and beyond it trees. Mandeville, he decided. He tried to rouse the Semitic man, but the other cursed him from slumber and rolled over to face the wall. He hunted again for a bottle, but there were not even any empty ones. Whoever did it had made a clean sweep. Well, a cup of coffee, then. So he got into his trousers and crossed the passage to a lavatory and held his head beneath the tap for a while. Then he returned and finished dressing and sallied forth. Someone slumbered audibly in Major Eyre's room. It was Major Eyres himself, and Fairchild closed the door and went on, struck anew with that strange atmosphere which the yacht seemed to have gained overnight. The saloon was empty also, and a broken mule offended his temporarily refined sensibilities with partially emptied cups and cold soiled plates. But still no sound, no human sound save Major Eyres and the Semitic man in slumber's strophe and antistrophe. He stood in the door of the saloon and groaned again. Then he took his splitting head on deck. Here he blinked in the light, shutting his eyes against it while hot brass hammers beat against his eyeballs. 3 men dangled their legs over the edge of the quay and regarded him, and he opened his eyes again and saw the 3 men. "Good morning," he said. "What town's this?" "Mandeville." The 3 men looked at him. After a time, one said, "Mandeville? Mandeville what?" "What town is it then?" he asked. But as he spoke, awareness came to him, and looking about he saw a steel bridge and a trolley on the bridge, and further still a faint mauve smudge on the sky, and in the other direction the flag that floated above the yacht club, languorous in a faint breeze. The 3 men sat and swung their legs and watched him. Presently one of them said, "Your party went off and left you." "Looks like it," Fairchild agreed. "Do you know if they said anything about sending a car back for us?" "No, she ain't going to send back today," the man answered. Fairchild cleared his aching eyes. It was the captain. "Trolley back over yonder a ways," he called after Fairchild as he turned and descended the companionway. Part 4. Major Eyre's appointment was for 3 o'clock. His watch corroborated and commended him as he stepped from the elevator into a long, cool corridor, glassed on either hand by opaque plate from beyond which came a thin tapping of typewriters. Soon he found the right door and entered it, and across a low barrier he gave his card to a thin, scented girl, glaring at her affably, and stood in the ensuing interval gazing out the window across diversified rectangles of masonry toward the river. The girl returned. "Mr. Reichman will see you now," she said across her chewing gum, swinging the gate open for him. Mr. Reichman shook his hand and offered him a chair and a cigar. He asked Major Eyres for his impressions of New Orleans, and immediately interrupted the caller's confused staccato response to ask Major Eyres, for whom the war had served as a single possible condition under which he could have returned to England at all, and to whom, for certain private reasons, London had been interdict since the armistice, how affairs compared between the 2 cities. Then he swung back in his patent chair and said, "Now, Major, just what is your proposition?" "Ah, yes," said Major Eyres, flicking the ash from his cigar. "It's assaults. Now all Americans are constipated." End of section 59. Section 60 of Mosquitos. Epilogue, Part 5. Beneath him on the ground floor, where a rectangle of light fell outward across the alley, a typewriter was being hammered by a heavy and merciless hand. Fairchild sat with a cigar on his balcony just above the unseen but audible typist, enjoying the cool darkness and the shadowed, tree-filled spaciousness of the cathedral close beneath his balcony. An occasional trolley clanged and crashed up Royal Street, but this was but seldom, and when it had died away there was no sound save the monotonous merging clatter of the typewriter. Then he saw and recognized Mr. Taliaferro turning the corner, and with an exclamation of alarm he sprang to his feet, kicking his chair over backward. Ducking quickly into the room, redolent of pennyroyal, he snapped off the reading lamp and leaped upon a couch, feigning sleep. Mr. Taliaferro walked dapperly, swinging his stick, his goal in sight. Yes, Fairchild was right. He knew women, the feminine soul. No, not soul. They have no souls. Nature, the feminine nature. That substance, that very substance of their being, impalpable as moonlight, challenging and retreating at the same time, inconsistent, nay, incomprehensible, yet serving their ends with such a devastating practicality, as though the earth, the world, man and his very desires and impulses themselves had been invented for the sole purpose of hushing their little hungry souls by filling their time through serving their biological ends. Yes, boldness and propinquity and opportunity, that happy conjunction of technique and circumstance, being with the right one in the right place at the right time, Yes, yes, opportunity. More important than all, perhaps. Mr. Taliaferro put up opportunity. He called for a ballot. The eyes had it. He stopped utterly still in the flash of his inspiration. At last he had it, had the trick, the magic word. It was so simple that he stood in amaze at the fact that it had not occurred to him before. But then he realized that its very simplicity was the explanation. And my nature is complex, he told himself, gazing at stars in the hot, dark sky, in a path of sky above the open coffin of the street. It was so devastatingly simple that he knew a faint qualm. Was it exactly sporting? Wasn't it like shooting quail on the ground? But no. Now that he had the key, now that he had found the word, he dared admit to himself that he had suffered. Not so much in his vanity, not physically. After all, man can do without the pleasures of love. It will not kill him. But because each failure seemed to put years behind him, with far more finality than the mere recurrence of natal days. Yes, Mr. Taliaferro owed himself reparation. Let them suffer who must. And was not that woman's part from time immemorial? Opportunity. Create your opportunity. Prepare the ground by overlooking none of those small, important trivialities which mean so much to them. Then take advantage of it. And I can do that, he told himself. Indifference, perhaps, as though women were no rare thing with me, that there is perhaps another woman I had rather have seen. But circumstances over which neither of us had any control intervened. They, like a man who has other women for some reason. Can it be that love to them is half adultery and half jealousy? Yes, I can do that sort of thing. I really can. She would have one suit of black underthings, Mr. Taliaferro said aloud with a sort of exultation. He struck the pavement with his stick lightly. By God, that's it, he exclaimed in a hushed tone, striding on. Create the opportunity, lead up to it delicately but firmly. Drop a remark about coming tonight only because I had promised. Yes, they like an honorable man. It increases their latitude. She'll say, please take me to dance. And I'll say, no, really, I don't care to dance tonight. And she'll say, won't you take me? Leaning against me, eh? Let's see. Yes, she'll take my hand, but I shan't respond at once. She'll tease, and then I'll put my arm around her and raise her face in the dark cab and kiss her coldly, and I'll say, do you really want to dance tonight? And then she'll say, oh, I don't know. Suppose we just drive around a while. Will she say that at this point? Well, should she not? Let's see. What would she say? Mr. Taliaferro strode on, musing swiftly. Well, anyway, if she says that, if she does say that, then I'll say, no, let's dance. Yes, something like that. Though perhaps I'd better kiss her again, not so coldly, perhaps. But should she say something else, but then I shall be prepared for any contingency, eh? Half the battle. Yes, something like that, delicately but firmly done, so as not to alarm the quarry. Some walls are carried by storm, but all walls are reduced by siege. There is also the fable of the wind and the sun and the man in a cloak. We'll change the gender, by Jove, Mr. Taliaferro said aloud, breaking suddenly from his reverie to discover that he had passed Fairchild's door. He retraced his steps and craned his neck to see the dark window. Fairchild. No reply. Oh, Fairchild. The two dark windows were inscrutable as two fates. He pressed the bell, then stepped back to complete his aria. Beside the door was another entrance. Light streamed across a half-length lattice blind, like a saloon door. Beyond it, a typewriter was being thumped viciously. Mr. Taliaferro knocked diffidently upon the blind. "Hello," a voice boomed above the clattering machine, though the machine itself did not falter. Mr. Taliaferro pondered briefly, then he knocked again. "Come in, damn you." The voice drowned the typewriter temporarily. "Come in. Do you think this is a bathroom?" Mr. Taliaferro opened the blind, and the huge, colorless man at the typewriter raised his sweating leonine head and regarded Mr. Taliaferro fretfully. "Well, pardon me, I'm looking for Fairchild." "Next floor," the other snapped, poising his hands. "Good night." But he doesn't answer. "Do you happen to know if he is in tonight?" "I do not." Mr. Taliaferro pondered again, diffidently. "I wonder how I might ascertain. I'm pressed for time." "How in hell do I know? Go up and see, or stand out there and call him." "Thanks, I'll go up if you've no objection." "Well, go up then," the big man answered, leaping again upon his typewriter. Mr. Taliaferro watched him for a time. "May I go through this way?" he ventured at last, mildly and politely. Yes, go anywhere, but for God's sake don't bother me any longer." Mr. Taliaferro murmured thanks and sidled past the large, frenzied man. The whole small room trembled to the man's heavy hands, and the typewriter leaped and chattered like a mad thing. He went on and into a dark corridor filled with a thin, vicious humming, and mounted lightless stairs into an acrid region scented with pennyroyal. Fairchild heard him stumble in the darkness and groaned. "I'll have your blood for this," he swore at the thundering, oblivious typewriter beneath him. After a time his door opened, and the caller hissed, "Fairchild," into the room. Fairchild swore again under his breath. The couch complained to his movement, and he said, "Wait there until I turn up the light. You'll break everything I've got, blundering around in the dark." Mr. Taliaferro sighed with relief. Well, I had just about given you up and gone away when that man beneath you kindly let me come through his place." The light came on under Fairchild's hand. "Oh, you were asleep, weren't you? So sorry to have disturbed you. But I want your advice, as I failed to see you this morning." "You got home all right?" he asked with thoughtful tact. Fairchild answered, "Yes," shortly, and Mr. Taliaferro laid his hat and stick on a table, knocking therefrom a vase of late summer flowers. With amazing agility, he caught the vase before it crashed, though not before its contents had liberally splashed him. "Oh, the devil!" he ejaculated. He replaced the vase and quickly fell to mopping at his sleeves and coat front with his handkerchief. "And this suit fresh from the presser, too," he added with exasperation. Fairchild watched him with ill-suppressed vindictive glee. "Too bad," he commiserated insincerely, lying again on the couch. "But she won't notice it. She'll be too interested in what you're saying to her." Mr. Taliaferro looked up quickly, a trifle dubiously. He spread his handkerchief across the corner of the table to dry. Then he smoothed his hands over his neat, pale hair. "Do you think so? Really? That's what I stopped in to discuss with you." For a while, Mr. Taliaferro sat neatly and gazed at his host from beyond a barrier of a polite and hopeless despair. Fairchild remarked his expression with sudden curiosity, but before he could speak, Mr. Taliaferro re-assimilated himself and became again his familiar articulated mild alarm. "What's the matter?" Fairchild asked. "I? Nothing, nothing at all, my dear fellow. Why do you ask? You look like you had something on your mind just then. The guest laughed artificially. Not at all. You imagined it, really. His hidden dark thing lurked behind his eyes yet, but he vanquished it temporarily. I will ask a favor, however, before I ask your advice, that you don't mention our conversation. The general trend of it, you know. Fairchild watched him with curiosity. To any of our mutual women friends, he added further, meeting his host's curious gaze. All right, Fairchild agreed. I never mention any of the conversations we have on this subject. I don't reckon I'll start now. Thank you. Mr. Taliaferro was again his polite, smug self. I have a particular reason this time, which I'll divulge to you as soon as I consider myself. You will be the first to know. Sure, said Fairchild again. What is it to be this time? Ah, yes, said the guest with swift optimism. I really believe that I have discovered the secret of success with them. Create the proper setting beforehand, indifference to pique them, then boldness. That is what I have always overlooked. Listen, tonight I shall turn the trick. But I want your advice. Fairchild groaned and lay back. Mr. Taliaferro picked his handkerchief from the table and whipped it about his ankles. He continued, Now, I shall make her jealous to begin with by speaking of another woman in, quite intimate terms. She will doubtless wish to dance, but I shall pretend indifference, and when she begs me to take her to dance, perhaps I'll kiss her, suddenly but with detachment. You see? Yes, murmured the other, cradling his head on his arms and closing his eyes. Yes, so we'll go and dance, and I'll pet her a bit, still impersonally, as if I were thinking of someone else. She'll naturally be intrigued, and she'll say, What are you thinking of? And I'll say, Why do you want to know? She'll plead with me, perhaps dancing quite close to me, cajoling. But I'll say, I'd rather tell you what you are thinking of. And she will say, What? Immediately, and I'll say, You are thinking of me. Now what do you think of that? What will she say then? Probably tell you you've got a swelled head. Mr. Taliaferro's face fell. Do you think she'll say that? Don't know. You'll find out soon enough. No, Mr. Taliaferro said after a while. I don't believe she will. I rather fancied she'd think I knew a lot about women. He mused deeply for a time. Then he burst out again. If she does, I'll say, Perhaps so. But I am tired of this place. Let's go. She'll not want to leave, but I'll be firm, and then... Mr. Taliaferro became smug, bursting with something he withheld. No, I shan't tell you. It's too excruciatingly simple. Why, someone else has not. He sat gloating. Scared I'll run out and use it myself before you have a chance? Fairchild asked. No, really, not at all. He considered a moment, then he leaned to the other. It's not that at all, really. I only feel that being the discoverer, that sort of thing, I trust you, my dear fellow, he added swiftly in a burst of confidence. Merely my own scruples, you see. Sure, said Fairchild dryly. I understand. You will have so many opportunities, while Again, that dark thing came up behind Mr. Taliaferro's eyes and peered forth a moment. He drove it back. And you really think it will work? Sure, provided that final coup is as deadly as you claim, and provided she acts like she ought to. It might be a good idea to outline the plot to her, though, so she won't slip up herself. You are pulling my leg now. Mr. Taliaferro bridled slightly. But don't you think this plan is good? Airtight. You've thought of everything, haven't you? Surely, that's the only way to win battles, you know. Napoleon taught us that. Napoleon said something about the heaviest artillery, too, the other said wickedly. Mr. Taliaferro smiled with deprecatory complacence. I am as I am, he murmured. Especially when it hasn't been used in some time, Fairchild added. Mr. Taliaferro looked like a struck beast, and the other said quickly, But are you going to try this scheme tonight, or are you just describing a hypothetical case? Mr. Taliaferro produced his watch and glanced at it in consternation. Good gracious, I must run. He sprang to his feet and thrust his handkerchief into his pocket. Thanks for advising me. I really think I have the system at last, don't you? Sure, the other agreed. At the door, Mr. Taliaferro turned and rushed back to shake hands. Wish me luck, he said, turning again. He paused once more. Our little talk, you'll not mention it? Sure, repeated Fairchild. The door closed upon the caller, and his descending feet sounded on the stairs. He stumbled again, then the street door closed behind him, and Fairchild rose and stood on the balcony and watched him out of sight. Fairchild returned to the couch and reclined again, laughing. Abruptly he ceased chuckling and lay for a time in alarmed concern. Then he groaned again and rose and took his hat. As he stepped into the alley, the Semitic man pausing at the entrance spoke to him. Where are you going? He asked. I don't know, Fairchild replied. Somewhere. The great illusion has just called, he explained. He has an entirely new scheme tonight. Oh? Slipping out, are you? The other asked, lowering his voice. No, he just dashed away, but I don't dare stay in this evening. He'll be back inside of 2 hours to tell me why this one didn't work. We'll have to go somewhere else. The Semitic man mopped his handkerchief across his bald head. Beyond the lattice blind beside them, the typewriter still chattered. The Fairchild chuckled again. Then he sighed. I wish Taliaferro could find him a woman. I'm tired of being seduced. Let's go over to Gordon's. End of Section 60. Section 61 of Mosquitos. Epilogue, Part 6. The niece had already yawned elaborately several times at the lone guest. She was prepared and recognized the preliminary symptoms, indicating that her brother was on the point of his customary abrupt and muttered departure from the table. She rose also with alacrity. Well, she said briskly, I've enjoyed knowing you a lot, Mark. Next summer, maybe we'll be back here, and we'll have to do it again, won't we? Patricia, her aunt said, sit down. I'm sorry, Aunt Pat, but Josh wants me to sit with him tonight. He's going away tomorrow, she explained to the guest. Aren't you going too? Mark Frost asked. Yes, but this is our last night here, and Gus wants me to. Not me, her brother denied quickly. You needn't come away on my account. Well, I think I better anyway, her aunt repeated. Patricia. But the niece ignored her. She circled the table and shook the guest's hand briskly before he could rise. Goodbye, she repeated. Until next summer. Her aunt said, Patricia, again firmly. She turned again at the door and said politely, Good night, Aunt Pat. Her brother had gone on up the stairs. She hurried after him, leaving her aunt to call, Patricia, from the dining room, and reached the head of the stairs in time to see his door close behind him. When she tried the knob, the door was locked, so she came away and went quietly to her room. She stripped off her clothes in the darkness and lay on her bed, and after a while she heard him banging and splashing in the connecting bathroom. When these sounds had ceased, She rose and entered the bathroom quietly from her side, and quietly she tried his door. Unlocked. She snapped on the light and spun the tap of the shower until needles of water drummed viciously into the bath. She thrust her hand beneath it at intervals. Soon it was stinging and cold, and she drew her breath as for a dive and sprang beneath it, clutching a cake of soap and cringed, shuddering and squealing while the water needled her hard, simple body in its startling bathing suit of white skin, matting her coarse hair, stinging and blinding her. She whirled the tap again, and the water ceased its antiseptic miniature thunder, and after toweling herself vigorously, she found that she was hot as ever, though not sticky any longer. So moving more slowly, she returned to her room and donned fresh pajamas. This suit had as yet its original cord. Then she went on her bare, silent feet and stood again at the door of her brother's room, listening. "Look out, Josh," she called suddenly, flinging open the door. "I'm coming in." His room was dark, but she could discern the shape of him on the bed, and she sped across the room and plumped, jouncing onto the bed beside him. He jerked himself up sharply. "Here," he exclaimed. "What do you want to come in here worrying me for?" He raised himself still further. A brief, violent struggle, and the niece thudded solidly on the floor. She said, "Ow," in a muffled, surprised tone. "Now, get out and stay out," her brother added. "I want to go to sleep." "Oh, let me stay a while. I'm not going to bother you." "Haven't you been staying under my feet for a week without coming in here where I'm trying to go to sleep? Get out now." "Just a little while," she begged. "I'll lie still if you want to go to sleep." "You won't keep still. You go on now." "Please, Gus, I swear I will." "Well," he agreed at last, grudgingly, "but if you start flopping around—" "I'll be still," she promised. She slid quickly onto the bed and lay rigidly on her back. Outside in the hot darkness, insects scraped and rattled and droned. The room, however, was a spacious, quiet coolness, and the curtains at the windows stirred in a ghost of a breeze. "Josh." She lay flat, perfectly still. Didn't you do something to that boat?" After a while he said, "What boat?" She was silent, taut with listening. He said, "Why? What would I want to do anything to the boat for? What makes you think I did?" "Didn't you now? Honest?" "You're crazy. I never was down there except when you came tagging down there that morning. What would I want to do anything to it for?" They lay motionless, a kind of tenseness. He said suddenly, "Did you tell her I did something to it?" "Oh, don't be a goof. I'm not going to tell on you." "You're damn right you won't. I never did anything to it." All right. I'm not going to tell if you haven't got guts too." "You're yellow, Josh," she told him calmly. "Look here, I told you that if you wanted to stay in here, you'd have to keep quiet, didn't I? Shut up then, or get out." "Didn't you break that boat, honest?" "No, I told you. Now you shut up or get out of here." They lay quiet for a time. After a while she moved carefully, turning onto her belly by degrees. She lay still again for a time, then she raised her head. He seemed to be asleep, so she lowered her head and relaxed her muscles, spreading her arms and legs to where the sheet was still cool. "I'm glad we're going tomorrow," she murmured, as though to herself. "I like to ride on the train. And mountains again. I love mountains, all blue and blue. We'll be seeing mountains day after tomorrow. Little towns on 'em that don't smell like people eating all the time. And mountains. No mountains between here and Chicago," her brother said gruffly. "Shut up." "Yes, there are." She raised herself to her elbow. "There are some. I saw some coming down here." "That was in Virginia and Tennessee. We don't go through Virginia to Chicago, dumbbell. We go through Tennessee, though." "Not that part of Tennessee." "Shut up, I tell you." Here, you get up and go back to your room." "No, please, just a little while longer. I'll lie still." "Come on, Gus, don't be so crummy." "Get out now," he repeated implacably. "I'll be still. I won't say a word." "No, outside now. Go on, Gus, like I tell you." She heaved herself over nearer. "Please, Josh, then I'll go." "Well, be quick about it." He turned his face away, and she leaned down and took his ear between her teeth, biting it just a little, making a kind of meaningless maternal sound against his ear. "That's enough," he said presently, turning his head and his moistened ear. "Get out now." She rose obediently and returned to her room. It seemed to be hotter in here than in his room, so she got up and removed her pajamas and got back in bed and lay on her back, cradling her dark, grave head in her arms and gazing into the darkness. And after a while it wasn't so hot, and it was like she was on a high place, looking away out where mountains faded, dreaming and blue, and on into a purple haze, under the slanting and solemn music of the sun. She'd see 'em day after tomorrow. Mountains. End of section 61. Section 62 of Mosquitos. Fairchild went directly to the marble and stood before it, clasping his hands at his burly back. The Semitic man sat immediately on entering the room, preempting the single chair. The host was busy beyond the rep curtain, which constituted his bedroom, from where he presently reappeared with a bottle of whiskey. He had removed both shirt and undershirt now, and beneath a faint reddish fuzz, his chest gleamed with heat, like an oiled gladiator's. "I see," Fairchild remarked as the host entered, "that you too have been caught by this modern-day fetish of virginity. But you have this advantage over us. Yours will remain inviolate without your having to shut your eyes to its goings-on. You don't have to make any effort to keep yours from being otherwise. Very satisfactory and very unusual. The greatest part of man's immolation of virginity is, I think, composed of an alarm and a suspicion that someone else may be, as the term is, getting it. Perhaps Gordon's alarm regarding his own particular illusion of it is that someone else may not get it," the Semitic man suggested. "No, I guess not," Fairchild said. "He don't expect to sell this to anybody, you know. Who would pay out good money for a virginity he couldn't later violate, if only to assure himself it was the genuine thing? Leda, clasping her dog between her thighs, could yet be carved out of it, however," the other pointed out. "It is large enough for that, or—" "Swan," corrected Fairchild. "No, duck," the Semitic man insisted. "Americans would prefer duck. Or udders and a fig leaf might be added to the thing as it stands. Isn't that possible, Gordon?" "Yes, it might be restored," Gordon admitted dryly. He disappeared again beyond the curtain and returned with 2 heavy tumblers and a shaving mug bearing a name in Gothic lettering of faded gilt. He drew up the bench on which his enamel water pitcher rested, and Fairchild came and sat upon it. Gordon took the shaving mug and went to lean his tall body against the wall. His intolerant hawk's face was like bronze in the unshaded glare of the light. The Semitic man puffed at his cigar. Fairchild raised his glass, squinting through it. "Udders and a fig leaf," he repeated. He drank and set his tumbler down to light a cigarette. "After all, that is the end of art. I mean, we do get something out of art," the Semitic man agreed. "We all admit that." "Yes," said Fairchild. "Art reminds us of our youth, of that age when life don't need to have her face lifted every so often for you to consider her beautiful. That's about all the virtue there is in art. It's a kind of Battle Creek, Michigan for the spirit. And when it reminds us of youth, we remember grief and forget time. That's something. Something, if all a man has to do is forget time, the Semitic man rejoined. But one who spends his days trying to forget time is like one who spends his time forgetting death or digestion. That's another instance of your unshakable faith in words. It's like morphine, language is. A fearful habit to form. You become a bore to all who would otherwise cherish you. Of course, there is the chance that you may be hailed as a genius after you are dead long years, but what is that to you? There will still be high endeavor that ends, as always, with kissing in the dark, but where are you? Time. Time? Why worry about something that takes care of itself so well? You were born with the habit of consuming time. Be satisfied with that. Tom of Bedlam had the only genius for consuming time, that is, to be utterly unaware of it. But you speak for the artists. I am thinking of the majority of us who are not artists and who need protection from artists, whose time the artists insist on passing for us. We get along quite well with our sleeping and eating and procreating if you artists only let us alone. But you, accursed, who are not satisfied with the world as it is, and so must try to rebuild the very floor you're standing on, you keep on talking and shouting and gesturing at us until you get us all fidgety and alarmed. So I believe that if art served any purpose at all, it would at least keep the artists themselves occupied. Fairchild raised his glass again. It's more than that. It's getting into life, getting into it, and wrapping it around you, becoming a part of it. Women can do it without art. Old biology takes care of that, but men. A woman conceives. Does she care afterward whose seed it was? Not she. And bears, and all the rest of her life, her young troubling years, that is filled. Of course, the father can look at it occasionally, but in art, a man can create without any assistance at all. What he does is his. A perversion, I grant you, but a perversion that builds Chart and invents Lear is a pretty good thing. He drank and set his tumbler down. Creation, reproduction from within. Is the dominating impulse in the world feminine, after all, as aboriginal peoples believe? There is a kind of spider or something. The female is the larger, and when the male goes to her, he goes to death. She devours him during the act of conception. And that's man, a kind of voraciousness that makes an artist stand beside himself with a notebook in his hand, always, putting down all the charming things that ever happened to him, killing them for the sake of some problematical something he might, or he might not, ever use. Listen, he said, love, youth, sorrow, and hope, and despair, they were nothing at all to me until I found later some need of a particular reaction to put in the mouth of some character of whom I wasn't at that time certain, and that I don't yet consider very admirable. But maybe it was because I had to work all the time to earn a living when I was a young man. Perhaps so, the Semitic man agreed. People still believe they have to work to live. Sure, you have to work to live, Fairchild said quickly. You'd naturally say that. If a man has had to deny himself any pleasures during his pleasuring years, he always likes to believe it was necessary. That's where you get your Puritans from. We don't like to see anyone violate laws, we observed, and get away with it. God knows, heaven is a dry reward for abnegation. Fairchild rose and went to stand again before the fluid, passionate fixity of the marble. The end of art, he repeated. I mean, to the consumer, not to us. We have to do it. They don't. They can take it or leave it. Probably Gordon feels the same way about stories that I do about sculpture, but for me, he mused upon the marble for a time. When the statue is completely nude, it has only a coldly formal significance, you know. But when some foreign matter, like a leaf or a fold of drapery, kept there in defiance of gravity by God only knows what, draws the imagination to where the organs of reproduction are concealed, it lends the statue a warmer, a more speculative significance, supplied the Semitic man. Speculative significance, which I must admit I require in my sculpture. Certainly the moralists agree with you. Why shouldn't they? The same food nourishes everybody's convictions alike, and a man that earns his bread in a glue factory must get some sort of pleasure from smelling cattle hoofs, or he changes job. There's your perversion, I think. And, the Semitic man said, if you spend your life worrying over sex, it's an added satisfaction to get paid for your time. Yes, but if I earned my bread by means of sex, at least I'd have enough pride about it to be a good honest whore. Gordon came over and filled the glasses again. Fairchild returned and got his, and prowled aimlessly about the room, examining things. The Semitic man sat with his handkerchief spread over his bald head. He regarded Gordon's naked torso with envious wonder. They don't seem to bother you at all, he stated fretfully. Look here, Fairchild called suddenly. He had unswaddled a damp cloth from something, and he now bent over his find. Come here, Julius. The Semitic man rose and joined him. It was clay, yet damp, and from out its dull, dead grayness, Mrs. Maurier looked at them, her chins harshly and her flaccid jaw muscles with savage verisimilitude. Her eyes were caverns thumbed with two motions into the dead, familiar astonishment of her face. And yet, behind them, somewhere within those empty sockets, behind all her familiar surprise, there was something else, something that exposed her face for the mask it was, and still more, a mask unaware. Well, I'm damned, Fairchild said slowly, staring at it. I've known her for a year, and Gordon comes along after 4 days. Well, I'll be damned, he said again. I could have told you, the Semitic man said, but I wanted you to get it by yourself. I don't see how you missed it. I don't see how anyone with your faith in your fellow man could believe that anyone could be as silly as she without reason. An explanation for silliness, Fairchild repeated. Does her sort of silliness require explanation? It shouts it, the other answered. Look how Gordon got it right away. That's so, Fairchild admitted. He gazed at the face again, then he looked at Gordon with envious admiration. And you got it right away, didn't you? Gordon was replenishing the glasses again. He couldn't have missed it, the Semitic man repeated. I don't see how you missed it. You are reasonably keen about people, sooner or later. Well, I guess I missed her, Fairchild returned, and extended his tumbler. But it's the usual thing, ain't it? Plantations and things, first family and all that. Something like that, the Semitic man agreed. He returned to his chair, and Fairchild sat again beside the water pitcher. She's a northerner herself, married it. Her husband must have been pretty old when they married. That's what explains her, I think. What does? Being a northerner or marriage? Marriage starts and explains lots of things about us, just like singleness or widowhood does. And I guess the Ohio River can affect your destiny too. But how does it explain her? The story is that her people forced her to marry old Maurier. He had been overseer on a big place before the Civil War. He disappeared in '63, And when the war was over, he turned up again riding a horse with a Union Army cavalry saddle and $100,000 in uncut federal notes for a saddle blanket. Lord knows what the amount really was or how he got it, but it was enough to establish him. Money. You can't argue against money. You only protest. Everybody expected him to splurge about with his money, show up the penniless aristocracy, that sort of thing, work out some of the inhibitions he must have developed during his overseer days. But he didn't. Perhaps he got rid of his inhibitions during his sojourn at the war. Anyway, he failed to live up to character. So people decided that he was a moral coward, that he was off somewhere in a hole with his money like a rat. And this was the general opinion until a rumor got out about several rather raw land deals in which he was assisted by a Jew named Julius Kaufman, who was acquiring a fortune and an unsavory name during those years immediately following General Butler's assumption of the local purple. And when the smoke finally cleared somewhat, he had more money than ever rumor could compute, and he was the proprietor of that plantation on which he had once been a head servant. And within a decade, he was landed gentry. I don't doubt but that he had dug up some blue blood emigre ancestry. He was a small, shrewd man, a cold and violent man, just the sort to have an unimpeachable genealogy. Humorless and shrewd, but I don't doubt that he sat at times in the halls of his newly adopted fathers and laughed. The story is that her father came to New Orleans on a business trip with a blessing from Washington. She was young then, probably a background of an exclusive school and a social future, the taken-for-granted capital-letter kind, but all somehow rather precarious, cabbage and a footman to serve it, a salon in which they sat politely, surrounded by objects and spoke good French, and bailiff's men on the veranda, and the butcher's bill in the kitchen. Gentility. Evening clothes without fresh linen underneath. I imagine he, her father, was pretty near at the end of his rope. Some government appointment, I imagine, brought him south. Hijacking privileges with official sanction, you know. The whole family seemed to have found our climate salubrious, though what with hibiscus and mimosa on the lawn instead of bailiffs, and our dulcet airs after the rigors of New England, and she cut quite a figure among the jeunesse dorée of the 90s, fell in love with a young chap, penniless but real people, who led cotillions and went without gloves to send her flowers and glacé trifles from the Rue Vendôme, and sang to a guitar among the hibiscus and mimosa when stars were wont to rise. Old Maurier had made a bid himself in the meantime. Maurier was not yet accepted by the noblesse, but you can't ignore money, you know. You can only protest and tremble. It took my people to teach the world that. And so, the Semitic man drained his glass. He continued, you know how it is, how there comes a certain moment in the course of human events during which everything, public attention, circumstance, even destiny itself, is caught at the single possible instant, and the actions of certain people, for no reason at all, become of paramount interest and importance to the rest of the world. That's how it was with these people. There were wagers laid. A famous gambler even made a book on it. And all the time she went about her affairs, her parties and routs and balls, behind that cold Dresden china mask of hers. She was quite beautiful then, they say. People always painting her, you know. Her face in every exhibition, her name a byword in the street, and a toast at Antoine's or the St. Charles. But then, perhaps nothing went on behind that mask at all. Of course there was. said Fairchild quickly, for the sake of the story if nothing else. Pride, anyway, I guess. She had that. The Semitic man reached for the bottle. Gordon came and refilled his mug. It must have been pretty hard for her, even if there was only pride to suffer, but women can stand anything. And enjoy it, Fairchild put in, but go on. That's all. They were married in the cathedral. She wasn't a Catholic. Ireland had yet to migrate in any sizable quantities. When her people established themselves in New England, that was another thing, mind you. And her horseless Lochinvar was present. Bets had been made that if he stayed away or passed the word, no one would attend at all. Morier was still regarded. Well, imagine for yourself a situation like that, a tradition of ease, unassailable and unshakable, gone to pieces right under you, and out of the wreckage, rising a man who once held your stirrup while you mounted. 30 years is barely the adolescence of bitterness, you know. I'd like to have seen her coming out of the church afterward. They would have had a canopy leading from the door to the carriage. There must have been a canopy, and flowers, heavy ones. Lochinvar would have sent gardenias, and she, decked out in all the pagan trappings of innocence, and her beautiful secret face beside that cold, violent man, graying now, but you have remarked how it takes the harlequinade of aristocracy to really reveal peasant blood, haven't you? And her Lochinvar to wish her Godspeed, watching her ankles as she got into the carriage. They never had any children. Morier may have been too old. She herself may have been barren. Often that type is, but I don't think so. I believe, but who knows, I don't. Anyway, that explains her to me. At first you think it's just silliness, lack of occupation, a tub of washing to be exact, but I see something thwarted back of it all, something stifled, yet which won't quite die. A virgin, Fairchild said immediately. That's what it is, exactly. Fooling with sex, kind of dabbing at it, like a kitten at a ball of string. She missed something. Her body told her so, insisted, forced her to try to remedy it and fill the vacuum. But now her body is old. It no longer remembers that it missed anything, and all she has left is a habit, the ghost of a need to rectify something, the lack of which her body has long since forgotten about. The Semitic man lit his cold cigar again. Fairchild gazed at his glass, turning it this way and that slowly in his hand. Gordon stood yet against the wall, looking beyond them and watching something not in this room. The Semitic man slapped his other wrist, then wiped his palm on his handkerchief. Fairchild spoke. And I missed it clean, he mused, and then Gordon. Say, he looked up suddenly, how did you happen to learn all this? Julius Kaufmann was my grandfather, the Semitic man replied. Oh, well, it's a good thing you told me about it. I guess I won't have another chance to get anything from her at first hand. He chuckled without mirth. Oh, yes, you will, the other told him. She won't hold this boat party against us. People are far more tolerant of artists than artists are of people. He puffed at his cigar for a time. The trouble with you, he said, is that you don't act right at all. You are the most disappointing artist I know. Mark Frost is much nearer the genuine thing than you are, but then he's got more time to be a genius than you have. You spend too much time writing, and that's where Gordon is gonna fall down. You and he typify genius décolleté, and people who own motor cars and food draw the line just at negligee, somewhere about the collarbone. And remind me to give that to Mark tomorrow. It struck me several times these last few days that he needs a new one. Speaking of décolleté, Fairchild mopped his face again. What is it that makes a man drink whiskey on a night like this, anyway? I don't know, the other answered. Perhaps it's a scheme of nature's to provide for our Italian immigrants, or of Providence. Prohibition for the Latin, politics for the Irish, invented he them. Fairchild filled his glass again unsteadily. Might as well make a good job of it, he said. Gordon yet leaned against the wall, motionless and remote. Fairchild continued, Italians and Irish. Where do we homegrown Nordics come in? What has he invented for us? Nothing, the Semitic man answered. You invented Providence. Fairchild raised his tumbler, gulping, and a part of the liquor ran over thinly and trickled from both corners of his mouth down his chin. Then he set the glass down and stared at the other with a mild astonishment. I am afraid, he enunciated carefully, that one is going to do the business for me. He wiped his chin unsteadily, and moving, he struck his empty glass to the floor. The Semitic man groaned. Now we'll have to move again, just when I had become inured to them. Or perhaps you'd like to lie down for a while? Fairchild sighed and mused a moment. No, I don't, he stated thickly. If I lie down, I wouldn't get up again. Little air, fresh air. I'll go outside. The Semitic man rose and helped him to his feet. Fairchild pulled himself together. Come along, Gordon. I've got to get outside for a while. Gordon came out of his dream. He came and raised the bottle to the light and divided it between his mug and the Semitic man's tumbler. And supporting Fairchild between them, they drank. Then Fairchild must examine the marble again. I think it's kind of nice. He stood before it, swaying, swallowing the hot, salty liquid that continued to fill his throat. You kind of wish she could talk, don't you? It would be sort of like wind through trees. No, not talk. You'd like to watch her from a distance on a May morning, bathing in a pool where there were a lot of poplar trees. Now, this is the way to forget your grief. She is not blonde, Gordon said harshly, holding the empty bottle in his hand. She is dark, darker than fire. She is more terrible and beautiful than fire. He ceased and stared at them. Then he raised the bottle and hurled it crashing into the huge littered fireplace. Not? Murmured Fairchild, trying to focus his eyes. Marble, purity, Gordon said in his harsh, intolerant voice. Pure because they have yet to discover some way to make it unpure. They would if they could, God damn them. He stared at them for a moment from beneath his caverned bronze brows. His eyes were pale as two bits of steel. Forget grief, he repeated harshly. Only an idiot has no grief. Only a fool would forget it. What else is there in this world sharp enough to stick to your guts? He took the thin coat from behind the door and put it on over his naked torso, and they helped Fairchild from the room and down the dark stairs, abruptly subdued and quiet. End of section 62. Section 63 of Mosquitos. Epilogue Part 8. Mark Frost stood on a corner, frankly exasperated. The street light sprayed his tall, ghostly figure with shadows of bitten late August leaves, and he stood in indecision, musing fretfully. His evening was spoiled. Too late to instigate anything on his own hook, or to join anyone else's party. Too soon to go home. Mark Frost depended utterly upon other people to get his time passed. He was annoyed principally with Mrs. Maurier, annoyed and unpleasantly shocked and puzzled at her strange, not coldness, rather detachment, aloofness, callousness. If you were at all artistic, if you had any taint of art in your blood, dining with her filled the evening. But now, tonight, never saw the old girl so bloodless in the presence of genius, he told himself. Didn't seem to give a damn whether I stayed or not. But perhaps she doesn't feel well after the recent excitement, he added generously, being a woman too. He had completely forgotten about the niece, the sepulchral moth of his heart had completely forgotten that temporary flame. His car, owned and operated by the city, came along presently, and instinct got him aboard. Instinct also took the proper transfer for him, but a crumb of precaution, or laziness at the transfer point, hailed him amid automobiles bearing the young, enchanted of various ages, swiftly toward nowhere or less, to and within a corner drugstore where was a telephone. His number cost him a nickel. "Hello, it's me. Thought you were going out tonight." "Yes, I did. Very stupid party, though. I couldn't stick it." "So you decided to stay in, did you?" "No, I just thought I'd call you up." "You're welcome. I have another button off. Thanks. I'll bring it next time I'm out that way." "Tonight? Well, huh? All right. I'll come on out. Goodbye." His very ghostliness seemed to annihilate space. He invariably arrived after you had forgotten about him and before you expected him. But she had known him for a long time, and ere he could ring, she appeared in a window overhead and dropped the latchkey, and he retrieved its forlorn clink and let himself into the dark hall. A light gleamed dimly from the stairhead, where she leaned to watch the thin evaporation of his hair as he mounted. "I'm all alone tonight," she remarked. "The folks are gone for the weekend. They didn't expect me back until Sunday." "That's good," he answered. "I don't feel up to talking to your mother tonight." "Neither do I. Not to anybody, after these last 4 days. Come in." It was a vaguely bookish room, in the middle of which a heavy, hot-looking, champagne-shaded piano lamp cast an oasis of light upon a dull blue brocaded divan. Mark Frost went immediately to the divan and lay at full length upon it. Then he moved again and extracted a package of cigarettes from his jacket. Miss Jameson accepted one, and he relaxed again and groaned with hollow relief. "I'm too comfortable," he said. "I'm really ashamed to be so comfortable." Miss Jameson drew up a chair just without the oasis of light. "Help yourself," she replied. "There's nobody here but us. The family won't be back until Sunday night." "Elegant," Mark Frost murmured. He laid his arm across his face, shading his eyes. "Whole house to yourself. You're lucky. Lord, I'm glad to be off that boat. Never again for me." "Don't mention that boat," Miss Jameson shuddered. "I think it'll be never again for any of that party. From the way Mrs. Maurier talked this morning. Not for Dawson and Julius, anyway." "Did she send a car back for them?" "No. After yesterday, they could have fallen overboard, and she wouldn't even have notified the police. But let's don't talk about that trip any more," she said wearily. She sat just beyond the radius of light, a vague, humorless fragility. Mark Frost lay on his back, smoking a cigarette. She said, "While I think of it, will you be sure to lock the door after you? I'll be here alone tonight." "All right," he promised from beneath his arm. His pale, prehensile mouth released the cigarette, and his arm swung it outward to where he hoped there was an ashtray. The ashtray wasn't there, and his hand made a series of futile, dabbing motions until Miss Jameson leaned forward and moved the ashtray into the automatic ellipsis of his hand. After a while, she leaned forward again and crushed out her cigarette. A clock somewhere behind him tapped monotonously at silence, and she moved restlessly in her chair, and presently she leaned and took another cigarette from his pack. Mark Frost removed his arm long enough to raise the pack to his vision and count the remaining cigarettes. Then he replaced his arm. "You're quiet tonight," she remarked. He grunted, and once more she leaned forward and ground out her half-smoked cigarette with decision. She rose. "I'm going to take off some clothes and get into something cooler. Nobody here to object. Excuse me a moment." He grunted again beneath his arm, and she went away from the oasis of light. She opened the door of her room and stood in the darkness just within the door a moment. Then she closed the door audibly, stood for a moment, then opened it again slightly and pressed the light switch. She went to her dressing table and switched on 2 small shaded electric candles there and returned and switched off the ceiling light. She considered for a while, then she returned to the door and stood with the knob in her hand. Then, without closing it, she went back to the dressing table and turned off one of the lights there. This left the room filled with a soft pinkish glow, in which a hushed gleaming of crystal on the dressing table was the only distinguishable feature. She removed her dress hastily and stood in her underthings with a kind of cringing, passive courage. But there was still no sound of movement beyond the door, and she switched on the other light again and examined herself in the mirror. She mused again, examining her frail body in its intimate garment. Then she ran swiftly and silently to a chest of drawers, and in a locked drawer she sought feverishly among a delicate neat mass of sheer fabric, coming at last upon an embroidered nightdress, neatly folded and unworn, and scented faintly. Then, standing where the door, should it be opened, would conceal her for a moment, she slipped the gown over her head, and from beneath it she removed the undergarment. Then she took her reckless, troubled heart, and the fragile and humorless calmness in which it beat, back to the dressing table. And sitting before the mirror, she assumed a studied pose, combing and combing out her long, uninteresting hair. Mark Frost lay at length on the divan, as was his habit, shading his eyes with his arm. At intervals he roused himself to light a fresh cigarette, at each time counting the diminishing few that remained with static alarm. A clock ticked regularly somewhere in the room. The soft light from the lamp bathed him in a champagne-colored and motionless sea. He raised a fresh cigarette. His pale, prehensile mouth wrapped about it as though his mouth were a separate organism. But after a while there were no more cigarettes, and roused temporarily, he remarked his hostess's prolonged absence. But he lay back again, luxuriating in quiet and the suave surface on which he rested. But before long he raised the empty cigarette package and groaned dismally, and rose and prowled quietly about the room, hoping perhaps to find one cigarette someone had forgotten, but there was none. The couch drew him, and he returned to the oasis of light, where he discovered and captured the practically whole cigarette which Miss Jameson had discarded. "Snipe," he murmured with sepulchral humorlessness, and he fired it, averting his head, lest he lose his eyelashes in doing so, and he lay once more, shading his eyes with his arm. The clock ticked on in the silence. It seemed to be directly behind him. If he could just roll his eyes a bit further back into his skull. He'd better look anyhow after a while. After midnight, only one trolley to the hour, if he missed the 12 o'clock car. So after a while he did look, having to move to do so, and he immediately rose from the divan in a mad, jointless haste. Fortunately, he remembered where he had left his hat, and he caught it up and plunged down the stairs and on through the dark hall. He blundered into a thing or so, but the pale rectangle of the glass door guided him, and after a violent struggle he opened it, and leaping forth he crashed it behind him. It failed to catch, and in mid-flight down the steps he glanced wildly back at the growing darkness of its gap. that revealed at the top edge a vague gleam from the light at the head of the stairs. The corner was not far, and as he ran loosely and frantically toward it, there came among the grave gesturing of tall palms a worn and bloodless rumor of the dying moon, and the rising hum of the streetcar crashed among the trees. He saw its lighted windows halt, heard its hum cease, saw the windows move again, and heard its hum rise swelling, drowning his hoarse, reiterated cries. But the conductor saw him at last and pulled the cord again, and the car halted once more, humming impatiently, and Mark Frost plunged his long, ungovernable legs across the soft, slumberous glare of polished asphalt and clawed his panting, ghostly body through the open doors, out of which the conductor leaned, calling to him, come on, this ain't a taxi." End of section 63. Section 64 of Mosquitos. Epilogue, Part 9. 3 gray, soft-footed priests had passed on, but in an interval hushed by windowless old walls, there lingers yet a thin celibate despair. Beneath a high stone gate with a crest and a device in carven stone, a beggar lies, nursing in his hand a crust of bread. Gordon, Fairchild, and the Semitic man walked in the dark city. Above them the sky, a heavy, voluptuous night, and huge hot stars like wilting gardenias. About them streets, narrow, shallow canyons of shadow, rich with decay, and laced with delicate ironwork, scarcely seen. Spring is in the world somewhere, like a blown, keen reed, high and fiery cold. He does not yet see it, a shape which he will know. He does not yet see it. The 3 priests pass on. The walls have hushed their gray and unshod feet. In a doorway slightly ajar were women, their faces in the starlight flat and pallid and rife, odorous and exciting and unchaste. Gordon Hello Dempsey loomed hatless above his 2 companions. He strode on, paying the women no heed. Fairchild lagged, the Semitic man perforce also. A woman laughed, rife and hushed, and rich in the odorous dark. "Come in, boys, lots of girls, cool you off. Come in, boys." The Semitic man drew Fairchild onward, babbling excitedly. That's it. You walk along a dark street in the dark is close and intimate about you. Hold in all things, anything. You need only put out your hand to touch life, to feel the beating heart of life. Beauty, a thing unseen, suggested, natural and fecund and foul. You don't stop for it, you pass on. The Semitic man drew him onward after Gordon's tall striding. "I love 3 things, rats like dull and cunning silver, keen and plump as death, steal out to gnaw the crust held loosely by the beggar beneath the stone gate. Unreproved they swarm about his still recumbent shape, exploring his clothing in an obscene silence, dragging their hot bellies over his lean and age-chilled body, sniffing his intimate parts. I love 3 things." He drew Fairchild onward, babbling in an ecstasy. A voice, a touch, a sound. Life going on about you unseen in the close dark, beyond these walls, these bricks. Fairchild stopped, laying his hand against the heat-drunken wall beside him, staring at his friend in the starlight. Gordon strode on ahead. "In this dark room or that dark room, you want to go into all the streets of all the cities men live in, to look into all the darkened rooms in the world, not with curiosity, not with dread, nor doubt, nor disapproval, but humbly, gently, as you would steal in to look at a sleeping child, not to disturb it. Then, as one rat, They flash away and secure again, and still they become as a row of cigarettes, unwinking at a single level. The beggar, whose hand yet shapes his stolen crust, sleeps beneath the stone gate. Fairchild babbled on. Gordon, striding on ahead, turned and passed through a door. The door swung open, letting a sheet of light fall outward across the pavement. Then the door swung to, snatching the sheet of light again. The Semitic man grasped Fairchild's arm, and he halted. About him the city swooned in a voluption of dark and heat, a sleep which was not sleep, and dark and heat lapped his burly short body about with the hidden, eternal pulse of the world. Above him, above the shallow, serrated canyon of the street, huge hot stars burned at the heart of things. 3 more priests, barefoot, in robes the color of silence, appear from nowhere. They are speeding after the first 3 when they spy the beggar beneath the stone gate. They pause above him. The walls hush away their gray and sibilant footsteps. The rats are motionless as a row of cigarettes. Gordon reappeared, looming above the other 2 in the hushed starlight. He held in his hand a bottle. The priests draw nearer, touching one another, leaning diffidently above the beggar in the empty street, while silence comes slow as a procession of nuns with breathing blent. Above the hushing walls, a thing wild and passionate, remote and sad, shrill as pipes and yet unheard. Beneath it, soundless shapes amid which, vaguely, a maiden in an ungirdled robe and with a thin bright chain between her ankles, and a sound of far lamenting. They went on around a corner and into a darker street. Gordon stopped again, brooding and remote. He raised the bottle against the sky. Yes, bitter and new as fire, fueled close now with sleep, hushed her strange and ardent fire, a chrysalis of fire whitely, splendid and new as fire. He drank, listening to the measured beat of his wild, bitter heart. Then he passed the bottle to his companions, brooding his hawk's face above them against the sky. The others drank. They went on through the dark city. The beggar yet sleeps, shaping his stolen crust, and one of the priests says, "Do you require aught of man, brother?" Just above the silence, amid the shapes, a young naked boy, daubed with vermilion, carrying casually a crown. He moves erratic with senseless laughter, and the headless naked body of a woman carved of ebony, surrounded by women wearing skins of slain beasts and chained one to another, lamenting. The beggar makes no reply. He does not stir, and the second priest leans nearer his pale, half-shadowed face. Beneath his high white brow, he is not asleep, for his eyes stare quietly past the 3 priests without remarking them. The third priest leans down, raising his voice, "Brother." They stopped and drank again. Then they went on, the Semitic man carrying the bottle, nursing it against his breast. "I love 3 things." Fairchild walked erratically beside him. Above him, among the mad stars, Gordon's bearded head. The night was full and rich, smelling of streets and people, of secret beings and things. The beggar does not move, and the priest's voice is a dark bird seeking its way from out a cage. Above the silence, between it and the antic sky, there grows a sound like that of the sea heard afar off. The 3 priests gaze at one another. The beggar lies motionless beneath the stone gate. The rats stare their waiting cigarettes upon the scene. I love 3 things, gold, marble, and purple. The sound grows. Amid shadows and echoes, it becomes a wind thunderous from hills with the clashing hooves of centaurs. The headless black woman is a carven agony beyond the fading placidity of the ungirdled maiden. And as the shadows and echoes blend, the chained women raise their voices anew, lamenting thinly. They were accosted. Whispers from every doorway, hands unchaste and importunate, and rife in the tense wild darkness. Fairchild wavered beside him, and Gordon stopped again. "I'm going in here," he said. "Give me some money." The Semitic man gave him a nameless bill. The wind rushes on, becoming filled with leaping figures, antic as flames, and a sound of pipes, fiery colt, carves the world darkly out of space. The centaur's hooves clash, storming. Shrill voices ride the storm like gusty birds, wild and passionate and sad. A door opened in the wall. Gordon entered, and before the door closed again, they saw him in a narrow passageway lift a woman from the shadow and raise her against the mad stars, smothering her squeal against his tall kiss. Then voices and sounds, shadows and echoes change form, swirling, becoming the headless, armless, legless torso of a girl, motionless and virginal, and passionately eternal before the shadows and echoes whirl away. They went on. The Semitic man nursed the bottle against his breast. "I love three things." Dante invented Beatrice, creating himself a maid that life had not had time to create, and laid upon her frail and unbowed shoulders the whole burden of man's history, of his impossible heart's desire. At last, one priest, becoming bolder, leans yet nearer and slips his hand beneath the beggar's sorry robe against his heart. It is cold. Suddenly Fairchild stumbled heavily beside him and would have fallen. He held Fairchild up and supported him to the wall, and Fairchild leaned against the wall, his head tilted back, hatless, staring into the sky, listening to the dark and measured beating of the heart of things. That's what it is, genius. He spoke slowly, distinctly, staring into the sky. People confuse it so, you see. They have got it now to where it signifies only an active state of the mind in which a picture is painted or a poem is written, when it is not that at all. It is that passion weak of the heart, that instant of timeless beatitude, which some never know, which some, I suppose, gain at will, which others gain through an outside agency like alcohol, like tonight. That passive state of the heart with which the mind, the brain, has nothing to do at all, in which the hackneyed accidents which make up this world, love and life and death and sex and sorrow, brought together by chance in perfect proportions, take on a kind of splendid and timeless beauty, like Iseult of the White Hands and her Tristan, with that clean, high-hearted dullness of his, like that young lady something that some government executed, asking permission and touching with a kind of sober wonder the edge of the knife that was to cut her head off, like a red-haired girl, an idiot, turning in a white dress beneath a wisteria-covered trellis on a late sunny afternoon in May. He leaned against the wall, staring into the hushed, mad sky, hearing the dark and simple heart of things. From beyond a cornice there came at last a cold and bloodless rumor of the dying moon. The Semitic man nursed the bottle against his breast. "I love three things: gold, marble, and purple." The priests cross themselves, while the nuns of silence blend anew their breath and pass on. Soon the high windowless walls have hushed away their thin celibate despair. The rats are arrogant as cigarettes. After a while they steal forth again, climbing over the beggar, dragging their hot bellies over him, exploring unreproved his private parts. Somewhere above the dark street, above the wind-carved hills, beyond the silent, thin pipes unheard, wild and passionate and sad. Form, solidity, color, he said to his own dark and passionate heart, and to Fairchild beside him, leaning against a dark wall, vomiting. End of Section 64. Section 65 of Mosquitos. Epilogue Part 10. The rectangle of light yet fell outward across the alleyway. Beyond the half-length lattice blind, the typewriter yet leaped and thundered. Fairchild. The manipulator of the machine felt a vague annoyance, like knowing that someone is trying to waken you from a pleasant dream, knowing that if you resist, the dream will be broken. Oh, Fairchild. He concentrated again, trying to exorcise the ravisher of his heart's beatitude by banging louder on the keyboard. But at last there came a timid knock at the blind. Tam. He surrendered. Come in, he bellowed, raising his head. My God, where did you come from? I just let you in about 10 minutes ago, didn't I? Then he saw his caller's face. What's the matter, friend? He asked quickly. Sick? Mr. Taliaferro stood blinking in the light. Then he entered slowly and drooped upon a chair. Worse than that, he answered with utter despondence. The large man wheeled heavily to face him. Need a doctor or anything? The caller buried his face in his hands. No, a doctor can't help me. Well, what do you want then? I'm busy. What is it? I believe I want a drink of whiskey, Mr. Taliaferro said at last. If it's no trouble, he added with his customary polite diffidence. He raised a stricken face for a moment. A terrible thing happened to me tonight. He lowered his face to his hands again, and the other rose and returned presently with a tumbler half full of liquor. Mr. Taliaferro accepted it gratefully. He took a swallow, then lowered the glass shakily. I simply must talk to someone. A terrible thing happened to me. He brooded for a moment. It was my last opportunity, you see, he burst out suddenly. For Fairchild now, or you, it would be different. But for me, Mr. Taliaferro hid his face in his free hand. A terrible thing happened to me, he repeated. Well, spit it out then, but be quick about it. Mr. Taliaferro fumbled his handkerchief and weakly mopped his face. The other sat watching him impatiently. Well, just as I'd planned, I pretended indifference, said that I didn't care to dance tonight, but she said, come along, do you think I came out just to sit in the park or something? Like that. And when I put my arm around her. Around who? Around her. And when I tried to kiss her, she just but where was this? In the cab. I haven't a car, you see, though I am planning to buy one next year. And she just put her elbow under my chin and choked me until I had to move back to my side of the seat. And she said, I never dance in private or without music, Mr. Man. And then, in God's name, friend, what are you raving about? About that girl I was with this evening. And so we went to dance, and I was petting her a bit, just as I had done on the boat. No more, I assure you. And she told me immediately to stop. She said something about not having lumbago. And yet, all the time we were on the yacht, she never objected once. Mr. Taliaferro looked at his host with polite, uncomprehending astonishment. Then he sighed and finished the whiskey and set the glass near his feet. Good Lord, the other murmured in a hushed tone. Mr. Taliaferro continued more briskly, and quite soon I remarked that her attention was engaged by something or someone behind me. She was dodging her head this way and that as we danced, and getting out of step and saying, "Pardon me." But when I tried to see what it was, I could discover nothing at all to engage her like that. So I said, "What are you thinking of?" And she said, "Huh?" Like that. And I said, "I can tell you what you're thinking of." And she said, "Who, me? What am I thinking of?" Still trying to see something behind me, mind you. Then I saw that she was smiling also, and I said, "You aren't thinking of me." And she said, "Oh, was I?" "Good God," the other murmured. "Yes," agreed Mr. Taliaferro unhappily. He continued briskly, however. "And so I said, as I'd planned, 'I'm tired of this place, let's go.' She demurred, but I was firm, and so at last she consented, and told me to run down and engage a cab, and she would join me on the street. I should have suspected something then, but I didn't. I ran down and engaged a cab. I gave the driver $10, and he agreed to drive out on some unfrequented road and to stop and pretend that he had lost something back along the road, and to wait there until I blew the horn for him. So I waited and waited. She didn't appear, so at last I ordered the cab to wait, and I ran back upstairs. I didn't see her in the anteroom, so I went back to the dancing floor. He ceased and sat for a while in a brooding dejection. "Well?" the other prompted. Mr. Taliaferro sighed. "I swear I think I'll give it up. Never have anything to do with them any more." When I returned to the dancing floor, I looked for her at the table where we had been sitting. She was not there, and for a moment I couldn't find her, but presently I saw her dancing with a man I had never seen before, a large man like you. I didn't know what to think. I decided finally he was a friend of hers with whom she was dancing until I should return, having misunderstood our arrangement about meeting below. Yet she had told me herself to await her on the street. That's what confused me. I waited at the door until I finally caught her eye, and I signaled to her. She flipped her hand in reply, as though she desired that I wait until the dance was finished. So I stood there. Other people were entering and leaving, but I kept my place near the door where she could find me without difficulty. But when the music ceased, they went to a table and sat down and called to a waiter, and she didn't even glance toward me again. I began to get angry then. I walked over to them. I didn't want everyone to see that I was angry, so I bowed to them. And she looked up at me and said, "Why, hello, I thought you'd left me, and so this kind gentleman was kind enough to take me home." "You damn right I will," the man said, popping his eyes at me. "Who's he?" "You see," Mr. Taliaferro interpolated, "I'm trying to talk as he did. I can't imitate his execrable speech. You see, it wouldn't have been I wouldn't have felt so helpless had he spoken proper English. But the way he said things, there seemed to be no possible rejoinder. You see?" Go on," the other said. And she said, "Why, he's a little friend of mine." And the man said, "Well, it's time little boys like him was in bed." He looked at me hard, but I ignored him and said firmly, "Come, Miss Steinbauer, our taxi is waiting." Then he said, "Herb, you ain't trying to take my girl, are you?" I told him that she had come with me, firmly, you know, and then she said, "Run along, you are tired of dancing, I ain't, so I'm going to stay and dance with this nice man. Good night." She was smiling again. I could see that they were ridiculing me, and then he laughed like a horse. "Beat it, brother," he said. "She's gave you the air. Come back tomorrow." Well, when I saw his fat red face all full of teeth, I wanted to hit him. But I remembered myself in time, my position in the city and my friends, he explained. So I just looked at them and turned and walked away. Of course, everyone had seen and heard it all. As I went through the door, a waiter said to me, "Hard luck, fella, but they will do it." Mr. Taliaferro mused again in a sort of polite incomprehension, more of bewilderment than anger or even dejection. He sighed again, and on top of all that, the cab driver had gone off with my $10. The other man looked at Mr. Taliaferro with utter admiration. "O thou above the thunder and above the excursions and alarms, regard your masterpiece. Balzac, chew thy bitter thumbs. And here I am, wasting my damn life, trying to invent people by means of the written word." His face became suddenly suffused. He rose, towering. "Get to hell out of here," he roared. "You have made me sick." Mr. Taliaferro rose obediently. His hopeless dejection invested him again. "But what am I to do?" Do? Go to a brothel if you want a girl, or if you are afraid someone will come in and take her away from you. Get out on the street and pick one up. Bring her here if you like. But in Christ's dear name, don't ever talk to me again. You have already damaged my ego beyond repair. Do you want another drink?" Mr. Taliaferro sighed again and shook his head. "Thanks just the same," he answered. "Whiskey can't help me any." The large man took his arm, and kicking the blind outward, he helped Mr. Taliaferro kindly but firmly into the alleyway. Then the blind swung to again, and Mr. Taliaferro stood for a time, listening to the frantic typewriter, watching planes of shadow, letting the darkness soothe him. A cat, slinking, regarded him, then flashed a swift, dingy streak across the alley. He followed it with his eyes in a slow misery with envy. Love was so simple for cats, mostly noise. Success didn't seem to make much difference. He sighed and walked slowly on, leaving the thundering typewriter behind. Presently he turned a corner and heard it no more. From beyond a cornice there came at last a cold and bloodless rumor of the dying moon. His decorous pace spaced away streets, interesting with the darkness, and as he walked he marveled that he could be inwardly so despairing, yet outwardly the same as ever. "I wonder if it does show on me," he thought. "It is because I am getting old that women are not attracted to me. Yet I know any number of men of my age and more who get women easily, or say they do. It is something I do not possess, something I have never had." And soon he would be married again. Mr. Taliaferro, seeing freedom and youth deserting him again, had known at first a clear, sharp regret, almost a despair, realizing that marriage this time would be a climacteric, that after this he would be definitely no longer young, and a final flare of freedom and youth had surged in him like a dying flame. But now as he walked dark streets beneath the hot heavy sky and the mad wilting gardenias of stars, feeling empty and a little tired, and hearing his grumbling skeleton, that smug and dour and unshakable comrade, who loved so well to say, "I told you so," he found himself looking forward to marriage with a thin but definite relief as a solution to his problem. Yes, he told himself, sighing again, chastity is expected of married men, or at least they don't lose caste by it. But it was unbearable to believe that he had never had the power to stir women, that he had been always a firearm unloaded and unaware of it. No, it's something I can do or say that I have not yet discovered. As he turned into the quiet street in which he lived, he saw two people in a doorway embracing. He hurried on. In his rooms at last, he slowly removed his coat and hung it neatly in a closet, without being aware that he had performed the rite at all. Then from his bathroom, he got a metal machine with a hand pump attached, and he quartered the room methodically with an acrid spraying of pennyroyal. On each downstroke, there was a faint, comfortable resistance, though the plunger came back quite easily. Like breathing, back and forth, a rhythm. Something I can do, something I can say, he repeated to the rhythm of his arm. The liquid hissed pungently, dissolving into the atmosphere, permeating it. Something I can do, something I can say. There must be. Surely a man would not be endowed with an impulse and yet be denied the ability to slake it. Something I can say. His arm moved swifter and swifter, spraying the liquid into the air in short hissing jets. He ceased and felt for his handkerchief before he recalled that it was in his coat. His fingers discovered something, though, and clasping his reeking machine, he removed from his hip pocket a small round metal box, and he held it in his hand, gazing at it. Agnes Mabel Becky, he read, and he laughed a short, mirthless laugh. Then he moved slowly to his chest of drawers and hid the small box carefully away in its usual place, and returned to the closet where his coat hung, and got his handkerchief and mopped his brow with it. But must I become an old man before I discover what it is? Old, an old man before I have lived at all. He went slowly to the bathroom and replaced the pump, and returned with a basin of warm water. He set the basin on the floor and went again to the mirror and examined himself. His hair was getting thin, there was no question about that. Can't even keep my hair, he thought bitterly, and his 38 years showed in his face. He was not fleshily inclined, yet the skin under his jaw was becoming loose, flabby. He sighed and completed his disrobing, putting his clothing neatly and automatically away as he removed it. On the table beside his chair was a box of flavored digestive lozenges, and presently he sat with his feet in the warm water, chewing one of the tablets. The water mounted warmly through his thin body, soothing him. The pungent lozenge between his slow jaws gave him a temporary surcease. Let's see, he mused to his rhythmic mastication, calmly reviewing the evening. Where did I go wrong tonight? My plan was good. Fairchild himself admitted that. Let me think. His jaw ceased, and his gaze brooded on a photograph of his late wife on the opposite wall. Why is it that they never act as you had calculated? You can allow for every contingency, and yet they will always do something else, something they themselves could not have imagined nor devised beforehand. I have been too gentle with them. I have allowed too much leeway for the intervention of their natural perversity and of sheer chance. That has been my mistake every time, giving them dinners and shows right away, allowing them to regulate me to the position of a suitor, of one waiting upon their pleasure. The trick, the only trick, is to bully them, to dominate them from the start. Never employ wiles, and never allow them the opportunity to employ wiles. The oldest technique in the world, a club. By God, that's it. He dried his feet swiftly and thrust them into his bedroom slippers and went to the telephone and gave a number. That's the trick exactly, he whispered exultantly, and then in his ear was a sleepy masculine voice. Fairchild, so sorry to disturb you, but I have it at last. A muffled, inarticulate sound came over the wire, but he rushed on, unheeding. I learned through a mistake tonight. The trouble is, I haven't been bold enough with them. I have been afraid of frightening them away. Listen, I will bring her here. I will not take no. I will be cruel and hard, brutal if necessary, until she begs for my love. What do you think of that? Hello? A fair child? An interval filled with a remote buzzing. Then a female voice said, "You tell 'em, big boy. Treat 'em rough." End of section 65. End of Mosquitos by William Faulkner.
You've been listening to Mosquitos by William Faulkner on Holoreads, a novel about people who speak endlessly, yet understand so little. If this journey stayed with you, subscribe to Holoreads for more timeless public domain audiobooks. Until next time, keep listening, keep reflecting.